by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome. We are in the final stretch as we enter round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Yesterday, Nihal, Sarin and Matthias Bluebaum kept their lead intact, but with a chasing pack of 8 behind them, anything can still happen. And in the women's, Lagno took over Vachier-Lagrave over the lead. And again, this is setting up a thrilling finish to the tournament. I'm International Master Ivan Gachowska, and I'm here with a Grandmaster who's ready to share his sharp insights and experience. Evgeny Mishra.
Very good, Miro.
Miro is good,
much.
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well, as we said at the very beginning, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. What's important, so we are entering the end game of a tournament. 3 last rounds. There was a joke back in the day when you would say, it doesn't matter. First rounds doesn't matter, because you still will score some points. It's important to score 3 out of 3 at the very end. So really, if somebody finishes on 3 out of 3 from the leading group, they'll have no choice but to qualify.
Exactly. I mean, points mean prizes, as they say from a UK game show. And it's going to be all about just building up that stamina. Also, you know, they've got to be bringing their A game, as you mentioned, because from now on, every point is crucial. But let's remind ourselves of the format, because in the open section, it's a tough one because we have 3 time controls. It's played at a time limit of 1 hour and 40 minutes with 50 minutes added. And they do get that after move 40 and 15 minutes after move 60. And do remember, they do get that 30-second time bonus. In the women is a lot more classical, 90 minutes with that 30 minutes added after move 40. And again, with that time increment. And it's there in green for everyone to read, because this is what is in the players' minds, especially some of them. For them, it's the only goal. The top 2 players qualify for the 2026 candidates.
Right, so top spots qualify for the candidates, but there are also prizes. And we keep saying yes for quite a few players. It's only 2 top places that matter, but just look at the prize fund. There's still a lot of cash prizes to win.
Absolutely. First place will net you $90,000. Second place, $75,000. And their prizes all the way down to 50th place. So this is very, very impressive stuff. And also, we're talking about life-changing amounts. And the same is true for the women. And for the women, you're going to see first place, $40,000, $31,000 for second place. And of course, they pick up 2 tickets to the candidates. And then we have prizes all the way down to 23rd. And you're right. This is definitely going to be impacting the players. It's going to determine what kind of approach they take. Are they going to go all in? What do they want from these final 3 rounds?
Yeah, it's well, it's hard to tell, because remember, well, the line I came up with yesterday when I said, like, the win does not guarantee you anything, but the loss can mean you're out. So now, the emphasis, I believe, shifts towards the win. Because yes, draw theoretically keeps you there, even if you're in a leading group. But say if you're a point behind the leader, maybe it's really important to win today, because otherwise you might be out.
Exactly. It's incredibly critical now to start scoring those points. So let's head to Charlize, who's live from the playing hall.
Coming to you live once again from the playing hall as players are starting to enter. It's round 9 with some interesting matchups, a Dutch derby on this side. Let me come to the middle over here as we walk on the red carpet where our top boards are. We've seen players giving it their all, so many decisive games. This is where things are starting to get really intense as we get to the end. Players meditating, players coming in a little bit later. A lot is on the line as we're in the final stretch of this event. As usual, I would like to catch some players, but unfortunately they seem to be escaping us a little bit today. So for now, we'll throw it back to the studio and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Charlies. This is it. It's getting critical for the players. So let's remind ourselves of what the standings are going into round 9. For some players, it is a situation where they have to start racking up those wins. Perhaps they have poor tie breaks, and perhaps what is needed is to take down some of their co-leaders. And for others, it's just a case of maintaining their confidence and making sure that they finish perfectly. So let's take a look at the standings.
And I guess we should start from the Open, where we have 2 leaders, right?
We do have 2 leaders. As mentioned, they are Matthias Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin, and they are closely followed by a pack of 8.
8 players: Mishra, Maghsoodloo, Firouzja, Abdusattorov, Keymer, Niemann, and Anish, Giri, and Jordan van Foreest.
And we also have number 11, 14-year-old Yazkan Erdogmus, and 18-year-old French national champion Marc-Andrea Morizzi. So plenty of people who could actually start to make their way up the standings if they get those critical points. And in the women's, yesterday, Katerina Lagno, she leapfrogged over Vachier-Lagrave after Vachier-Lagrave fell against Bibisara Asalbayeva, losing that game. And now we are seeing a situation where Katerina is on top, but there are 3 people chasing her, and then we have former women's world champion Tan Zhongyi on 5.5 points. Everyone has their reasons for being here, and just to add a little bit of spice to the mix, Yushin Song might be on for a GM norm.
Wow.
So let's that note, let's have a look at the pairings, because as always, when you get the best chess players, you're going to have the best pairings. And at the top, Nihal Sarin plays Alireza Firouzja. Nodirbek Abdusattorov plays the other co-leader, Matthias Bluebaum, and then we're going to be seeing a very interesting fight as Vincent Keymer takes on Parham Maghsoodloo. Now that's a clash of approaches. Parham always up for the fight. Vincent, very precise.
Resilient, you know. Yeah, that's a very, very interesting match. Then Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest. I believe these 2 have the history playing each other in the Dutch national championships. Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra, and I believe Hans is the one having a very good score against Mishra. In the women's,
Katerina Lagno. This time she will try her hand against Bibisara Asalbayeva. Bibisara coming off that victory against Vachier-Lagrave yesterday. And for Vachier-Lagrave, will it be a bounce back as she plays white against Yushin Song? And we also have Irina Krush playing off against Antonetta Stefanova. And a very interesting match is actually going to be between Tan Zhongyi and Carissa Yip. And the games are about to begin. And the
ceremonial first move will be made on board 2 by Husnutbek Hudayberdiyev, the first Deputy Director General of National News Agency of Uzbekistan. And it was E4 for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, which is immediately taken back. What do we expect from Nodirbek? Matthias Bluebaum, known for his very deep theoretical knowledge, I believe, especially with the black pieces. So he's very solid. It's not that easy to get him out of his opening.
Praggnanandhaa and Arjun, they fell by the sword to Matthias because they kept on playing very ambitiously in equal positions.
Right. Right. Well, Arjun especially. I remember that it was like the Catalan that really didn't work out for Arjun, and he kept pushing, and he absolutely missed this moment when it was time to wrap it up and make a draw.
Well, I suspect that Nodirbek will be trying to get a favorable pawn structure and then push on the long game.
Yeah, Nodirbek seems to be one of those players who can sort of on demand play a bit of a grindy game and, you know, drag the tension, postpone the tension till past move 40 even, and then just like play it slow, always trying to have the game under control.
But it was E4.
It was
in the
E4
end.
after all.
And now for Matthias Bluebaum, what is he going to respond with? For Matthias, I mean, can he coast through the remaining 3 games, drawing everything? And we have E4, E5.
Yovi, there is something that I'm trying to figure out. All right. When we were checking the women's pairing, there was Tan Zhongyi missing on the top boards. And I got confused, but apparently she is on top boards. She's playing Carissa Yip. And
yes.
because Carissa Yip has a fixed board, board 27,
Yep.
that's why Tan Zhongyi was not seen on the top boards. So we definitely have to pay attention to board 27 in the women's.
Sure. Yeah, especially Carissa Yip. I mean, she had a tremendous summer. She won the Cairns Cup. She got her second GM norm. And on board 1,
Nihal
moves are
Sarin
yet
against
to be
Firouzja.
made. Nihal Sarin playing E4.
Against Alireza Firouzja. On the second board, by the way, the Petrov was a choice by Matthias Bluebaum. Very, very solid opening, of course. E4 from Nihal Sarin. I'm not quite sure. I think he plays both E4 and D4.
He does. And what's interesting about Nihal Sarin is that we know him as an online bullet player. He's so good at these faster time formats. But I was reading an interview by him at the Chennai Grandmasters just a few months ago, and there was talk about how he's gone through a period of stagnation in classical chess.
Yeah.
And so he's changed trainer. He's now working with, incidentally, Gukesh's old trainer. So it's Prasanna. And the whole concept actually is to instill some confidence. Because when your rating has stagnated so much, as Nihal's done, then you do lose confidence in yourselves. But Nihal Sarin, he's a fabulous positional player, has this really good natural talent. That's why he's so good at the faster time controls, because he's able to understand quickly how to organize the pieces. And we are seeing a
The
C3
Sicilian
on the board. And
Two
this is their
previously played. Yeah, 2 draws previously played between these 2 players. I was thinking when Alireza didn't, kind of hesitated a little bit with his first move, I was thinking, yes, Alireza theoretically has, yes, some Caro-Kann sometimes, and E5, of course, he has played quite a few times. But if you were to play the Sicilian, this, I believe, is the game to do so. Right, a critical game, you play against the leader, one of the last rounds, you're trading half a point, of course, you want to be aggressive or, yeah.
Yeah, a very solid start there from Nihal Sarin. C3 can be used just to get that draw, or also can be used to press. And Alireza, very dangerous player, very unconventional player. So we'll see what Alireza has up his sleeve. C3, not a surprise for sure. I think he definitely has a response.
Right. On the second board, we are getting Nodirbek's answer to a question, where is advantage in the Petrov? And Nodirbek's answer is there is no advantage in the Petrov because he chose to play 3d3. So basically playing your King's Indian setups or your Philidor setups with colors reversed with an extra tempo. So not fighting all that much for an opening advantage, but basically trying to get a game. Because in the Petrov, if you are to go for one of the main principal lines, yes, that's kind of the most challenging, but if your opponent knows, then you can find yourself like entering some very long line, 25 moves, and by the end of this line, there's absolutely nothing left to play for. So therefore, d3, knight to c6, g3, this game is going to be tense and slow.
It definitely is. And I'm kind of curious to see how it develops, because I used to play this type of system myself.
With white?
With white, yeah. You know, keep the position locked and, you know, just go bishop d2.
So d5 was
And you
played.
take.
And you take. Yeah, you pretty much play not even the Philidor, more of a Pirc setup, or Pirc, should I say.
Yeah, and you go
Knight
bishop
takes on
c2.
d5, g2. Yeah, bishop g2.
And
you castle, and you, yeah.
Yeah, no, it completely is very similar to your pets. And okay, well, we're going to see how Matthias Bluebaum develops. He can put his bishop on c5. He can also put it on e7. He can also go bishop out to g4. Those are the kind of moves that I have in my database. I used to meet a lot. I used to play it at different move order because I used to do it with my knight coming to c3 very early before committing to d3. So this gave me options to kind of challenge in d4. But interesting, because I also remember Antoaneta Stefanova going for something very similar, and she got in
a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
So it seems to be a tactic that people use in modern day chess. When you're stuck for an opening with the white pieces, just play your black repertoire.
Right. It seems to be the modern trend, right? And it's not that, I don't think it's like people like doing it. It's just on the main directions of all of the, you know, your Berlins, your Queen Gambits. If you were to start with d4, there is not much of an advantage. And the game, the opening theory is kind of getting all of those like main lines exhausted. The people having conversation, not where do I get an advantage with white, but where I get a game, right? So my opponent has to play over the board and not just like repeat the variation he has prepared at home. And therefore, we are seeing more and more of those. And I dare to ask us to move to board 3, where Parham Maghsoodloo against Vincent Keymer does somewhat similar thing, starting with knight f3, knight f6, and they're just playing g3. Yep. c5, bishop g2, knight to c6, castles, black went e5, allowing white to play, I want to say King's Indian with an extra tempo, e4, and knight to e4 is not the greatest idea for what I know, because there's rook e1, and then you win back the e5 pawn. So bishop to e7. Now Parham is the move. d3 would be like the pure King's Indian setup, and you can go knight c3 as well. So far too early to talk, but yeah, it's a playable position.
Definitely. It's going to be a fighting position, and it's somewhat unconventional. However, is it smart to play one knight f3 in this type of setup against Vincent Keymer, who is a man renowned for his knight f3? I mean,
so he's the one who does
it all the time. And I mean, we even have like a Keymer system named after him because he's like knight f3. But in fairness, he does do it with c4. I was using him as a model game in the league.
So knight f3, knight f6, c4 he used to be. I mean, okay, Keymer does it a lot, but I think this way of playing closed openings was popularized first by Vladimir Kramnik, which it seems that you are playing some ratty English type of stuff, but in fact it's, you know, it's particular move order that you have an idea against every major black's opening. So if black was to go for the Grunfeld, he would have, I don't know, I guess check, bishop d7, queen b3 system, or c takes, queen e4. If there was the Nimzo, that'd be, like e6, knight c3, bishop b4, and then you play queen c2 without d4. So basically kind of trying to get the transposition to some side variations of normal openings. This, what we have, is really, truly something original. Truly something original, unless, of course, black later on decides to play d5, and we will be speculating how much this extra tempo that white gets in the King's Indian matters.
Well, that is something that I'm looking forward to discussing. But let's move on down to board 4, where we have Anish Giri, Dutch number 1, playing the Dutch number 2, Jordan van Foreest. Now, these two famously faced off against each other in a tiebreak for the Tata Steel. I think it was back in 21
or
yes.
something, yeah. And Jordan...
And it was Anish that lost. Jordan won. And they have also worked together, as my understanding goes. So it's an interesting dilemma here. If they work together, like, what kind of prep is meant to be private? What is the opening they can
Knight f3, d5, and then Anish doesn't want any nonsense. He goes d4, c4, so basically getting the Catalan. Bishop g2 castles, and then knight to c3. D takes. So that's a kind of a bit of a tricky moves order for the Catalan, and I think the main justification back then, at least when I last checked this one, was that you go for this knight e5 line, and remember we had, I think, Arjun with Nikita playing this one.
And that was knight c6.
The knight was on b1 and white was castled. So over there, after knight c6, white would do all the same, like take here, trade on e7, go queen a4. It's all identical to those previous lines. But then white, quite often, let's say after c5, white takes, queen takes, bishop e3, and as surprising as it is, castle long was played in quite a few games. It all started with Caruana versus Nakamura in 2018, I believe, and since then there were quite a few games. The white gets slightly more pleasant position.
Right. Yeah, but it's a kind of not an easy pleasantness, I would say, because, you know, the white king can never rest easy on that side of the board.
Okay, so anyway, c5 is known to be, I believe, kind of less sharp. So basically you let white have what he wants, which in the Catalan, which is like some sort of a position where everything's symmetrical, but the g2 bishop applies some pressure on black's queen side, and there are difficulties developing the c8 bishop. Well, black pretty much claims, I will be able to develop, and yeah, you don't have much there.
Right.
Once again, theoretical. They've been, Giri had it against Topalov back in 2016, and there've been Gelfand games, Grisha games. So all the Catalan, Giri played quite a few of those. So in the database, you see Giri Yakovenko, Giri with Nepo, recent 2024.
It's a targeted prep.
Yeah, it's targeted prep. And what's unique about this position, Jovi, that you do not have any, so the lowest rated player in a database that I have played this position with any of the colors is Ernesto Inerkiev at 2693. So it's kind of elite players opening or elite players position, rather. No, seriously, like the average rating of the players is well above 2750.
Yeah, and incidentally, this is something that speaks in favor of Anish Giri. He has a good track record. 3 wins.
7 draws and 1 loss.
Exactly. And in the Tata Steel earlier on this year, Jordan had a terrible showing when he lost with the white pieces in exchange French against Anish. But look at this. They are dressed the part, and you know what they say, when you're dressed the part, you look the part, you feel the part. So maybe this is a secret. And that brings me on to our poll of the day, where we are asking, is a dress code needed at these top FIDE events? And we've given you some options, so make sure that you cast your vote. Absolutely. Let's keep it classy. No. Pajamas are my lucky charm. See, classic jeans for a classic time control. And D, not needed if Magnus is playing. So Mira, I'm going to put the question to you. What do you think? Do you go the snooker direction? You know, you absolutely, let's keep it classy, let's have those dinner suits, or...
That's a very good question, because I always felt like, you know, I'm for freedom and liberty, and let's not restrict players. But then sometimes some players will show up in really strange outfits. And when you've mentioned snooker, I actually think that part of me, like watching a lot of snooker, because it's a very good appearance, especially the good old days. Like, you know, you have this older gentleman, very nice suits and so on.
Yeah, it adds a touch of elegance.
Yeah, there is a certain appearance of it.
Yeah, I think I'm of the opinion, absolutely, let's keep it classy, but I'm going to leave it to you guys in chat. You decide, and you can cast your vote now. And of course, we'll keep you updated on the poll results. I'm kind of curious to know what everyone chooses.
And now, I don't know how to get rid of this image of when you mentioned snooker, and I'm thinking, what if snooker players would be, you know, your modern footballers? So all covered with tattoos and wearing, you know, football outfits, and they would be playing snooker.
Well, but I mean, you wouldn't see the tattoos, would you? Because it's all covered. But, well, interesting question. Cast your vote now. Let's move on down to number 5, which is Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra. And I also want to mention that if you do want to follow your favorite player on the top boards in depth, we do have dedicated streams where you can follow them move by move and catch the action exactly how it happens.
So speaking of good scores for our players, this one is, well, Hans is dominating. Abhimanyu Mishra, well, he's 6 years older, so partially this result comes from when Mishra was like really a kid.
No,
not really.
Actually, it came from 2023, 2024 in the US
Championships and the US Cups.
And also, I think back in 2020 when Hans decided that he wanted to become a grandmaster. And Mishra, you know, there have been a few painful losses as well for Mishra. I mean, I can think of the last one where it looked like it was going to be a draw for a long time. And then at the last moment, Hans managed to find a way to win. And look at this. What I
got to say, it's a very exciting opening.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it all started with d4 knight f6, c4 g6. And when Mishra does it, he doesn't mean King's Indian, he means the Grunfeld, right? We've seen him playing the Grunfeld. Hans goes h2, h4. And we've been taught by engines nowadays that, yeah, h4 can be played pretty much in every single position. But this one, if I'm not mistaken, at least on a higher level, it dates back to Moscow candidates where Veselin Topalov played it against Anish Giri, and that was, I believe, the first time that has been seen. And that is what? That is 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So there've been quite a few games since. There've been quite a few
like
games
Magnus
since.
Carlsen has tried out this h4 idea against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which is Mr. Grunfeld.
Yeah, and it seems that they had a game with both colors
it seems
in the
like
database.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the one that they keep playing h4 against.
Right. So Black, from my understanding, Black is not supposed to react to h4 with h6 or h5, which you sometimes would do in under different circumstances, because then White gets to choose the Grunfeld line, where inclusion of this h4, h5 is inferior for Black. Right, so Black is supposed to kind of try to strike in the center, and historically, the very first reaction was to go for the Benko with the inclusion of g6 and h4, which Black was trying to make an argument, you know what, my g6, which anyway is the part of a plan, is better than your h4 move. And it's kind of, you know, it's somewhat of a tricky situation, because yes, h4 is not the most useful move in the Benko, but Benko itself is not the greatest opening. So
it's risky.
Yeah, so people started doing other stuff. And I have to confess, I haven't seen this line. Apparently, it is a theory, just like I didn't check the line in ages. D5, C takes D5, C5.
Yeah, this one, according to my master's database, only one other game between Parham against Brandon Jacobsen. Jacobsen.
Yeah,
I read
Jacobsen.
I pronounced that like a Norwegian would pronounce it.
Girl.
My goodness me, what's wrong with me?
Brandon Jacobsen is very talented player from the US and very sharp, very.
However, when I check the internet database, I see a lot more games. And
we moved to the next
we've been moved on. We've been evicted from that game.
Yeah, I insist we will come back at this at some point, but for now we are moving to board 6, where we have Praggnanandhaa, our top seed, facing Evander Liang.
And Evander recently crossed the 2,700 mark. He did that in the Chennai Grandmasters and had a quite impressive tournament. He's coming back. He has suffered a loss, though. So he's he's one of those players who really, if he wants to get that qualifying spot, wants to get that superior tiebreak, he has to start winning.
Knight f3 seems to be the move of the day. Knight f3, knight f6, g3. This time we have something much more standard. Transposing into a Catalan where black plays c6 and after c3 goes b6. I remember, the only thing I know about this line is
knight d2.
There was, back in the day, there was a trap. So white could go knight to e5, and then apparently the modern kind of opinion on this is to go. I'm actually still not sure what they play because bishop a6 is one way. But anyway, the trap, let me show you the trap. So bishop b7, which is not great because white goes e4. And then if you were to go knight to d7, because like you take on c4, white takes on c4, white has the center, right? You take on e4, once again, white has the center. So black would go knight d7, and this is where white has a funny tactic. Knight takes e6, bishop c6, e takes, c takes. Now the bishop is attacked, and after bishop drop back to b7, you go d6, attacking this guy and that guy. Bishop g2, you have your little intermezzo, takes on e7, king g2, and this way you win the pawn. And in fact, in some of these positions, black quickly blocks the pawn on d5, and black is okay. Not here. This one is really, really better for
You don't have the b6 square for a knight. Well, interesting trap. I didn't even know that one. I just knew that white goes knight d2, and that's the end.
And it dates back to a game of Zoltan Ribley against Ivan Radulov in 1973. And since then, a lot of players, even of a grandmaster level, fell for this because black moves are so natural. Right? If you went b6, so you go bishop b7, you go knight d7, and off you go. Anyway, knight d2, which is kind of a similar idea to go with e2, e4, build the center. But with the knight on d2, I imagine black can consider bishop a6, or sometimes they would even go a5 and follow it up with bishop a6.
Well, can you go a5? I mean, that feels like it's
a5.
A little bit slow.
And you go e4, right?
Yeah, I mean, the first move is e4.
And you have Fedoseev. Fedoseev maybe is the only one of a higher rating who played that. So dc4 is a move, bishop a6 is a move. So dc4, knight c4, bishop to a6, b3, and then you can go b5. By the way, b5, knight goes, you go b4. Now, in order not to lose an exchange, you have to go to e2, and black can try to take the pawn. That is Fedoseev's game against Alexander Predke. Bishop b2, queen to a7, and white, of course, has fantastic compensation, right? But does have white. If white has an advantage, it's still unclear, right? So white puts the knight on c4, blah, 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 but black, again, can develop, can go a4, start trading off those pawns on the queen side. So it is a playable position, strangely, which is, even computer doesn't think that white is so much better.
Yeah. Well, we will see what approach a wonder takes. a5 is a possibility. I suspect we might see bishop b7 or bishop a6, just to kind of put the pressure on immediately.
Yeah, but bishop b7, e4, what do we do? Because all of that, like if that was to happen, you know, c5 is not a move yet, right? c5 is not a move yet. After knight d7, I believe white has bishop f4 is one thing, and then kind of, so at the very least it seems white's going to be getting a pair of bishops or something.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's also, like, if white gets to play c5, and we would get the similar structure as in Lagno Muzic game yesterday. Like this bishop
was
being
not good. So maybe bishop a6 is the better one, just to ask the question. What are you going to do with the c4 pawn? Either way, this one is going to be tense. Let's move on down to another game, which I am sure is going to be fire. Arjun Erigaisi against Sam Sevian. Arjun, he needs to win after his loss earlier on in the tournament to Matthias Bluebaum. So he goes for something where you see the unbalanced pawn structure, and already there's a pawn sacrifice on the board.
Again, starting from knight f3.
Yes.
d4, and this one, I've already mentioned that's like somewhat of a controversial position to me because, you know, black entering this one accepts to play the reversed, kind of with colors reversed, the position from Benoni defense, modern Benoni rather. And that means black will be playing the known position 2 tempi up. One from reversing the colors, and the other one, the other tempo from black going e6 and then going e5. So, which begs the question: is Benoni really that bad that you can enter the position? Yeah, Benoni used to be. Yeah, the belief used to be that it's a very sharp opening. It's risky, of course, but not with 2 tempi. And now, strangely, black voluntarily enters those positions and finds himself okay. So b4 isn't really a pawn sacrifice because you'll take e5, you'll right? So knight takes, bishop takes, then white gets to take on e5, and white's probably slightly better, slightly more pleasant, once again because of this pressure on b7.
Well, you have to play quickly with the pieces.
Yep. So therefore, black goes rook e8, defends the e5 pawn, so now b5, the knight can move. White follows it up with rook e1, once again targeting e5. This time, though, if you were to take on b4...
But you can take the knight.
You do the same. I was thinking the rook is hanging, but you take with the rook. Yeah, you take with the rook, and once again, this is somewhat better for white. This is somewhat better for white, and just to mention, there are sometimes ideas, if you do not trade the rooks with, if black doesn't trade the rook, that rook can go to b5, you know, like you go, I don't know, bishop g4, and then, no, okay, in this case, you actually trade the rooks.
Yeah.
Never mind.
It's a rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. Right, so rook e1, and black finds himself in an absolutely similar situation.
Well, no taking on b4 for Sam Sevian.
Well, a7, a6.
a6.
a7, a6, and now white
well, I
could
have
play
a few
b5,
moves.
but...
I have a few moves in the database. Bishop g5, setting up a pin. That's option number 1. Another one is to go a4 to insist
on going b5,
at some point. Another one is to go c5. Now c5, I'm cautious about even playing that move because you do concede the d5 square.
So c5, the problem with playing c5 in those positions is that black can play either bishop c7 or bishop f8. In this position, by the way, it is important because if you were to go here to c7, apparently after bishop g5, you are in quite a bit of trouble because it's not easy to get rid of this pin, and if you were to go h6, then bishop f6, queen f6, and there's a pin on the e line, so white can take on d4. But after c5, bishop to f8, c5 grants access to d5 for black, and the knight on d5, not only it attacks the b4 pawn, but it wants to jump to c3. So you're absolutely right, c5 has to be played in a very, very cautious manner.
Yeah, that was actually a rule of thumb that I learned when I was playing white against the Benoni. You know, whenever they did, like in that case,
yeah, c4, and you'd get knight d4. You'd get knight d4. Right, sometimes you can allow that, but I want to say that's a combination of factors. So if you were to go c5, okay, I mean, if we go c5 and then the bishop drops back, and now imagine this knight is not on c2 but on d2, right? So if we follow it up with a jump to c4, and we attack the e5 pawn, we want to go to b6. You know, so it's more of a kind of an initiative-based move.
Yep.
So you have to follow, or rather want to follow it up, with energetic play.
Absolutely.
Because structure-wise, it's not the greatest of ideas to go c5. You're absolutely right.
Okay, so this one, Arjun needs a fight. He wants to win.
Right.
And someone else who wants to win is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And
Saric was that. Wow.
Saric, yes.
What?
And take a look at this. Who has used up the time on the clock? It's
Ivan
not
Saric.
Yes.
Who computer thinks is better?
But
Ivan Saric.
Nepo has barely used any time. Now, is this bluff or is this deep preparation?
Could be, well, in case of Nepo, it could be a combination of the two. So it could be a deep preparation, which objectively kind of is better for white, but thinks he kind of prepared it very well and trusts his abilities to play those unbalanced positions. It could be that it's the combination of factors. We could quickly check how it came about. So it was the knight of, it was bishop e3, e5, knight b3, bishop to e6, f2, f3, an attempt to play English attack. And black, I believe the main moves are either bishop e7 or h5, restricting white's abilities to go g4. Okay, let me double check. Yeah, it's h5, the most popular, bishop e7, and the third is knight to d7. Knight c6 played by Nepo, which is like only 120 games, which is not too little, but compared to like thousands and thousands played with h5, it's a relatively rare line, which Nepo played, it seems, against Yu Yangyi and Ernesto Inarkiev back in 2017-2018. Queen to c2, queen to e2, pardon, knight e7. Isn't it provocative, Yovi? Knight e7, he really wants this d5. g4 and h6, stopping g5 for now. Castle's long, and he goes d5. Now...
Watch this next move. Sorry,
yeah.
I peeked ahead.
Yeah. Hang on. Where did we lose? Where did we lose all of the theoretical moves? So apparently queen e2 was still played, not against Nepo previously, and knight e7, the awkward, provocative move, as I called it, is the new move.
It is the new idea.
So knight e7, g4, h6 logical, castle long, d5 logical. That's why you went knight e7. And Saric's move, knight to d4, happens to be the first choice of the computer. It's a piece sacrifice, very, very sharp. E takes, bishop takes, queen goes to a5. Now, well, if you don't have a follow-up, black is absolutely fine. So you take on f6, d takes e4. Doesn't capture the bishop. The d takes e4. Now, if you wanted to keep the bishop alive, like you were to go bishop d4, black is absolutely fine according to an engine. Knight c6, once again tackling the bishop, and I imagine if you move backward, black develops bishop b4, black castles short and goes for initiative. So white continues offering this bishop sacrifice, captures on e4, then black has no choice but to take it, queen to b7 and rook to c8. So now there are some crazy, crazy lines. So there is bishop a6, there was queen takes a6, to which black in order not to lose, has to trade here. Then bishop b5 is the big thing.
And you're just
so you have to capture on c3. Compy says b takes, knight to d5.
Right.
Check, king to e7. It would go on and on and on. That's what a position. Computer thinks white is better, but then again, like it is not impossible.
And also bearing in mind that Nepo has more or less played this instantly.
Right.
It suggests that he's checking this with engine of higher depth. But we do have a move on the board. Bishop
a6.
Takes a6. And now the question is like...
Bishop g7,
and
only
then
move.
bishop b5. Does this...
Only move. Only move. Bishop b5, you run.
Yep.
You run.
And
King
now,
f8.
what is the way forward for white? Because that's not entirely clear, because this bishop on e6 is kind of defending this rook on c8.
Black currently is not perfectly mobilized, but just imagine if like black's f6, f5 is tactically possible. Let's say you play a move and black can play f5 here and he doesn't lose by force. All of a sudden, like I'm voting black, black is just much better.
Right, so I mean...
So say I went rook e1, for instance, f5, black is winning. That's what computer tells me.
And after rook takes bishop,
rook
you don't
takes
have time
bishop.
for any of those
the knight defends the rook.
No,
right?
that wasn't my plan. My plan was to go rook to d7.
Ah, rook to d7 here.
Well, I mean, rook takes e6 followed by... but you've always got bishop f6. Hang on a second.
You mean like takes rook d7
but bishop
and
f6
then
keeps everything knitted.
Even bishop c3 again. Like it's hard to defeat me because I'm defending with the engine. Yeah, bishop c3 is possible. Rook e8. No, this one is gone. But
okay.
You were spot on when you said the bishop on e6 is kind of what keeps black's position together.
Because you want to go rook d7.
So apparently you go bishop d7 in this position, make sure that this one is traded, and then you go with rook d7. And now it's somewhat problematic for black, but I imagine Nepo knows everything, because rook d8, bishop e6, pawn takes bishop, rook takes queen, queen takes queen, rook here, queen c8. Again, anything else, so that's the only moves apparently for both sides. Queen takes, knight takes, rook d7 or check. Okay, here.
No, don't throw in check.
Rook d7, f5.
Yeah, the reason why I didn't want to throw in check is because it literally invites the king to a better square.
But what's interesting that's move 24. Some 5-6 moves ago, computer was claiming white is better slash much better. And since then, I've entered into this variation all the moves that computer was claiming these are the best. And now it says, you know what, I changed my mind, it's equal. You were right. Nepo definitely analyzed it with a much more powerful engine that we have access to in the studio.
In terms of winning chances,
yeah, this last endgame, it didn't look very promising, you're right.
I mean, white had such an easy plan, basically push the queenside pawns at the end.
Yeah, f5, and then if we imagine these two pawns getting swapped, so black simply kind of runs out of pawns. Yeah.
Wow. Nepo, in his preparation here, I mean, he played
heavy theoretical discussion,
And let's move on down to what is going to be a great game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against 14-year-old Yazkhan Erdogmus. Erdogmus has already played Gukesh. Yesterday he beat Levon he's really like testing himself.
That's already a great game. That's already a great game. Opposite castles, or rather black.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? Let's rewind and see how did the king get to f2? Sorry.
So that is the Ruy Lopez open Spanish, right? Opens where black captures e4. d4, b5, d5, yes, this, bishop e3, c3, and bishop to e7. So basically you have two moves, bishop e7 or bishop c5. Bishop e7, knight d2, knight c5, bishop d2, d4. This has been debated many, many times, starting from, I believe, from Anand Kasparov, or Kasparov-Anand games, and then later on. And I remember one of the world top players who has played this line with black with great success. And incidentally, he's the one who's nowadays a coach for Erdogmus, is Erdogmus.
Yes.
So, knight b3, d takes. I think d3 is the main move. Has been played by Caruanas, Nepos, Karviakins of this world, and so on and so forth. Excessively studied. And then dc3 is a rarer move. Knight takes, bishop b4, and computer likes it immensely for white. Bishop e4, queen d7, bishop g5, h6, queen c2, h takes g5, a d1, knight b4, queen c3. Now, this one is hanging, queen is hanging, bishop is, rook is hanging, but you have bishop f2 check. And this is how the king ended up being on f2. Because you cannot take with the rook, your other rook is hanging, you need to take the bishop, king f2, knight to d5, queen to c1, apparently computer, at least once again, our studio computer favors queen c5 more, but queen c1, black castles long, and MVL played h2, h3. So now, no games in the database. Computer is voting for g4. It's a very sharp position, Jovi.
It's
very sharp position. No king is safe. Like white king on f2 and black having a possibility to play g4 suggests white king is not very safe. But if you look at the possibility of queen c5, queen a7, you would think, oh wait, black king is also not quite safe. Queen c5 and knight to d4 to c6. Looks very scary, if you ask me.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is a fight. I do expect g4, because what else are you going to be doing? You need to open up lines.
So g4, white apparently just takes on g4, and then you cannot really take g4. So you gotta somehow do something about this pin, and I can see computer going c6. Or even king b7. A king b7 is such a computery move.
Yeah, but king b7 makes sense.
Because you'll go c6 and you move away from the c line. You cover a7.
Exactly.
Right? So when,
I mean, I was worried about
when white
c5.
say goes queen c5, you go c6. Well, white goes knight d4. He's not necessarily threatening anything, at least for now. That's a very, very sharp position, this.
Yeah, but also you do feel that white has the upper hand here, especially with the queen being such a great piece when it arrives on c5, offensive and defensive at the same time, in the sense that it prevents the black queen from transferring over.
And there is one more element to this, because despite this being, I imagine that part of it being a weapon of surprise, like dc3, not the most popular move and so on. MVL on move 21 still has 1 hour 39 minutes.
Oh.
So it could be surprise for us, it could be surprise for your random grandmaster, but not for MVL.
No, MVL has got his e4, e5s, as white incredibly worked out. So we'll keep an eye on this game. Shall we just quickly peek in the game between Hovhannisyan against Gukesh? That's on board 38.
Just to mention that not everybody has a great tournament.
Yes, and
our world champion, reigning world champion, Gukesh, finds himself the second half of the standings, right?
Yeah, no, he's on a minus score, which, you know, the way that he played the first round against Etienne Bacro and then his game against Daniel Yufa was super impressive. And then somehow, I almost feel like it's not really his fault, because he somehow finds himself in these incredibly sharp positions through no fault of his own. He plays a quiet position, he plays a Caro-Kann, and they come at him, and he finds himself involved in a pawn race.
Yeah, but something's missing, right? Something's missing.
Well, I would say the only one that I would say that he really should not have lost and should have been a bit more careful was against Theodoru. Because that was just a simple matter of just moving the king towards enemy
the end game that he supposedly was playing for a win because he was like slightly better in
that was a careless slip up, but the other games were like full-on fights. So he finds himself on board 38.
Yeah, so this one is a
once again, he finds himself, under pressure.
And, well, finds himself even more under pressure because, well, everybody expects him to bounce back and start winning and so on. And this position does not necessarily offer a lot of chances to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, Black has to be careful. And
Black has to be incredibly careful, and White does have that control over d5. Let's move on to the women's, where we have the leader in the event, Katerina Lagno. She has 6.5 points, and she is facing off against Bibisara Asaubaeva. Katerina Lagno, she's had a double white now. Yesterday she was very impressive against Maria Mizichuk. And now she has switched up. Yesterday that was a game with d4. How did they begin this particular one? Was it d4 again?
As well. Yeah. So it's a King's Indian, and I believe Asaubaeva is one of the few players that I think exclusively plays the King's Indian as her response to d4. So previous stats, 1 win for Lagno and a lot of, well, not a lot, but 6 draws.
Yep.
e5 castles. Very, very classical approach, and this move h7, h6, which, well, I don't know. When I was a kid, I would be criticized severely, but now you check the database, you see games like Aronian Carlsen, Caruana Navarra, and so on and so on. So that's, I think, correspondence chess was the source for kind of to prove that h6 is playable and maybe not such a bad move.
In the Masters database, no games, but I see a lot of games have been played on the internet.
So, wait, I do see, after h6, I do see games in the Masters database. I have Aronian Carlsen, I have Caruana Navarra.
Oh, interesting. My one has failed.
Yeah. No, seriously, and I know this move exists. Yeah, h6, d takes, bishop e3, knight d7, h3 to stop knight g4, c7, c6, queen d6, knight e8, queen d2.
King h7. This is where I was working from, there being no games in the Masters database. I was already in the future. Apologies for that, Miro.
Yeah, but
interestingly enough, online, I can tell you what they have been playing as whites. I mean, 51% have been putting a rook, the F rook, on d1.
So queen d6 apparently is not. Haven't been played. People tried queen c1, queen d2, and so on. Yeah, and in comparison to queen d2, you go queen d6, and Black cannot really tolerate the queen on d6 for long, so knight e8, and then you go queen d2, and you get kind of the same position with Black knight being on e8, which is not it's not obviously in Black's favor because, it's not obviously in White's favor, is one could think, because knight from e8 goes to c7, goes to e6 potentially. But that's just a different position. So rook to d1, right?
Yep. I mean, that's what I would say 80+% have been putting a rook to d1. Majority have gone rook f to d1.
Yeah.
But 32% have gone rook a to d1.
Yeah, I believe I can see reasons for both. So if you were to play rook f to d1, and once again, there could be like tactical explanations that I'm not aware of, but like basically, Black's idea in this structure is eventually get the knight on f4. If you want rook f to d1, then I imagine if this knight appears on f4, you are planning to just drop the bishop back and say, yeah, okay, you have a knight on f4, but it's not enough to checkmate me. And the other version, if you were to play rook a to d1, then you could put this one on e1, and when the knight appears on f4, you take it and you go e5. And that's the other way of going about in this structure. But again, it's just a speculation. I imagine white wants c5 and then expanding here, c5, b4. So yeah, you start with rook d1 and then maybe you go.
Also, I'm expecting black at some point to break with f5, you know, because this whole idea of putting a knight to f4 takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, that's true. But can you do it? Like with your pieces being on the last rank, can you really go f5?
Well, no.
Computer says you can, but...
In principle, I would go queen c7 or queen e7 just to get out of trouble.
Yeah, it's not very pleasant to be standing here, right?
Whether it goes to queen e7 or queen c7, only time will tell. But then go f5 and try to unsettle white. Because otherwise, like you say, I feel like white is in full control with this c5, b4.
So if I was to go c5, and let's say black would have played f5, well, apparently, white is much better tactically. Because white takes, black takes, and that's something that computer taught me recently that 90% of the time, the proper reaction to black playing f5 in the King's Indian is to take on f5 and then somehow play dynamically, which is not easy for me to accept because I'm at heart a King's Indian player, and I always thought, like, you get something like this, you have huge initiative. Yeah, knight h4 and then f4 is met with queen c2, black is just winning. So, yeah, and these pawns are under pressure and black is kind of underdeveloped. But yeah, that
means already that white is actually better in the sense that it's going to be very difficult for black to actually get any concrete play.
Any active play,
like, right, yeah, you know, rook, if you go rook fd1 and even if you put your queen on e7, you know, to mind
I guess
c5.
queen e7 maybe is kind of a better version because I can't play c5.
But still, you know, if f5 is not possible, say white goes...
I don't know, rook b1 to go b4.
b1, yeah, and now f5.
Now you go f5, and then maybe we could show like what black's plan is, because computer once again wants me to take on f5. This is far less clear in this case, far less clear. This is playable for black. But maybe we could show what happens if white doesn't want to take. If white say goes, yeah, now you're threatening f4, trapping the bishop, so I go queen c2, and you go f4, and I go bishop c1 or bishop d2. And this is where King's Indian player gets interested in the game, right? Because you have options of like pushing g5. This is where you see, oh, well, there's a nice d4 square, so knight c7, knight e6 is on the agenda. Then you go g5, then you go knight f6. So all of a sudden, all of the black pieces start making perfect sense.
Yep. Well, the black probably has to find queen e7 in order to slow down the white initiative on the queen side. So very interesting game there. Let's move down to board 2, where we have Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against Yushin Song. Now, Yushin Song, perhaps on the cusp of getting a GM norm. But both of these players have 6 points. And Vachier-Lagrave yesterday, to add to the storyline, lost.
Yeah.
So now we have this particular position on our screens, and it looks like white is going all in to the king side because...
Yeah, those moves here. So over there, that's a position from, what do you call it, the closed Sicilian, or you could say the reversed English op. Oh, wow. Anyway. Seems like a very normal, very standard position with the inclusion of h4, h5. And then one has to kind of navigate and tell who benefits from that. So white can put the knight on g5, and black doesn't like to play f6, really. Black, however, doesn't have a piece to go to g4. So if black knight was on f6, of course, then yeah, you like to plug this knight on g4 and just leave it there. So white goes... According to his plan, goes to g5. Black continues with b5, queen e1, and computer doesn't really like queen e1. Queen e1 and knight to d4. So now you see 2 pawns hanging. The question is, where do you go? Because I imagine the problem with queen f2, now I thought there was a tactical problem, apparently there isn't. Queen f2, computer, funny enough, says black castles, and it's very hard for you to organize the attack.
We're not crashing through with f5, that's one of the big problems.
Yeah,
Because
f5 square is
very
controlled
covered.
with a lot of pieces, precisely. f5 square is controlled with a lot
But
of
stuff that I have done in the past is to go knight to d1.
and to try to kick this one away.
Yeah, kick that one away, then go knight to e3.
But there's a problem here as well, right? So you go there, black goes b4, I guess, and then again, c3 needs even more preparation. So I guess you could have gone knight e3, then bishop.
I usually did this plan when there was a white pawn on a2, so the c3 had some power. Yeah, so I don't think, I don't even think you can do this knight to d1 plan.
Yeah, because now c3 seems virtually impossible. There's always like knight b3.
Maybe you just have to actually abandon that idea and instead go for a g4 break, which again it's hard how to do it because black hasn't even castled.
Yeah, so the feeling is that queen e1 wasn't perfectly timed here, because you could have gone knight e2 here. I do not like the knight on e2 per se, but c3 d4 is something that white would consider doing. Anyway, now seems to be very comfortable for black, and Vaishali, after losing yesterday's game, well, she might find herself under pressure yet again.
Well, it would be a big blow for Vaishali if she lost a second game in a row. But we've had a look at the top boards, and we have Angelica here with us, who's ready and to tell us about some of the other games happening.
Definitely, Ivanka. It's already round 9. In some tournaments, already the final rounds, but here in Grand Swiss, still 2 more rounds to go after this. And it's a critical moment now in the game between Nodirbek Yakuboev, the grandmaster from Uzbekistan, on his home ground, playing against Anton Demchenko. We have seen quite some nice games from all the players. This appeared from the Queen's Gambit accepted. And here there is this variation of bishop takes f7. You see immediately bishop takes f7. Looks great, and it's working. And it's all theory. Both players were prepared as we look at the clock situation. King f7. Queen b3, now check. Now the main idea is, of course, to capture the bishop back on b4. But here, after king e8, Yakuboev decided not to take the bishop on b4, but he just castled. It was also played in some of the games. So now the main point is that white is not yet taking the bishop, but there is a huge threat of attack against the king. So if black wants to keep that piece, black has to take on c3. That's what Demchenko did. And after queen c3, knight f8. Now trying to defend the position of the king. And let's not forget, king already moved and now moved back. Now bishop g5 was played. Suddenly all the pieces are playing. Knight f5 is a threat. And in this position is where mistake kicked in. In this moment, Queen e7 was played by Demchenko, allowing knight f5, which is already on the board, by the way. The correct move would be to play first knight e6. The main point, there are too many weaknesses for for black right now. On g7, on c7, knight e6 is not only targeting the bishop on g5, but also covering those weaknesses. So let's say if here white would play rook a1, not king f7, queen e7, and after knight f5, suddenly this square is covered and knight e4 is already possible. But what happened in the game? Queen e7 is played, knight f5 now on the board. The threat is, of course, the attack of the queen and attack on the pawn on g7, then taking on f6. And in the game, bishop f5 happened, e5. And this would be a great position if black had opportunity to long castle, but king already moved 2 times, so it's not possible. And king d8 was played right now with a completely winning position for white already after 14 moves. Ivanka, Mira, I mean, what an opening disaster.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mishap. Ooh. Right. And it just goes to show when you're in that kind of position, you know, where you're having to defend, your king is potentially unsafe. It's so easy, and even the best of us go wrong.
Indeed, and that might cost a whole point for Demchenko.
Yeah.
Knowing that we are approaching this final rounds, it's so...
Exactly, because there's so much at stake. You know, it's not just this candidate spot; it's also the money.
course.
And for Yakubov, you know, he has the home crowd cheering for him, so he's going to want to do well.
Indeed.
Wow, what a start it has been to round 9 here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. We're going to go on a short break, but don't go anywhere, because during that break we have, of course, our very own Sagasha doing a recap of day 8. So enjoy, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome everyone to the recap of the 8th round of the FIDE Grand Swiss. After the completion of this round, we have a sole leader in the women's section. It's Katrina Lagno, who is on 6.5 points out of 8. In the open section, the two leaders, Nihal Sarin and Matthias Bluebaum, kept their lead intact, but the chasers pack keeps getting bigger and bigger. Let's have a look at the game of Nihal Sarin and Matthias Bluebaum, which ended in a very, very quick draw. Nihal here with the black pieces took the pawn on d4 in the Queen's Gambit accepted. This was also the line that he played against Gumulars. This is quickly becoming something that Nihal is putting his trust in, and very solidly managed to hold a draw here. You can see he had a weak pawn, but it was not sufficient for Matthias to get an advantage. In fact, the players very quickly repeated with the knight coming back and forth, and this ended in a draw. We also had a very interesting idea that was played in the game between Jordan Van Foreest and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Look at this game. In this position, from the Italian, white to play, Jordan plays this beautiful move. I think it was his opening prep. He goes g4, and after takes here, he finds this move knight g5. And yes, the king has been weakened a bit, but a knight's going to sit on e4, and actually Jordan managed to play incredibly well here, and his knight just simply came here, and white is completely winning, and Jordan managed to win this game, taking his score to 5.5 points, joining the pack who is half a point behind the leaders. Here's another game in the open section that is amazing. Erdogmus Yazkan was able to beat Levon Aronian. Now this young boy continues to keep impressing us, and this is the moment where I thought something truly spectacular happened. Yaz has only 34 seconds on the clock. It's move 31, and Levon has just pushed his pawn to d4, and you know, he takes on f6, rook f6, and here manages to find this amazing move, rook e4, in just 2 seconds. What a nice tactical move. If knight e4, you have rook c8 with a mate, which is the reason why Levon had to go e5. But after rook e5, Yaz was already winning, and he went on to beat Levon Aronian. Another incredible result for the youngster. we had a huge moment in the game between Vincent Keymer and Vidit Gujarati. Vincent was on 4.5 points, Vidit was on 5. After reaching move number 40, we came to this pawn endgame. And here Vidit could have held the draw by finding the move king d5. What makes it truly incredible this moment in this tournament is that Vidit had 50 minutes at this point to find the find the only drawing idea, which was king d5. And after this, the position is drawn mainly because when he comes here trying to win the g5 pawn, Vidit is in time with g4, and now after king d3, king f5, at the right moment, which is now, you have to break with b5 takes, a4 takes, and now just c4, and the game ends in a draw. However, Vidit in this position blundered with c6, and the rest was easy. Vincent Keymer couldn't believe his fortune here. He pushed the pawn to c4, then brought his king forward, and then played g4 and broke in the center with d4. c5 was an excellent move, and then before you knew it, he broke on the queen side and made the queen, and this is a completely winning position. Vidit resigned here, and Vincent Keymer now moves on to 5.5 out of 8. And there was this very cool moment in the Anish Giri Parham Maghsoodloo game. Anish looked very close to beating Parham here. In this position, Anish with black played bishop d5, almost trapping the rook on d6 with king e7, but it was not to be. Parham managed to somehow extricate himself from this difficult situation, and in fact in this position Anish had chances to win, which could have brought him to 6 points along with Nihal and Matthias, but Parham defended very well, and now both of them are on 5.5 points. So that's the situation in the open. Nihal and Matthias are on 6 points, and then we have Abhimanyu Mishra, Parham Maghsoodloo, Alireza Firouzja, Abdusattorov, Vincent Keymer, Hans Niemann, Anish Giri, and Jordan Van Foreest. Total of 8 players who are on 5.5 points. In the women's section, we have much less players at the top, but there is one player who's running away with this tournament, and that is Katrina Lagno. And Katrina is currently on 6.5 out of 8. She played a beautiful game to beat Maria Muzichuk. Let's just have a look at this key moment. In this position, it's kind of even. Rook b2 by Maria, and the game goes on. But she went f6, which was a big mistake, weakening her position. Knight to g6, attacking the pawn on e6. And I think what was missed here was that bishop c4. Maria thought that she would get a very solid position here, but Katrina just broke in the center with d5. Very good understanding here. Takes, rook takes even, and check, queen e6 and queen f7, and it's all over, because after rook b7 came a check and rook e7, and she had to give up her queen. And Katrina Lagno won this game and has managed to take the sole lead from Vaishali. Why did she manage to take the sole lead? Because Vaishali, who was on 6 points out of 7, actually lost her game to Bibisara in this key moment where the position was around equal. Vaishali blundered with rook ad8, missing knight takes e5 by Bibisara. The key point being that rook takes d3 is met with rook takes c6, and if takes here, knight takes d3, and white is close to winning here. So Vaishali actually moved her queen, but after this, white is a clear pawn up and went on to win the game. There was another very interesting endgame between Stefanova and Yuxing Song, because the position was drawn in this rook endgame, and all that Stefanova had to do was bring her king back to b2, so that if the black rook ever goes to win the h3 pawn, you go and win the g7 pawn and it's a draw. But she blundered here with rook e4, and Yuxin played g5, a good move, and then check, pushed the king back, and the black king came inside, and this was a winning rook endgame, and both the pawns soon fell. And in fact, you didn't need 2 pawns, 1 pawn was enough, and Yuxin Song won. So that is the situation in the women's section. You have Katrina Lagno on 6.5 points, then Vaishali, Bibisara and Yuxin Song on 6 points, and then Tan Zhongyi on 5.5, followed by a pack of few players on 5 points. It's going to be super exciting to see who manages to come out on top in the last 3 rounds. In the 9th round, we have some very exciting pairings like Nihal Sarin versus Firouzja, Nodirbek versus Bluebaum, Maghsoodloo versus Keymer, while in the women's section, we have Katrina Lagno versus Bibisara on the top board and Vaishali versus Yuxin Song. Stay tuned for all the action and follow the live streams on FIDE's channels. This is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of Day 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And I'm absolutely delighted to have a familiar face, I would say, to the broadcast. It is Grandmaster and CEO of FIDE, Emil Satovsky. Emil,
good to be here and good to see you.
Yeah, it's great that you're here. Because the first question I'd like to ask you, has the event followed your expectations?
Well, I mean, putting off my FIDE hat, right, as a chess fan, as a chess grandmaster, it's absolutely enjoyable. So many exciting games, so many. Every day we have something happening, exceptional combinations or opening ideas or some surprises. It's really thrilling, and I enjoy every round.
Yeah, I remember you texted me, you said, hey, I'm sorry about the long hours. And I said, it's absolutely no problem because the games have been so thrilling, so many storylines. And when we take a look at the leaders in the open section, could you have predicted some of those names that are currently at the top?
Some of those names, yes, but not all of them. Let's say if anyone would predict that after round 8 we have Nihal and Bluebaum sharing first, second, it would be really, I mean, a great surprise if somebody would manage. I think nobody would think of them as favorites. Mm-hmm. I mean, one name to get there as a co-leader, probably, but 2 names. And in general, if you look at the top tables, there's a huge likelihood that 2 players who never played in candidates may qualify.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, if you look at the top tables, only Anish Giri, I think, from those who was playing candidates is on the top table. He's table number 4 today.
We have Alireza, Firouzja.
And Firouzja, yeah. Firouzja is too, yeah.
The rest?
The rest are, let's say, newcomers, or at least those who didn't qualify before.
Yeah.
And of course, it would not be surprised if Nodirbek makes it, but still, I mean, it would be first time for him. And but a lot depends on the outcome of the first 2 tables today, because once again, half a point, small difference, but makes a huge difference at the end of the day, and also the tiebreak is quite high. So
exactly. Like we saw in an interview with Vidit that he was saying in 2023 he felt that after he lost the first round he was more or less under an obligation to win every game because of the tie breaks. And let's have a look. Let's dive in now that I've got you here. I'm going to
Yeah,
put
probably
your
the
chess
first
mind to
board
test.
is a good place to start. Nihal had a good opening choice versus Alireza. He played e4, c5, c3, let alone Nihal is not typically not an e4 player, but okay, nowadays everybody plays different first moves, but c5, c3, I don't recall him playing ever on let's say maybe in some blitz games, but not in. And here Alireza was unprepared. We saw him taking his time to choose the opening line, and then he chose something fairly solid, but he started spending more and more time being a bit insecure. And now, if you look at the position, I can probably say that Black not only, let's say, he didn't manage to equalize, but also the position was that White has a stable advantage. It's not an advantage where he needs to, burn some bridges and to prove it. I mean, he can play solidly, but also had an advantage.
And what do you think about this last move, knight to d5? Because before that, I'm just checking the database and I'm seeing that a lot of moves have been played, a lot of games, castles, a6, but knight to d5 is perhaps an attempt by Alireza just to take the game out of mainstream theory.
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't think so?
I think that he doesn't know what is the mainstream theory, really. I just think that he wants to prevent d2 to d4. Because if castles, then White plays d4 naturally, and then, or maybe knight c4. He wanted to avoid knight c4 with a trade and a strong center for White. So that's the reason he played knight d5 and not the idea to take it out of theory. That's my point. You don't, I mean, he's not in a position to take out of theory by all costs. I mean, still there's 3 rounds to go. If he makes a draw today, he'll have White tomorrow, and he still is very much in contention. So it's not like for him just fill or kill. I mean, he has to play a game and to know that he's not in a position where he must win. Because if he will take excessive risks, he will lose, and he will lose the chances to qualify.
Yeah, and Nihal has had a very interesting arc, because he changed trainers just recently, taking on the trainer of Gukesh, ex-trainer of Gukesh, Vishnu Prasanna, and their specific focus was actually to improve the classical rating. And it was quite a challenge because Nihal, he's a tremendous player, fine positional sense, but the main focus of his chess has always been in the online world, playing these faster time formats.
Indeed so, and I think he, let's say, to put it honestly, he fell behind all the top Indian stars for that reason. He was on par with them, but then at some moment it was almost 100 ELO points from Prague, from Gukesh, from Erigaisi. Now, of course, I mean, his results in online or in rapid time controls as well, not necessarily online, were very, very good. But still, when it came to classic, it felt like probably he was missing something very important. It was not a small difference. It was a meaningful difference. But now we see him on the top table, and the game with Maghsoodloo is something that can turn tables, because okay, Parham could force a draw. Parham probably was better in some point. Yeah. So it was sort of a luck. If it exists in chess, we could talk about luck, because it's not exactly luck. It's some psychology, some skill, and so on, of course. But now Nihal has his chances. So, but he takes it very smartly. He doesn't try to play something, now to beat Firouzja and qualify. He plays it safe because he knows that maybe, just maybe, but 3 draws for him with a great tiebreak could be sufficient, because 7.5, it could be possible that one player with 7.5 will qualify.
Yes, just 2 spots.
Yes, but his tiebreaker is very good.
Yes.
And another thing that he obviously expects many players to try and take on him, because he's like sort of weaker player, allegedly he is 2680, 90, whatever, and they're 2750 or 2770. But what we see here, he got an opportunity, he has a better position now, we see. So let's see what's going on. It's a lot of psychology here, So what he's doing, he can go try and, for example, modify the structure. If he plays knight to c4, for example, I don't know, queen d8 probably, bishop to e4, now threatening to take on d5 and go knight b6. Let me show it. So castles, and bishop takes d5, and knight b6.
Yep. And yeah, you don't want to be allowing tactical shots like that.
Yeah, and what to do for black? I mean, you don't have very comfortable way to protect. I mean, you can play rook b8 probably. So he starts with bishop e4 with the same idea. So it's a bit more cunning, you know, in a way, like in a setting a trap. You know, yeah, do your castle. Yeah, no, castle actually even bishop knight b5 probably is also good. But I think Nihal has at this very moment when we talk, he's as close as ever to qualifying.
Yes, yeah.
He's leading and he has a better position. Nothing even close to decisive, but clearly better position for him.
And Alireza has to be careful, as you mentioned, the most natural move, castles, falling foul of some tricks. So, yeah, you can't do that because of knight.
Yeah, knight c5, also knight b5, but knight b5, queen c5, I'm still alive. So, and taking on b5, although white will be better. But knight c4 is and bishop d5.
Knight c4, yeah. And then
anyway, it's not easy for Alireza, and he needs to first equalize and then to think how things go on. But let's see what's going on in other boards, because there is another leader, Matthias Bluebaum from Germany, who is playing home favorite and one of the top-rated players, Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Absolutely, and Nodirbek with the white pieces, and Nodirbek is there with 5. How many points does he have? He has 5.
He has +3, so.
Yes. 5.5 points.
Yeah, and he's also not doing too well. I mean, his position is fine as white, but he has no advantage whatsoever. But the question how Bluebaum protects the pawn on e5, because according to engines, the best way is not to protect the pawn at all, and just to play bishop d7. But that's a very difficult move to play. I mean, in order to play that, you need to understand the following sequence. I take on c6, you take, and then after knight e5, you have queen d6.
And you preserve that square bishop.
And the double attack goes. So if he manages to find this move, then black would be just absolutely fine. In fact, engine suggests a slight advantage for black. I don't believe black is better, but no problems whatsoever. Because the only weakness is a pawn e5, but I'll be able to play rook e8, or and then maybe to start playing actually for an advantage with black, f5, e4, f4 maybe at some moment.
And is there temptation to actually just go rook to e8 and postpone the decision?
Yeah, if you start with rook e8, then your rook on a8 remains under this attack. So it's nothing happens here, but then you would not have the square for another rook. So ideally, you want the rook from a8 to go to e8. But once again, rook e8 is absolutely reasonable move here.
Yeah.
Bluebaum has a very good year. He won European Championship.
Yes.
I think it is the second time he wins the European Championship, which speaks volumes about his abilities to play in critical moments. Because these events are very difficult to win. You need to score like +6 in an open event with many grandmasters, and he did it for a second time.
Is there a benefit to being, as Matthias said, he was the underdog. So he benefited from the fact that Praggnanandhaa and Arjun Erigaisi especially were actually playing to win against him. And
he played bishop d7, sorry.
Bishop d7 with that
yes,
idea.
it's always good to be underdog in these situations. Actually, if I recall correctly, in open events, unless you are Hikaru Nakamura, who is playing Louisiana Championship, you are not a favorite to win the Open, if you are #1 seeded players. Because for #1, it's always difficult. You always get very decent opposition. You almost never get a really weak players to face. And sometimes you all competitors have an ability to play in the first rounds with somebody in the middle of the pack, but you're always playing somebody who is like prominent. And also facing someone, if you are a highest rated player, often they want just to make draw. And they just want to kill the game, and then you have a choice. Either you have to risk enormously, or he takes this draw. What happened to Arjun yesterday when he played black, and he was not allowed to play simply. His opponent just exchanged everything, and that was it. So that's and the benefit of being lower rated in an open is that you always have this chance when the higher rated player takes excessive risks, and you're still a good player, and you manage to capitalize on that.
Yeah. And actually, this happened to Praggnanandhaa as well in a few games, where people have just simply locked down the game and not allowed like a fight on the board. But talking about one of the top seeds, Gukesh, we have to mention Gukesh, you know, having a very tough time. And it's not the best event to have to be off form, because, you know, this is one of the strongest events in the world, probably the strongest event in the world, and he's going to be facing still very, very top grandmasters. Yeah,
and also ambitious ones. You play 15 years old, 16-year-old Turk player, and for him, he's playing world champion, and he wants to prove, and of course, he knows that if they beat Gukesh, it goes to media, to everywhere. It's additional motivation. So yeah, it's a difficult tournament for him. Of course, when he decided to take part in it, he knew what would be the challenges, and kudos for him to still go and pick the gauntlet. But it doesn't go too well for him. Maybe the format is somehow not very suitable. I remember Gukesh in Grand Swiss 2023. He also played very unconvincingly there.
Yeah.
So maybe it's something for him is different in these surroundings. Anyways, it doesn't take away from his, let's say, legitimacy or whatever. But of course, it's a very serious blow when you play in a competition and you have to play board number 40 or whatever, and you are below 50% and you struggle to win a game. But I have a huge respect for Viktor Korchnoi. And Viktor, I knew him reasonably well, and he attributed his long and prosperous chess career to the fact that he always was ready to fight, even in bad conditions, poor health, being tired. He was always ready to fight, and then it counted in a critical moment, because his mind, his body knew that whatever happens, you cannot relax and you go and fight.
Okay.
And I think it's very important. And I think for Gukesh, whatever, let's say, damage it makes to his rating, to his maybe to his status a bit.
You don't think it will impact his confidence?
No, I think it will positively impact his mental ability to fight. That's the most important.
Because somehow or other, I mean, if you were to play through the games, you would have seen they were extremely complicated. I mean, we can remember that game against 16-year-old.
Every game.
Every move had a huge price on it. It was a race. And he kept on finding. And even now, if you're going to go, if we can check in on him, he's on board 38. It's still a fight on the board. I mean, he's not getting that, that kind of easy, smooth position.
I think it's good. I think for him it's good. Once again, it will pay off. Okay, what's happening now? This position is probably not exactly reflecting what we have been talking about, because he played Sveshnikov and White played one of the known lines which restricts Black's ability for counterplay. So this game is not very illustrative of what we have been talking about, I would say. But still, I say that the challenge like that strengthens you. He's too young to have too massive scarf from this event, but I think he would be doing well, and I do believe that for some people it would be a good piece of speculation that okay, he's not real champion. What's happening? The boy is under, out of top 10 and so on. But he'll do well. I think he'll recover from this one. But he will know that he's his ability to fight and his readiness to fight would be always on the top mark. Of course, some skills, some opening ideas, some better play is necessary to continue to be a very top player.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does, I agree, Emil, it does toughen you up. As they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Let's go back to the top boards, because I would like your opinion on, there's a whole load of people following on 5.5 points. And amongst them, Vincent, Keymer, Parham, Maghsoodloo, Anish, Giri, Jordan van Foreest and Abhimanyu Mishra and Hans Niemann. So can we...
Yeah, I'm on game with Vincent, and actually before this game I suggested that Keymer is a favorite in this game, and consequently he might be well positioned to qualify. Because Parham is a player who would take enormous risks no matter what. He already showed it last time with Nihal, and so here. And Keymer is a sort of player who can punish efficiently such a risk taking. So we see a very complex position. Parham sacrificed the pawn, did he? Oh no, he didn't sacrifice. It just looks like he's pawn down, but he's not. The position is very sharp, but the engine indicates that after bishop g5, which is a rather natural move, I would say.
Yeah.
Black is doing more than okay. Black is better, and I would say that if I were rooting for Keymer, his fans should be reasonably happy with this position. Very complex, very objectively good for Black, and easier to play, I would say, because White's king is more exposed, and in order to preserve equality, White has to be very cautious.
Well, I was going to say, like, White doesn't have that ready-made attack on the queen's side.
No, not at all. Nothing of the kind, right? And let's see. I mean, Keymer, despite his youth, he's already very experienced facing, top players and fighting in a critical moment. So, and he typically remains very cool, and that's very important in this situation. Also, he has been, let's put it, lucky in a couple of games here, and that typically, in a aftermath, you typically say that, okay, that's where his luck brought him. I remind you, he didn't absolutely lost position to Erdogmus.
Yeah.
And then he won drawish endgame, I don't know, it was Hovhannisyan, or the long game. So he sort of managed to squeeze extra half points twice at least.
Yeah, and yesterday he was gifted a point by Vidit.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and pawn ending yesterday was with it. So I think it is a sign of something, and if we are to believe that in order to win this tournament or to qualify from this tournament, you need quite a bit of luck. So it was there. It manifested itself. So now probably some good chess needed to support this portion of luck he already have been getting.
No, I mean, I read this great book by Nigel Short. It's called Winning, and it actually charts the games that he played throughout the tournament to win the event. And it's a really interesting read because there he's covering the games where he's lucky, the games where he's winning ugly, even the games, that he's just agreeing a quick draw. And it is just talking through the whole process of winning a tournament. And it's exactly as you say, it's involving, like, sometimes that element of luck, that tenaciousness. He also had a super long game against, as you mentioned, Robert Hovhannisyan. So he's done it, yes. And also he mentioned himself that he was slightly lucky against Frederick Svana earlier on. So
there are two more games on the top, which we haven't touched upon yet.
Yeah, let's head there because we have a choice. Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest. That's on board 4. So let's check in on this one. And then I really like your thoughts on the game between Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu Mishra.
So this one is a Dutch derby. And we see Anish enjoying slight but lasting advantage. Because two bishops, if he managed to entangle somehow with e4, bishop f4, and so on, it can be, let's say, a very serious advantage. But let's say, Angel sense that the advantage is not too big for White. But playing it over the board must be let's say, not so pleasant experience for Van Foreest. In particular, that he is a creative player who likes to, to have some sort of crazy positions or some ideas, and then he has basically to defend stubbornly and probably for many hours to hold this draw. So Anish obviously can be happy with an outcome of the opening. Whether it would be sufficient to convert, I don't know, but he has to. I mean, if he doesn't win this one, he doesn't qualify. As simple as that. I mean, then he needs to win 2 games, and even that may be not sufficient because Anish has not a great tiebreak. He didn't play 2,700 players because he's high-rated himself. So for him, yeah, he now needs to strike and to win this one.
Yeah, well...
Easier said than done, yeah.
Exactly, easier said than done. And would you say that this is the kind of position that Anish is comfortable in the sense that, you know, I've always thought of him as a rather technical player. I mean, he's got the bishop pair, but...
He's a technical player, right. He obviously enjoys his position, but how comfortable he is, he doesn't look like excessively happy. But neither Van Foreest does, so...
And Jordan van Foreest, he really, I feel like he needs to win. If he's on 5.5, but he's doing like a submarine coming from below. And yeah, Jordan, a very creative player, as you mentioned yesterday, winning a fabulous game against Shakhriyar Mammadjarov. And you do feel like here, you're just simply surviving.
But here he has to, because his opening choice, okay, he played Catalan, which was okay, but then he didn't know the opening too well, and Anish managed to surprise him. And when encountering some opening surprise, Jordan played the safest way, but which led him to the position which he has to basically to defend and to defend without much hope of more than half a point.
Yeah. Okay. Very classical game, I would say.
Yeah.
On here, I mean, this is a type that you could read in the textbooks. And I'm going to move it along to the next game between Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra, because this one is a lot more modern day chess. I mean,
yeah,
H2, H4, and okay, we have some questions. And the first question I want to put.
Yeah, let's start from here. That's H4, the move which was, let's say, even 15 years ago, it would be unimaginable on the top level, but in last years we all learned that pushing the H pawn is always should be considered, let's put it this way. And H4 became one of the topical moves either after knight c3 d5 or immediate H4.
Yeah.
So it was played quickly, but and see the reaction, typical computer reaction, because Mishra was ready. He played d5, cd, c5, exciting, but Hans was also knew this line, so slowly it moved to the position where black has some compensation, white has an extra pawn. But I think the last move of Hans, knight g5, was not the best according to engines. I mean, probably simple castles or h5 were to be preferred. He played knight g5, probably with the idea that after h6 he would have g4. Yeah.
Yep.
But Mishra answered with e5, and now Hans has to enter some crazy complications because e5 looks not so good because, you know, f7 pawn looks weak. You can play bishop c4 allegedly, but after bishop c4 probably black can protect it with rook e7 and still doing not too bad. And after d5 black can jump in with knight d4. And yeah, one of the most exciting games before the round. I expected that if anyone to win here, he will qualify.
Wow.
That's my take on this one. Yeah, if anyone in this match will win,
yeah,
he will make his way to.
And yeah, you mentioned like H4 earlier on. This is seen, and this is very much something that was popularized by AlphaZero. And I mentioned this because we asked some of the chess players, "What is your favorite chess book?" But before we watch that video, I'm going to put the question to you, Emil.
Well, good topic. I mean, of course, with the times is changing. As a kid, I was fascinated. Of course, there were some books for kids, and then maybe first serious books which I enjoyed a lot and benefited great time from studying were from David Bronstein, 1953 candidates, and Akiba Rubinstein by Yuri Razuvaev. This was not only an first, let's say, connection to some really serious chess, but also it gave me a lot of ideas how chess players think, how nuanced the whole preparation and also during the game. But of course, as my play evolved, my chess taste also, let's say, fluctuated, and I was in Dvoretsky chess school, so I read a lot of his books, or rather even examples which later entered his books in 1990s, and these are among my favorite books as well. Talking about modern times, the last book which I regard like probably the best book of last decade is Game Changer by Matthew Sadler and Natasha Regan. It's exactly about the AlphaZero and the way how computers, let's put it, think, or how the lasting approach is what I liked, because this type of approach is something that I intuitively tend to apply in my games. Of course, not to such an extent and excellence, where you sacrifice something for the lasting initiative, for something that impossible to calculate will manifest itself in maybe in 5 moves, maybe in 10 moves, and absolutely mind-blowing book. I love it a lot, and I recommend it to everyone. For the strong players, it could give you inspiration, and you could, okay, strong players, what you define as strong players. Let's say for 2000 and above, that would give you an inspiration, and it would give you probably the ability to sacrifice more without a concrete justification, but to learn what are the patterns that allow you to sacrifice even if you don't see the way forward immediately. Because the positional sacrifices which are analyzed there are lasting, and it's talking about the initiative.
Right. And yeah, I remember when these games were released by AlphaZero, and I think someone described it as watching an alien play chess. And it completely changed the whole nature of the way the top players played the game. Because before it was very much along the stockfish kind of line. You play with like route calculation and just holding on to material. And here suddenly it was like positional chess, where you were sacrificing pawns. And the English school of chess was justified, because we've been advocating pushing the H pawn for a long time. And it's interesting that you mentioned Dvoretsky, because have a look at this video where we find out some of the top players' favorite chess books.
What is your favorite chess book?
Good question. I guess would definitely be one of Dvoretsky's books, but I'm not sure which one.
I guess the series of Kasparov, my great predecessors.
Well, if you take aside my books, maybe no. I learned from Keyboard by Yuri Razubayev.
There's so many choices, but the very first book I had was Traps and Saps, E4, E5 by Bruce Pandolfini. And I really enjoy reading his books back then.
Okay, I have many, but maybe if you ask me to name one, it might be John Nunn, Secrets of Practical Chess.
It was a Russian book, Travel to Chess Kingdom by Averbach and David.
A real mix there, from the Dvoretsky to the chess traps and zaps and.
Yeah, obviously that also shows where, let's say, the player grew, because in Soviet times there was abundance of chess literature of all kinds, and definitely when you hear Boris Gelfand, and actually he mentions the same book which I was referring to. So it's the books, unfortunately today have very few books you can call masterpieces or something, because top players nowadays very rarely contribute with any good book or something. Even with a commentary of their games, they're typically very, how would I say, shallow. Just immediately after the game, maybe with some computer analysis, and that's it. I mean, the art of deep annotation and so on has gone. I mean, nobody today would spend a week to analyze and to present to public. Maybe they will analyze and store it for themselves. But
yeah, I kind of also feel like the engines are doing the hard work for us.
That's true. Largely that's true, and that's why actually the series, which was authored by Boris Gelfand, is very nice. Especially the first book. I think the first book is a masterpiece. The rest of the series are all very high quality, but the first book of it I would single out.
Yeah, no, my experience with chess books, having written some opening books, is that you're either producing them on a monthly basis, where you're just churning them out, or it's a passion project, where it's a real labor of love, and there you just find a chess player that you like for instance, reading about Morphy, fantastic book. Also Capablanca, Alexander Cholovich wrote also a very, very nice small book on Capablanca, which just reinvigorated my love for the game. Because as a kid, one of the first books that made me actually fall in love with chess was the one by Capablanca, because it's very small, very short, but also very simple to understand. So, I mean, it's an exciting time when it comes to books.
Yes, but it's also exciting time because nowadays, you know, in previous times when you had book, it was like, this is in the book, so that's correct. Now all this comes under a question, and justly so. And you have every day some sort of discoveries, and some books issued like something category, you cannot play this line or recommended line, and it turns out that this is unplayable, or on contrary, you can play something that was refuted. So these are exciting times. Of course, there is a bit of nostalgia for the old, good old book, but still, I think with the right mix, any young player or aspiring player, even adult improver can do and progress with a mix of new technologies, but also books written by good authors.
Yep. Thank you. Yes, and it actually reflects in the chess. You know, we've had classical positions. I'm thinking of Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest, and then we have the mad modern-day chess that is Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra. Thank you very much, Emil, for joining us here. We are gonna take a short break, and during that break, don't go away because we have interviews from Jordan van Foreest and Yuxin Song. So you want to be watching that. See you in a few minutes.
See you.
I'm here with Yushin Song, who just beat Antoaneta Stefanova, former world champion. How does that feel?
I feel great, and I'm very happy that I won Stefanova.
And you've had a great tournament as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think recently games I prepared very deeply, and so I have some time advantage in the clock, and I just push the position, and yeah, my opponent makes some mistake.
Yushin, we saw you at the Women's World Cup where you also had a fantastic run. You're really in form this year. What would you say?
I think I just try to play every best moves, and so the result I think is the naturally, yeah.
And Chinese women's chess is, of course, booming. It's very strong. Do you see yourself as a future world champion as well? Is this what you are working towards?
Of course, I look forward to it, and yeah, I will continue to hard work, and yeah, that's my dream.
Yushin, final question for you. How are you enjoying Samarkand and being here in the Silk Road amongst all these top players?
It's a very beautiful city, and the organization arranged the meals and hotels, all things very well, and I like there.
Well, thank you so much, and keep going. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
I'm here with Jordan van Foreest, who just beat Mamedyarov. Jordan, we saw a fried liver, which we don't really see in top games that often, yesterday with Alireza. Tell us about this opening choice.
Yeah, I mean, I play it from time to time, but it's not like one of my main weapons. But I saw that game of Alireza, and I don't know. I mean, recently people have been trying it with some success, so I tried, why not? And actually I got really lucky because he followed my game with Carlsen from Vachier-Lagrave 2020 for a long time, and I actually almost won that game. And I remember him discussing with Magnus after the game, like we analyzed over the board, and he said like he realized he was losing. So I just got like really lucky that he like played exactly the same way, and I knew I was much better out of the opening. At some point the game went a bit like different than the game against Magnus, but still like my position was really good.
And playing and beating someone like Shaq is quite big. You know, he was number 2 in the world. Tell us about this feeling of beating a chess giant like that.
Yeah, no, it feels very good, of course. I played him many times, but in classical chess I don't have a great score, as can be expected. But I mean, I like to play him. Of course, he's a great player, but also like always, like our games are like insane fights. And okay, sometimes I lose. I also won a couple times in like shorter time formats. But now this is my first win against him in classical, so yeah, it's big.
And how is this event going for you so far?
I'm trying to be like solid, of course. Like +3 is really like a great result, but okay, now there's gonna be 3 more really difficult rounds, so anything is still like to be decided, I guess. But so far, so good, yeah.
Will we be seeing you at the World Cup in Goa later this year?
Yeah, for sure. I qualified just so yeah, I'll be there, yeah.
And what do you think about this, the revelation that the World Cup will be held there in Goa?
I was in Chennai just now for the Chennai Masters. I've been to India also for the Olympiad like 2022, I believe. So I guess it's normal that there's going to be more and more events in India with so many promising players from there. And Goa, people say it's very nice, so I'm looking forward to it. You know, hopefully I will stay there for a long time. Yeah.
And talking about promising Indian players, we do have a lot of Indian talent here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Of course, Gukesh versus Divya is going on right now, but Gukesh's performance isn't as great as we expected. What do you think about that?
I don't think too much about this tournament, but it's clear he's having a tough time, and also like 2 years ago he had a tough time. So I have to say, like also like 2 years ago myself, I had a really tough time. Like I think like if you like lose a game or something, and then like the next game again you're playing some really strong players, like you lose or win a game, the pairings are kind of the same. So it's really difficult, and sometimes you want to force things a little, and then actually like people will, you know, strike back even then. So it's possible to lose a couple of games in a row, but of course no one was expecting him to play this poorly.
And let's talk about some good news about you winning the Dutch championships along with your sister. This was amazing for the chess world. Tell us about this chess in your family and this dynamic.
Yeah, that was a big moment like for our whole family. So we had a nice family celebration after that, of course. So actually, like chess has been in my family since like about 100 years ago, when my great grandfather and his brother were like playing chess, and they actually won like the Dutch championships a couple of times. But then like a couple of generations passed, and like no one really plays chess. My parents don't really play chess. I mean, they can, but they don't. So it was just by coincidence that like I'm the oldest of like 6 children, and I started playing chess, and then like my older brother or my younger brother Lucas started playing chess, and also my sister. I also have a couple of siblings who don't really play, but it's always been in the family. Yeah.
And the final question to you, I told you we'll have a strange question for you at the end. And for you, it's very fitting with your surname, Van Foreest. If you were a tree, which tree would you be?
I don't know, I always liked the trees from Lord of the Rings, like those talking, moving trees, but I don't know, yeah. So sure.
Okay, great answer. Thank you so much, Jordan, and good luck with the rest.
Okay, thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back. And the battles are in full flow here in day 9 at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now we have Angelica keeping an eye on the action. And I can see there's a critical position on your board. What have you got for us?
I wanted to show to our viewers that not always pushing pawns forward means an attack. That's what happens between Guldonova Karimova against Anna Schuchman in the game in the women's section. In this position, as we can see, there is a big pressure on the h5 square, and we expect black to castle short. So it's going to be an attack on both sides of the board. This moment was where the mistake kicked in. She played g5. What she did with this move, she's trying to push forward, attacking the knight, but at the same time she's releasing pressure from the h5 point, and now suddenly everything is closed on these two files, and we can see how drastically the evaluation bar is changing. Instead, she should have tried to play knight b3, just still keeping pressure there, just improving her own pieces because she already castled long, waiting for black to castle, and then maybe at some moment playing something like knight e2, knight g3, and then taking on h5 at some moment. But g5 was played, and as I said, she released the pressure. Now black is stepping away with knight of d7, f4. So the main point was that she wanted to go for the f5 break, attacking the pawn on g6, and if black would take, there would be a big attack ongoing. b4 was played, giving up a pawn. Very interesting idea by Anna Schuchman. She wants to open up all the files against the white's king. e6, knight takes on b4, black sacrificed a pawn, castle happened, now c3, a5, this is what happened in the position. If white at some moment would try to play with f5, the problem, for example here, f5, the problem would be that black just doesn't have to react at all. Of course, if black reacts and opens up, then position is blowing up immediately on the king side. But the biggest problem for white that just black doesn't have to react. And after c3, a5, knight b to c6 was played indeed, and after queen c7, this is the current position what we have, and probably at first it looks surprising that black is already minus 1.7, but as we can see, white cannot proceed with the attack on the king side. Meanwhile, black is ready to open up the files on the queen side. Yeah, this is what's happening right now against Anna Schuchman. She has huge chances to push for a victory in this position.
Yeah, it looks very promising for black. I mean, the first question is like how to save that knight. I mean, you have to do some contorting.
There is knight e7.
Yeah, but it's still kind of like trapped in there. And it just feels like, you know, it's so easy for black just to kind of go forward with the pieces. I mean, it kind of gives me the vibes of Marc-Andrea Morizzi against Anish Giri, you know, with that A pawn running down.
And also at some moment the pawn on e4 will hang after knight is stepping away. So it's pretty tough position. And I believe what white was hoping for, that knight e7 happened. Maybe white was hoping for this f5 and that black would be forced to take, but black is not forced
Never
to.
happened.
It's not checkers.
That's true. And it's like they say, with a great space comes great responsibility. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing with us that game. Well, looking great for black. And Miro, we have to check in on the games and see who's doing well and who's not doing so well. And I'm going to put the question to you. In which direction do you want to go? Because we are blessed with a lot of choice.
Well, I thought the top boards in the Open. Both in the Open, both developed, and it seems that Nihal Sarin on board 1 against Alireza Firouzja has gotten a very promising position.
Yeah. And we saw that there was a mean trap that Nihal Sarin set with his bishop to e4. You know, it was one of those things where you put your hands in your pocket and you whistle a tune and you say, oh, nothing to see here. Because there was knight to b5, knight to c4 as well, followed by
bishop takes and
exactly a knight coming to b6.
So queen went to d8. So now none of these moves comes with a tempo. Knight c4 was played, and Firouzja chose to go rook to b8. Well, rook to b8, of course, moving away from the a file. So now bishop takes, queen takes. There won't be knight b6. But what you could do is go knight e3, challenge this knight on d5. And then black has rather unpleasant choice. If you were to go knight f6, white can capture c6 and take the pawn.
On a7.
Yeah.
But is this so good? Because isn't black banking on just getting the pieces out? I'm thinking queen to b6. You've got to evict that rook.
Yeah, queen to b6, but then white can go
rook a3.
Rook a3 is one thing, but you can go rook a4 interestingly, because if black was to take, then the line continues, the line goes on. So takes, and there'll be knight d4, attacking the rook. If you were to go rook b6, there's knight c4, so white does keep his extra pawn.
Okay.
So, yeah, anyway, it's probably the way to go, because if you were to take on e3, fe3, castles d4, I feel like white builds such a huge center, then it could be, you know, it could be very unpleasant to play with black. Because typically, you do get these positions in, say, in the Grunfeld, right? The white has the d4 pawn, black doesn't, but then you would have c5 or e5. Here, e5, allowing d5 seems to be...
Well, but not knight to e3 played.
Knight g5.
I was going to say, because actually retreating the knight, I mean, they say backward knight moves are actually very difficult to spot. In fact, you should just like scratch the whole part about knight move. I mean, I think in general, a backward move is somehow difficult to even think about, because here you go, you want to go forward.
Yeah, but wait, but
big ideas, you know.
Knight g5 is a very cool move, in fact, because yeah, computer shows a fascinating line. So now you would think you have to castle because some threats and so on, but after castle, white will go knight takes h7.
No,
it's a surprising move.
Takes.
But if king takes, the g pawn is pinned, and therefore white can go check here, win the knight back. White's pawn up still has this threat later on of taking on c6, taking on a7. Yes, so knight g5. And castle apparently is the best move, because otherwise what could you do? You go h6, white once again has a knight sacrifice, this time very, very dangerous, because queen f3.
Knight f6.
Now don't go to e6, bad things gonna happen. So you go knight f6, bishop takes knight, knight e5, king, whatever it goes to g8, let's say, white captures c6 or even g6, computer says, takes on g6. If you were to keep the rook in place, a rook a7, white gets fantastic attack.
Yeah, you know, it does remind me with this whole concept of knight takes f7, that sacrifice. I think they call it the alien gambit. I can't play a game
in
on
the
Caracan without some person going knight takes f7.
Did you check it with the computer?
I did.
So black is winning.
They still sometimes catch me when I'm playing on the bullet chess.
My story, because I thought I picked up Caracan specifically for internet, internet blitz, and then a few people went knight g5, and I thought, okay, that's nonsense. They just give me time. I go h6, and I realized all of them wanted to sacrifice on f7.
Exactly.
It happened once. I thought, okay, it's a glitch. It can't work. Happened second time. I got irritated that I'm a piece up and I can't figure it out. So I had to go and check it with an engine. There is a refutation to it, but it's not so easy. Yeah.
No, it's not easy. And they keep also modifying things as well. They've been tricky. But I tell you something, someone who definitely knows about the alien gambit, so we'll have that particular pattern and their mind bank is, of course, Nihal.
Castle's good.
Yeah.
Knight h7, then black has to go knight takes c3.
Okay.
Pawn takes knight, and then you take on d1, and rook takes on d1.
Do you flick in a bishop takes c3? Because I would seriously look at that.
No, but you have to win the piece back, right? If you take, then it's knight takes, bishop takes, and white has bishop f4 tempo. So you're probably not in time. Yeah, you would trap this knight, but after bishop f4, you're not in time. So I guess you gotta go king h7. And I imagine white still can be better with, say, bishop f4.
Be careful. Be careful if you move the rook, knight to b6, that old chestnut.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to do it. Well,
Really?
e5 is the move. Yeah,
You have to
e5.
go
You can
E5.
go e5, and then white plays bishop e3. So now g7 bishop's scope is blocked. Blocked. C3 is protected. White still has these ideas. A7. I mean, white can maybe go b4, b5. So this endgame seems to be a bit more pleasant for white. I guess bishop e6 is what you do. I guess, yeah, you go bishop e6, and I don't know. I was banking on bishop d5 move, but then apparently black takes, goes e4, and it's not much, if anything. Anyway, knight g5 is an annoying move to face because you don't have a computer, right?
Yeah, it's very spicy as well. And don't forget that if you want to support the stream, please like, subscribe, follow. And you can do that on the social media, on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever you can. It really is very helpful to do those things. And of course, you get the up-to-date info of what's going down here in the chess world, of course.
Right. Shall we check the other leaders' game, Abdusattorov against Bluebaum, where Nodirbek has built up a massive advantage on the clock.
Yes.
So he's on 1 hour versus half hour of Bluebaum's. But computer, interestingly, likes Bluebaum's position, in fact prefers black's position. So what was the opening was the reverse pairs. And after all those moves, exchange happened, a4. So this is where white returned the tempo, went a3 and then went a4. So now we might be seeing like the usual pairs, b6, bishop d7. Right, so
yeah, there was some trickery going on here with the rook being misplaced on a3, but it does seem like it's clarified.
Yep.
And I suspect that white is absolutely fine. It's just the engine is kind of being a little bit
dramatic.
Prejudiced about the double pawns.
Yeah, could be. Could be. Black just played f6, f5. And I guess, yeah, it can get quite exciting here. So c5, I imagine, one move that you would consider. And then black apparently goes f4. And I don't know. It's like knight c4, black has pawn takes pawn. You take hg3, black trades on d2, takes on d5, so maybe one of those positions where black will be a pawn up, but will have a lot of pawn weaknesses. And yeah, anyway, the bottom line for now is that Bluebaum is extremely solid. He's extremely solid, and you cannot confuse him with, like, you know, all of those like slow moves in the opening.
Well, I tell you one thing. This position, I actually really like Bluebaum's position, even though his clock time is a little bit sketchy, because he has the potential to go f4, f3,
Yeah.
and you know what, initiate some fireworks. And it's only him that is doing that. Because someone who is in big trouble is Parham Maghsoodloo. He's got the white pieces against Vincent Keymer, and with Emil, we looked at it and we did not like what was going down for white.
Yeah, I
and
was
the
following your
evaluation bar
analysis
is now
somewhere
saying,
here.
yeah, the evaluation bar is just simply saying it's not good at all.
c3 and bishop g5 was one move.
Yeah. So
Black
bishop
went
to
rook
g5
g8.
was what we expected, but rook to g8 played.
Parham went with d4.
Perhaps he felt like he had to go all in because the position feels very unpleasant for white because there's no easy way to get at the black king, whereas black's plan is so self-evident. You're just going to double up on the g line. You've always got this bishop to g5, and Yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
feel like you've got to do
D4.
something. Let's roll the dice.
Yeah, you have to open up the position. Rook f to d1, and this is the move that is actively disliked by computer. I mentioned rook a d1, other rook to d1 was computer's preferred move. And the reason for that is that apparently it matters that you leave the bishop on f4 undefended, because black has bishop to g5 that he wouldn't have if you had the other rook on f1, of course. So bishop g5, and if you were to take on d4, of course, black takes f4, and it's such a powerful bishop. If you take on g5, then hg5, black is
I don't like that one.
crushes through.
We don't
Well, the queen has no moves, yeah. Okay, I just figured. So what do you do? Like returning to f1 is quite sad, right? You just wasted 2 tempi in a tempo-based position after you've sacrificed the pawn.
Can you be spicy and go bishop takes d6?
Bishop d6, queen d6.
Then knight to f3. Okay,
kind of
forget the evaluation bar.
Knight f3.
I feel like this is not going to work.
Well.
This is not
Well,
there
is a boring move.
There's knight to e2 as well.
Right, yeah. I wanted to say, it's like there is a boring move, bishop e3, and there is a spicy move, knight to e2. So if you take that guy, there is knight g3, and your queen is taken. Right, after bishop g5, computer says you will have to drop the bishop back, then bishop f4, bishop f6 with the tempo, because now your bishop is hanging. And it's almost like you go back to f4. Right, but the knight is now protected, and black gets to play some other bit. By the way, I don't know why rook g5 is not a move. I do like rook g5.
Bishop takes rook.
I do like rook g5, but computer doesn't recommend it.
Okay.
Because apparently you can go to h4, rook g6, queen f2.
Queen f2, and we start to unravel a little
Still,
bit.
black is better.
You can say you can also got rook to g8 doubling.
Here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And rook takes g2 incoming.
Wow. No, this is scary. If anything, this is quite scary.
Okay.
Black is better. He just needs to find this bishop g5 move. So a chance for Vincent Keymer.
Big chance for Vincent. And to my eyes, bishop to g5 feels very logical, because if white were given the chance, white would be swinging the queen over to a5, follow that up with bishop to e3, and, try and make a fight of it.
Yeah, queen a5, other rook to c1, some e4, e5 breaks potentially.
Exactly. I mean, just forget what is happening on the king side, go all in on the queen side.
You pretend like nothing happens on the king side, even though there is definitely something happening. Your king being attacked, but that's what you have to do.
Okay, but how vital, because I always like to know the risks involved in this position, because we are obviously blessed with an engine, so...
Yeah, so bishop to g5.
If you don't play bishop to g5, and you play, say, something like bishop f6, defending the knight.
So bishop to f6 is just better for black, as in minus 0.7, 0.8.
Okay.
Bishop g5, however, is minus 1.7, so and this is where, like walking, black is winning territory. So bishop g5 is, of course, the move that, well, objectively the strongest, and I believe has to be found by Vincent Keymer.
Okay. Things looking very dangerous for Parham Maghsoodloo. If Vincent Keymer finds bishop to g5, Vincent is going to be taking the upper hand. Let's fast forward to board 5, the game between Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu Mishra.
Wow.
Now, look at this craziness. But it also speaks to the difference that these two players have in approaches, because you all feel, just also from the post-game analysis that Hans showed us in the studio, that Hans is a very intuitive player.
Right.
Like, just the natural moves come very easily to him, and he's quite selective with his calculation. But Abhimanyu Mishra, it's almost like he's firing every single variation there is on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. In this position, I had 5 moves. So let me tell you these 5 very long variations that I've calculated, and I came to the conclusion that option 3 is my best option. That's Abhimanyu Mishra for you.
That's his approach. Yeah, you do feel like instead of learning how to talk, he was first learning how to calculate. It's that ingrained in his nature of being. And I mean that as a really big compliment. I was completely bowled away by the speed of which he just was able to compute things. But this is going to be a very interesting tussle. And you see that break by Abhimanyu Mishra, E5. He's forcing hands just to calculate.
It forces him into the calculate kind of sharp position. Yeah. F3 so far the best move according to the machine. Knight takes and queen takes. And despite what you could kind of see here, white is not attacking the king side just yet, it seems. And it's more about like white king being not safe necessarily, because there is a move E4 that computer keeps claiming is a good move.
But it looks so natural, right? That's the first move I would consider.
So knight takes, knight takes.
And you almost feel you go
knight takes
on the opponent and
rook C1.
Take on
Bishop C1 and you take on G4. Yeah, I thought of this one.
Okay, but you do it the other way. Bishop takes G4.
Yeah, computer at least. It wants Bishop G4. And then if you were to take, then this one is a massive advantage for black, because the D5 pawn will fall and it will be material equal, and all of white pieces being on initial squares. So after Bishop G4, you'll have to move the knight, and then black's very solid. Wow.
But I actually feel that black is the one with the big upper hand in that kind of position, because even though the evaluation bar might be going in the middle, there's no safe place for the white king. And if white puts a foot wrong, that's it.
Yeah.
The game will explode open, and it's going to be white's king that's going to be hunted down. So Hans Niemann has to walk those dangerous waters, and he has to tread carefully.
Absolutely. So now after queen e2, it's Abhimanyu who's the move.
For sure, he's
calculating e4. Yeah, the e4, there is an alternative in the form of queen b6, hitting the b2 pawn. And I imagine white doesn't have the luxury of going b3, because there will be... Yeah, and then you play e4, and that's for whatever reason even better. So after queen b6, white will have to give this pawn back. So alternatives for Abhimanyu Mishra, but both alternatives that we highlighted seem to be very good for black.
Yep. And let's cast our eyes on the women's section, because big battle on top board between Katerina Lagno against Bibisara Asalbayeva. And, well, we kind of predicted this in our opening analysis. We were like, well, white wants to go c5, black wants to go f5. The engine showed us that f5
f5, you always take.
By e takes f5,
you take,
has happened.
So rook ad1, ab4, ab4, e4.
And not f4, because the engine once again revealed to us that
f4
is going to be met by a queen sliding over.
You're not trapping the bishop, so there is a check, and black is the one who's in trouble. But after e4, interestingly, Katerina chose to play knight h2, which computer actively dislikes. Apparently, you had to go knight to d4, which does seem to be like a material sacrifice, because bishop takes, black takes on black takes on d4 and then f4. And I imagine that's why she chose to go to h2.
But you do have
bishop d6.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking, but then black would have bishop.
No, I was thinking knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4 is a very strong move, Yovi, and that is how white has had to play, and white would have been better. So this was the line for white to keep the advantage. Now, after knight h2, knight c7, the scales tilted in black's favor. Plain and simple, because like this knight on h2 is now stuck. Black has a lot of like easy and useful moves, like simply coming closer with the knights to a center. And what they do with these pawns, like g4, I don't think you can play.
No, because knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is coming. f4 is also an idea sometimes.
Actually, f4 is a serious idea because you net a piece.
Yeah. So why wasn't f4 a move here? Plain and simple, bishop d4. Okay, but if after knight c7, if I go g4, then it's not f4. Well, maybe f4 is a possible move. No, still bishop d4. So apparently bishop e5 or queen h4 is very strong. Once again, going to a knight e5 as well. Anyway, white's position is not a very pleasant one now.
No.
No.
Not so easy. And it's funny how things shift on the turn of a move. You know, just going knight to h2 as opposed to going knight to d4, and that's it. White is the one that is going to be groveling for equality. Let's move down to Vachier-Lagrave against Yutzin Song, because there's been a lot of clarification. So we left it and we thought, you know, black had a very nice position, actually.
Somewhere around knight d4.
Yeah.
And this happened, and black went f6.
Maybe f6 doesn't feel like it was strictly necessary.
f5.
Oh.
And now ef5, ef5. And you could potentially take on f5, but black decided to castle, where white jumps to e6 and went rook to e1. So now, black is a pawn up. Black is a pawn up, but it seems that white somehow gotten all of his pieces together, and white gets quite an unpleasant initiative here. So where does the bishop move? Let's go bishop g4.
Okay,
very safe. Like good square.
Very careful. I'm thinking.
Right, but then white starts, having ideas like this: rook a7, and then if you go to c8, even this has to be considered.
The queen stepping up.
And some queen, I don't know, queen f4 or just knight d5.
Coming in.
Yeah, like look, we take here and we go knight d5. White is in exchange and a pawn down, but it's hard to play moves with black. It's really hard to play moves because,
Well, everything is
coordinated.
I mean, can you go rook b7? I'm aware that I'm putting the rook.
Yeah, you can.
Unprotected.
No, rook b7 is a good move. Rook b7, then white goes queen e3 or d2, say e3,
and then
aiming there. And you cannot, apparently you cannot allow the queen to go there because computer is going rook h8, where white can, I imagine white could consider just playing b3, bishop b2, slow playing the game, but also knight f6. And here, like, if you were to take, white takes on b7, and all of a sudden white is almost winning. So it's a tricky position to play, but no longer bad for Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, I mean, probably black has to sound the retreat because the bishop was offside on g4.
So maybe you go here and you just like...
And say, no rook g7 for you today.
Try to be solid. But
yeah,
very tense position again.
And let's head over to the game between Carissa Yip, it's on board 27, and Tan Zhongyi. Because Tan Zhongyi has 5.5 points. Yes.
So Tan Zhongyi is on 5.5 points, facing Carissa Yip, and that is a French. That is a French which we figured out how how risky the French is, we already know since yesterday's game of Aronian against Yazkan Erdogmus.
He was surprised by the French. This is Yazkan Erdogmus. Surprised with the French. Thought, okay, I can just freestyle it. Wins.
Yep. So position after move 10 is already like hugely preferred. The engine hugely prefers white. H4 is very standard, but again, maybe wasn't needed. Queen e2, queen to c7, castles, knight a5. So at least black gets to trade the light square bishops, right? Rook b1, knight takes, trade on d7, queen d2, h5, queen f4, knight d2. This last knight d2 move is somewhat surprising, because it's not clear where the knight's going. Not to me anyway, so I'm not sure where the knight was going. I guess to cover c4 simply, so that black cannot play knight c4. Knight d2. Planning for rook c1. Black finds it hard to develop.
Yeah.
Black finds it hard to develop. The bishop has to stay on f8 to guard g7. If you move the g pawn, there's knight f6.
Probably, and I say this very cautiously, one should maybe give up the pawn on g7 at the right time, or even go for like ideas such as, yeah, I wanted to go g5, but I don't want to allow knight f6. Mira.
So can I go g6?
Knight
How
f6.
bad is
Knight
g6? Check. I know it doesn't look great, but let's say drop the king on d8, and white goes rook c1.
Yep.
And I guess, well, we did get rid of the knight on h5, but now
You made a beast on
we made
f6.
a knight on f6. Yeah, so black's main kind of problem that there is still no way of establishing coordination between the pieces, and then there are constantly some tactical motifs with this knight jumping somewhere, and then f7 is hanging. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it for black.
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking bishop e7.
Yeah, so if you were to go bishop f7, but then it's a check, and it seems like you're dropping not one.
Yeah, this is the problem. e6 is undefended.
Wait, that's a
somehow
check.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and then f7 and e6 also is false. No, I just absolutely ruined Tan's position. So yeah, you can't do that. But then I guess, how else do you fight? Maybe you try to initiate a set of...
Can you do d7? Oh, what was your take, Yovi?
I wanted to go knight. I did think about knight to c4, but I thought after knight takes knight,
yeah,
it's
again,
all falling
you don't know
apart.
what to do. Yeah, because this trade didn't really help us much. Rook c1, and then rook comes to c7.
And then queen f7. So you know, it's actually really difficult.
It's a very strange position, because like computer is just slightly favors white, but any reasonable thing we are trying to do, it makes black's position worse.
I have an idea. No, I don't have an idea. I was going to go bishop c5 with the idea. No, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work on every single level.
But there's a check, right?
There's also, the queen is defended.
Oh.
So
You got me there. Yeah, bishop c5, I think. Yeah, I cannot take this bishop. The queen is unfree.
No. Difficult. Okay, I know. Rook to g8. Let's
defend
accept.
This to develop the bishop. And finally, that move
Doesn't lose on
the spot. But yeah, it took us some time to figure out. So rook c1, and then you can play bishop e7. And after rook c7, still not very inspiring, but maybe you can play that.
Can you just kind of try and defend on the back rank with rook c8?
Yeah, rook c8. Computer was giving that, and I was like really surprised rook b7 doesn't win, but in fact it's a bad move, because apparently queen a5 and queen a6 cannot be stopped. I still don't believe that white doesn't have anything. Like, okay, I play a move, you go queen a6, sacrifice on a7. on e7. How bad can it be for white?
Also, there's some ideas, like for instance, if you do take on c8,
After rook c8, yeah.
after rook c8, knight takes, and after rook c1. Now, I might need your assistance here. I'm thinking king d7.
Well, this actually kind of works. Yeah, king d7.
Queen takes f7.
You'll take the knight, right? So I'm reluctant doing it. Yeah, you'll take the knight, and then the rook on c1 hangs.
That was the feeling.
Check. Yeah, we've somehow equalized in this particular line.
Okay, so rook g8.
Rook g8 was
absolutely necessary in order to complete development.
Well, Tan has played knight to d7, which is, I guess, another way of preparing g7, g6. So now let's check it once again. Rook to c1, and logical continuation is that you were planning to go g6, and you do go g6. White goes check, knight takes, and now I would really, really love to take with the queen, but then you go rook g8. The knight's hanging, and bishop e7 is ready. That's, among other things, that's our reply to rook c7. Bishop e7, queen f4, and at least somehow black is getting his stuff coordinated. Still not an easy position to play.
Not an easy position, but accurately handled there by Tan Zhongyi with knight to d7. Let's go back to the open, and again, look at those critical boards. And Vincent Keymer, I just want to say, is finding all the right moves. He did play bishop to g5.
Bishop g3, bishop
Bishop g3, bishop f6. Parham is turning to his opponent and saying, please, can we repeat?
Yeah.
And of course,
remember we were
Vincent is
looking...
not going to say anything to that.
Remember we were looking at rook g5 and some sharp lines and this and that. So one of the... To highlight how bad, and I didn't want to use this word, like I want to say like unpleasant, but it is bad. Parham position is that after king b8, it's -2. So you play a quiet move. It's not like you're winning because of some tactical justification, just the position is bad. You're a pawn down, you don't have any attack. And it's actually black who has an attack, in addition to an extra pawn.
Can we just quickly demonstrate?
So what happened?
No, the rook, the most forcing one, rook to g5. And by the way, I just wanted to mention, Mira, before we dive in, that when it comes to our poll of the day, we're asking, is a dress code needed at top FIDE events? I think Vincent is in category A, which is absolutely, let's keep it classy.
Well, he does keep it classy.
And remember, you can cast your vote now, and we'll keep you updated on what everyone thinks.
Right. So what I would find kind of attractive for black in this position after rook g5, rook g5, by the way, yes, we cannot take because the queen is getting trapped. So queen h4 is seriously the only move that white can think of. And then you have your king b8, like engine-like moves. Bishop e5 is, like, it has this like feel to it that I block, I block the e pawn. It's a very good square for the bishop. It's no longer hanging there. And if white dares to take on g5, then after h takes, queen takes, bishop h3, there will be a checkmate.
Yeah.
There simply will be a checkmate. So this one, again, yes, white is not completely out of the game. White can play black, advantage black all day, every day.
Yeah. And he is ready. Oh, did you see that? He was ready with the rook move. He can even go king to b8, take his time and enjoy the position. But the human mind, it looks for the direct solution.
You want to,
Let's head over as fast as possible, because Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja has just gone all in. He's sacrificed a piece, and now Alireza, let's backtrack and see exactly how he did that.
Right, knight g5, so we highlighted castles, knight h7, some crazy lines. What else? Yeah, there were other attempts. Anyway, black has played e7, e6. And now, bishop a3, stopping black from castling, is the move that Nihal Sarin has played, and also the move that the engine claims is the strongest. Interestingly, though, after queen takes g5, and you absolutely have to accept the sacrifice, otherwise you are being attacked for free, pretty much. So queen takes g5. He followed it up with f4.
What's wrong with knight to d6?
There was nothing wrong with knight to d6. In fact, it was the strongest move. So check on d6, where black... I don't even know what black does. The king
d7?
Yeah, fate. At the very least, you can win the piece back.
Exactly. So you go king d7. You want to... If you want to suffer, you should suffer.
For something.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, now, after king d7... computer follows well, and it's not like it's supercomputery move. It is very logical move. You go f4, and if black wants to go queen f6, there is f5.
Maybe this is not that easy to spot.
Maybe,
F5.
yeah, right. f5, but again, with the king on d7, it's so typical. Like we've seen so many examples when, like, you know, knight on d6, like a monster, stops like any possible piece coordination for your opponent. Right, so Kasparov's octopus knight from d3, you know, or yeah, there were examples anyway. So f4 seems to be the other version of the same. But what black can do is drop the queen to f6. So far, so good. Check. But now black is no longer forced to go to d7. He can go to d8 because f7 is defended. So it's the smallest kind of shift in moves order. All of a sudden, permits black to stay in the game. And now, after f4, queen f6, white actually has to prove that he's enough. It's not so easy anymore. So that was a big chance. Had he gone check, king d7. So what I don't understand, like, is there a line where you first want to go f4? Other than, like, let me be flasher. Like, what's the reason you want to start with f4? That's something that, so other four, no, I don't see it.
So e6, I'm just gonna, where can we check the timings? Because it could also been just impulse. You know, you spend a lot of time playing bishop a3, and after queen takes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes, less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, so that's what I think. Maybe the hand, once again, moves faster than the brain.
Fair, but then if my hand would be moving faster than the brain, it would be moving it with a check, right? 96 check is the most natural move in the position. So, yeah, let's see. Anyway, after f4, and again, f4 wins the game, if not for queen f6. Alireza absolutely has to play queen f6, and after this check, has to go king d8. This check is no longer necessary. White has a peculiar way of continuing the attack, which is queen e1, which computer favors over queen e2, even though they seem to be kind of the same. So queen e1, plain and simple, targeting the d5 knight. And if black was to play king d8, then again, this is quite a computerish stuff. Now you go bishop d6, you don't go knight d6, you go bishop d6, and this way white probably still keeps advantage.
You don't go for g4s and stuff like that. I'm trying to trap the queen.
Yeah, fair, but well, look, it's bishop. I wasn't sure. Yeah, g4, by the way, is a good move, if not for bishop f8. Right. So if black doesn't have bishop f8, g4 is fantastic move, but bishop f8, and if you go g5, it's queen g7. If you unchatted queen, but you know, black is a piece up, so can allow some awkward piece placements. So in all fairness, this is a crazy, wild position.
Yeah. And so just to go run through the most precise move order, queen to f6 is you have to play that, because otherwise knight d6 comes with tremendous power. You have to protect f7, and...
Now, if the check, then king to d8. Now, you could still go g4.
This idea of going
the same
g5.
idea. Now h6 is no longer a move for, don't ask me why. I thought I'm being clever, I go here, here, you take, I go knight f7, but you take with the check. Right, so it's not as simple. g4, not only not only one wants to go g5, but there is also f5 idea. Yeah. So g4 apparently is answered with bishop to f8, and after that you go to g7 again. Very awkward, but you keep the material. But to be honest, like if you don't have the evaluation bar, if you don't have like computer analysis to your disposal, it can be anything.
And Alireza is going to have to burn a lot of time on the clock navigating this, because it's easy for us. You know, we have the power of take back. We also have the engine and evaluation bar, but that's not available to Alireza Firouzja. So every move he'll be thinking, what are the checks, captures, threats? And
he's down to 24 minutes only. Yes. I didn't realize he was low on time.
They all are low on time. I mean, Matthias Bluebaum also got the slightly better position on board too. Matthias Bluebaum in the lead currently with 6 points, and queen f6.
Alireza just played the move, queen f6. So let's see if Nihal Sarin, like if he's around, if he's gonna appear at the board next 30 seconds, I want to say, because I suspect he has a plan of following it up with knight to d6. If he starts thinking, then...
If he starts thinking going into the tank, this is the time where we tell him off and we said you should have thought that a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Earlier on. Okay. We move on to Nodirbek.
Or
do you want to wait a little bit more to see whether Nihal...
Yeah, he started to think. Yeah, he started to think.
Hang on.
He says, huh? You feel like he's going to play something?
Yeah, he's doing the Argent thing where he's looking into the distance.
Right. I almost felt like he stares at Firouzja. Like queen f6, I thought that move was losing.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently he will take some time.
Okay, let's move down to board 2, where our co-leader, Matthias Bluebaum, is playing black against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And so Nodirbek, he needs to not lose. That's very
not lose for sure, but I believe he would be very happy to win against somebody who is half a point ahead of him in the standings. While the position is not as promising, though, right? Not as exciting, I want to say, as Nihal Firouzja, but that's because, like, that one is really, really crazy. f5, queen to c3, allowing f4, and now this knight from e3 has to be dropped to f1. So after knight f5, wow, it looks like black gets a very, very pleasant initiative. Knight headed towards d4 or d6, and the reason for that is tactical, as always, because if we were to take the pawn, black has knight takes g3. So now the queen's hanging, queen c7, I guess there will be something bad happening to white king. So you have to take knight e2 intermezzo, h g5, and it's a better endgame for black, maybe much better.
Yep, it certainly looks better. So don't fall into that trap, Nodirbek. What should white play? With the knight coming into d4, it's not going to be an easy. Knight e2 and then go knight. Aha, I thought the plan was maybe to go, once a knight arrives on d4, to go knight to f3 and evict the intruder.
Wow. Yeah, you're right, in fact. Knight e4 is stupid. I thought, like, I've seen this e4 square and I thought, knight e4, queen h5, black's almost winning because there is like Well, potential for a very serious attack. In fact, after knight d4, two suggestions, either f3 or possibly slightly more precise b3. But you're right, this knight on d4 should not be tolerated for very long.
Yeah. I mean, White does have some plans of their own involving, potential c5 and pressure against e5. So I would say Black has a very comfortable position, but Nodirbek is solid as long as you know how to fight against a knight arriving on d4. So let's move quickly on to the game between Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest. And this one is like your good old-fashioned classical textbook, two bishops versus a bishop and knight, played in 1953.
This game, I'm not sure if in 1953 they figured it out. I think it was a bit later, and maybe like Kramnik had to do with it, and before that Ulf Andersson had to do with it. But this like shows you that Anish Giri has played a lot of round robins, right? I mean, having this type of position on the board, that I want to be safe with White and I want to have this little ball. And for now, it's not so exciting, but it can, it's a very pleasant situation to be honest. Because still, it's not too late if you make a draw today and win two next games, but if you lose today, you're out. I mean, being like on, how many they are on 5?
White has some plans of, now this advice was, I want to say, from the 70s. And it was courtesy of Bent Larsen, a Danish grandmaster, his good move guide. And he said, when you have a bishop, try to lengthen its diagonal. And if it's blocked by an enemy pawn, just bulldoze it open. Now, he didn't say it in those exact words, but I'm just using that to go, yeah, you've already highlighted a4, a5.
All right, so e5 was played. And yeah, I guess.
What's wrong with my plan?
The knight is getting...
Okay.
No, nothing wrong with your plan.
But he's fighting it with knight e6 and then wants to block up the diagonal.
He wants to go knight e6, but knight e6.
You got bishop h3. No, you don't have bishop
h3. There is a pawn, and that kind of explained the line that computer wanted to do, because there's f3 first, and it's the reverse to Larsen's rule then. The opponent has a bishop, right? And that's why I go f3 to make this bishop on b7 look silly. And the bishop on g2 has two other diagonals, f1, f1 a6 or h3 c8. So if this and bishop h3 was to happen, and I'm just thinking like, say, this position, strangely, it looks like opposite colors, but it could be very unpleasant for Black because this is like eternal weaknesses. These are eternal weaknesses. The bishop on b7 is quite a stupid bishop. Right, so it's almost like you, and then the engine plays a fantastic move, b5, and it just says, you know what, this bishop is terrible. Yeah.
And then,
this bishop is terrible.
a4, a5.
a4, a5.
Incoming.
Yeah.
It does mean that, okay, Anish, though, has to fight this idea of knight to e6. And if there's one thing I know, he's reaching for the bishop. But if there was one thing I know about grandmasters, is that they are fantastic at this like negative thinking type of thing. Like they're always like, okay, what could go wrong? What is wrong with my idea? Whereas I find that the amateur players are a lot more enthusiastic and they go, yep, it's good.
Yeah, so it kind of comes from, I guess, from a lot of bad experience, right? So to reach the Grandmaster title, not only you won a lot, but you've lost a lot of games, and this prophylactical thinking and all this kind of starting from a negative scenario, it gets inbuilt, and especially in positions like that it cannot possibly be won in 5 moves, right? And so you want to make sure that you cut off all the counterplay. Trading a pair of rooks would be kind of, I'd say it's understandable as well, and maybe in reality you want to trade all the rooks with White. But then there's always this question, is it enough?
Right, so he just wants to go, oh, he's getting all of the rooks off.
He does trade all the rooks, and as I'm saying, like these things, and black goes knight e6, and it goes f6. You do have this pair of bishops, but they no longer seem to be that efficient.
And the knight, though, doesn't have too many squares, though. So it can go to, once you go bishop to b2,
and say I go f6.
yeah, you go f6, and the point is, it's no longer attractive to go knight to d4. But then where else is it going on its circuit?
Does it have to? I mean, I'm just staying like this. That's what I thought. And again, like one of the ways would be just to say to. I keep overusing it, but it's building the fortress, and then black just shuffles with the bishops. With the bishop, and if you go b5, this is where the knight gets the square on c5.
No, but you're going to go on the king side with your h4.
Yeah,
and you're going to dance, maneuver around, and then you've got f4, you've got, you know, your f5s and the slow pushback.
Right.
So, okay, still a lot of play in this one. Let's head over to the game between Hans Niemann, Abhimanyu, Mishra, because it's wild. And, okay, there was none of this e4 business that we were looking at.
So h6, in fact.
And then the queen, okay, this is where queen a5 comes in.
a5, so Mishra simply wins the pawn back. Hans goes g5, h5, and then b4.
Oh.
So now some achievements for Hans, I want to say, because he stabilized the center. He has, well, relatively good knight on e4 that can sometimes can jump, but still no kind of full coordination of his pieces, and still the question remains where the bishop from c1 finds its place.
Yeah.
I imagine White's no longer at risk of, say, falling apart immediately. Somehow the situation there, the position kind of slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah.
So with black, do we want to keep the queens on the board? I believe we do. But say, Anna, queen c4, I was
knight to d6.
wondering knight to d6, queen a4.
Well, there's knight c5.
There's knight c5, yeah.
Although
b5.
Although I'm a little bit reluctant to make that move because the knight is so well placed on e4.
Nice, yeah.
And I kind of feel like you should go king f2, bishop b2.
Again, yeah.
And then, yeah, I mean, you actually have to fight with rook c8.
c8 is what makes me scared, but I guess then you go knight c5 and then you go e4 or something.
And b6.
Then you're trading, right? b6, yeah. Now you can trade. And it's hard to judge those positions because White gets gotten a lot of space. White gotten this d5 pawn, but could it be that White is somewhat overextended because you trade the rooks and then the queen jumps to h3, you know, or goes that way, or the b4 pawn gets targeted after bishop f8, or a5 pawn starts marching. Yeah,
I agree with all of that, but it's still not one-way traffic because you go bishop b2 with White, you go king to g, king to g3 to cover the h3.
You start with this, right, and then you go king g3.
Yes, and then, you know, the bishop on g7 isn't the best piece ever.
Not at all.
And by the way, this position looking very tense, but I do have breaking news that Gukesh looking to be in serious trouble.
Again,
yeah, against Robert Hovhannisyan. And
that is on board 38.
This is 38, and if you go down there, you can see the evaluation bar in White's favor. Knight c7.
Not only the evaluation bar, but the position itself, like White has the textbook, you know, like kind of light squares control. So knight c7 is a very strong move in particular because it threatens knight e6. Right? Well, plain and simple, it's a double attack on the b5 pawn and knight e6.
Right, and if you go rook to b8, which is maybe... No, you can't even do that because
the d6 as well.
Hanging.
D6 as well. So apparently what you do is rook 5 to f6, and then white can take b5, or the other computer's move is b2, b4. That's a classy move, kind of completely shutting off this queen, and if queen a3, then you take on b5. After this check, you have another tempo rook f2, and queen returns somewhere, and you take d6. White's winning.
Totally, but b4 is a bit too refined.
b4 is a little bit.
I think a lot of people,
a little bit fancy,
including myself, would just
knight
take
b5.
Knight to b5, and where's the compensation?
There is no compensation to be found.
Is there no rook to b?
Well, there is this strange line: rook f3, e4, because you cover the d4 square, but then white goes, trades the queens nonetheless, and it's just a technical position, it seems. Yeah, the pawn down, d6 hanging, still inferior bishop on h6. This can be...
Yeah, so it's going to be absolutely critical for Gukesh if his opponent finds knight to c7. If he doesn't, then I think Gukesh still has some chances to save the game. I mean, probably he's slightly worse, but yeah, really not a good event for Gukesh.
No, not at all. And he keeps struggling.
But
started well, but then...
Yeah, but I think, you know, I discussed this with Emil, and Emil said, you know, in the long run, this is simply going to toughen him up. And he comes into every single game with this mentality that he wants to fight. And once you get yourself into that state for every single game, it just means that when the time comes, you'll be crushing absolutely everyone.
Yep.
Well, some big news there. If white finds knight to c7, well, we could see Gukesh suffer another loss. But a lot of drama at the top. And we have Angelica here with us, who is getting ready to share with us some more action on some of the other boards.
Gukesh might suffer another loss, but it's Aronian who can also suffer another loss. As remember, yesterday Yagis won against Levon Aronian in a beautiful fashion, and I would like to show what happened in his game against Andy Woodward. This was a position. Now we can see that white still hasn't castled yet, and this was a decision which was made by Aronian, pushing the pawn forward, already getting into the worst position, because here he missed this f5 move. Now, as we know, usually you're answering on the attack on the king side or on any flank with attack in the center where the king is located. Now, after pawn takes on h6, queen f6 was another move which was played by Andy, ringing queen, not caring about the pawn h6, and here e5, the final biggest mistake. It's not so clear even what was missed, because queen f5 is coming with a check, but maybe the next beautiful move, which you will see, was missed. King comes to f1, and now bishop c4. Now the point is here, if any time there is any piece taken on c4, there will be queen e4 targeting the rook on b1 and rook on h1. And after rook g1 stepping away from this beautiful attack, beautiful move, queen e4 is coming. Of course, bishop cannot take the queen. The bishop is pinned in the position, and after bishop c4, knight c4, queen e2 was played, and queen b1. Andy just took rook, and as we can see now, Aronian is down a whole rook in the position, and rook g7 will not help with anything, because if you take the pawn, king is just going to step away, and there is no checkmate, there is no follow-up and no attack, and Aronian is simply down a rook.
Yeah, and that's not ideal for Aronian, you know, losing a rook, going to be losing the game. Well, I mean, it's all about the storylines here in Samarkand.
It's really incredible. Yeah, Gukesh losing 3 in a row and playing a draw. Now maybe another loss at the Grand Swiss. For Aronian also, it has been quite a good event at the beginning. And yesterday the loss against Yagis, maybe psychologically, players just been shaken up, and that's what happens. You lose one game, you lose the second.
It just goes to show, how tough this event really is. I mean, it's not the event to be off form.
Absolutely, and getting on track seems to be, can go both ways. Like some people get on track to win game after game after game, but if you have a bad streak, it's also very hard to break it. Because I'm seeing Parham once again struggling, right? And he seemed to be dominant, then he lost this unnecessary game, and he finds it hard to resume performing. Gukesh, pretty in trouble, and now Levon Aronian as well.
It's tough to break the curse.
It really is. It really is. Thank you very much, Angelica. And on that note, we are going to take a break. The middle game is heating up. And you know what? When we return, we're going to break down and dive into all of the action, keep you updated on all the storylines. So join us in just a few minutes. Welcome back, and things are afoot here in round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss because we have decisive positions drama. And Miro, where is the drama? I'm going to put the question to you.
Well, to be honest, the drama's everywhere. So we start with the women's because in both board 1, board 2 games of the leaders, well, everything's turning upside down. Bibi Sarasabayeva, to start with, seems to be absolutely winning against Katerina Lagno now.
Absolutely. And just make a spot assessment of this mirror because she's a pawn up, because I actually want to take us to even more drama that is happening on board 2, because this one looks like Bibi Sara, comfortable, technical win. But on board 2,
Vaishali wants to play, seriously wants to play the game of the day. So Rook E1, we checked just briefly, Bishop F7, Rook A7, Knight has to jump and yet exchange sacrifice, the one that we were speculating was quite interesting, was played. Bishop D5, King F8, and here White should have captured F7, Knight E4, keeping pressure, but letting the rook go. Bishop G5, Queen to D7. Now White was winning with Knight takes F6, but decided to go Bishop takes.
She got no time though. This is why.
Wow, she's again in this 30 seconds per move.
It's move 26 and
Queen F5, Queen F5, G F5.
On the increment.
And I have to tell you, now White has the only move not to end up worse, and she finds it. Rook F1, but Black should simply take on F6. Position is very awkward for Black, but exchange is an exchange. Black will be an exchange up, for which White collects a pawn or possibly 2 pawns, but still the position is level.
Yeah. What an escape there for Song Yushin, and Vaishali leaving herself with no time on the clock.
Yeah, something has to be done about this time management, because like she's a brilliant, brilliant player, very strong, very well prepared, but this pattern of like leaving herself playing last 20 moves before the time control on increment, it cannot really be sustainable. At some point you'd be dropping points.
Yeah. Well, we see some hesitation from Yutin Song. Maybe she wants to capture the bishop. That would be a very natural move. It does guarantee equality. There are also other alternatives like knight to b6, but the danger is over for Black. But for Vaishali, it's all about surviving on the clock.
Right, where the danger is not over is on board 3. The danger for Antoanetta Stefanova, who's in a big, big, huge trouble against Irina Krush. So now Irina is to move. Well, Stefanova's up a pawn, but like poor pieces coordination. Knight takes F7 apparently is winning. And if you were to, well, it's one of the natural moves in fact, right? Just take on F7, go Knight C7. If you find it too tactical, then Queen to D2, just a pin and win, as they say. Yeah. So White's position is absolutely dominant and just has to find, you know, the final blow to seal the game.
And Irina, with a win, will find herself on 6 points and
still within a striking distance.
Still within striking distance if she manages to maintain that winning streak. And talking about wins, it's also big trouble, right, for Parham Maghsoodloo in the open section.
So we move to the open section, straight to Parham Maghsoodloo, where Vincent Keymer is to move in a position like that. And, well, first off, Black is better. Doesn't matter what he does, like just don't blunder heavily. But also, Bishop H3 seems to be winning the game. Bishop H3, huge attacks. What you have to do is try to grab the material, right? Bishop takes, queen takes, and now, well, it's actually tricky because you do win, but with only move, which is H5, and you're threatening H4, so it could be tricky, right? H5, and if White wanted to stop this H4, you go Queen G4, and then there is no stopping anymore.
Yeah. There's problems with the White King.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You have no pawns to cover the king, right? Queen g4, and you win on so many levels. Like, I mean, first of all, you probably just win a piece with h4, but even if not, trading on g2, capturing on e4, it's an awful position for white to play. You're lost in the middle game, but also you'd be lost in the end game. So very, very bad scenario for Parham. And I have a feeling like Vincent Keymer, he's one of those guys who would be able to calculate this bishop h3, but he's also known for a very like safe approach, right? Like having things under control. So I'm looking what else could he consider. But it's my understanding, Jovi, to be honest, is like moving back to c6. I understand I dropped part of my advantage, but what is left is still -2. Because I have an extra pawn in a better position.
And you've got threats against the king, as always. This is also good enough. And sometimes good enough is good enough.
Right, it's true. And especially, you know, like good enough that you understand, good enough that matches your style.
Exactly.
Because very often there are technical players and they would say not go for the sharpest, but instead just simplify and and be
exactly.
enough to
Just
win.
go for the path of clarity. That's what I always say. You know, where your opponent doesn't put you under any pressure whatsoever, because there are some like advantages where you have to play very precisely. So, yeah, a knight to c6, good enough. Bishop takes h3, looks like it's crashing through. Also drama, really exciting stuff happening in top board between Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. We left it, there was a piece sacrifice, and the queen is out there on h4. It was on f6. How did this happen?
Yeah, and when you said there is, like, sometimes it's wise to choose a path of clarity. So there is no path of clarity. What do you do then? So f4, queen here, queen to e2, knight d to e7. And for the second time in a row, Nihal Sarin switches the moves order, because computer was claiming that knight d6 is very strong, and apparently you could not go to f8 in this case because bishop takes, pawn takes, and well, that's quite sophisticated in fact. Queen d3 would win. And the reason why queen d3 wins is the deadly threat of knight e4 followed by queen d8. So not the most kind of, not the easiest move to find. Instead, he went g4 before going knight d6, queen h4, and now check, and the king can go to f8, because if he were to do the same and go queen d3, g4 hangs with a check.
Yeah.
g4 hangs with a check, then black goes king g8 and is safe. So now after king f8, position is back, well, computer evaluation is back to position being equal.
And the thing is, you probably have to sit on this position as Nihal. I don't feel like you should be doing anything radical, such as f5 or g5 or whatever. You just kind of, I'm thinking bishop c5 just to activate the rook on a1. I have no purpose beyond that.
Bishop c5.
Maybe bishop f2. Maybe I have some ideas of that.
Bishop c5 is bishop f2 idea. Yeah, not bad at all. Or Compi even wants to capture first and then play bishop c5 to
That's not what I'm doing.
Play a little bit of a positional chess piece down, right?
Yeah.
So playing against the c8 bishop, hoping in his vivid dreams to capture on a7. Yeah, black's move is clear and simple. a7, a6. And well, computer evaluation of this being equal doesn't really help. Because, yeah, you don't know. You absolutely do not know. Black has potential of going h5, and if white goes g5, queen g4 will swap the queens. King will crawl to g8, h8. Anything, literally anything can happen. It can be, win for Nihal Sarin if he crashes through. It can be win for Alireza Firouzja if he manages to consolidate and prove that an extra knight is an extra knight. Super exciting. Move 20. Nihal Sarin down to 12 minutes, Alireza Firouzja down to 10.
Yep, and let's check in on the game between Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu Mishra.
On board 5.
Board 5, because here the knight remains on e4. And I like what Hans is doing, you know, bishop to b2, very good. Rook a1 incoming.
Yeah.
Boot that queen out.
I just thought it's ironic that Hans played, you know, one of the weirdest kind of games, like moving pawns left and right, and then kind of a coach whispered a good advice: develop your pieces in castle. And bishop b2, and then castle and move 24, which is extremely rare. Extremely rare, castle and move 24 with white. And all of a sudden, white gets everything under control. And after that, at bishop f5, the move that was played, well, rook a1 is what you can do. There's also a move that I possibly like even more, which is like jump to d6 and take on f5 and go e4.
But Miro, there's a pawn up for grabs. I like this move here as well. But after rook a1,
yeah,
you can't go queen to b5 because knight to
b5,
d6.
knight d6.
So you have to step forward with pawn. And this is where yours truly is like,
let's take this guy.
Let's try and calculate that one. Although I would perhaps be hesitant because of rook c8.
They'll take go queen c4. That's something. There's rook c8. Yeah, so that's not a bad idea per se. But that, interestingly, computer retreats this knight back now and probably wants to go e4.
Now, that was not part of the equation. I was...
Yeah,
and hopefully there were a lot of us also looking at the a pawn going, I got my eyes on you.
Rook a1 played, rook a1 played, and yeah, maybe I've exaggerated when I said like Hans is getting control over this position. There is no such thing as control over this position.
No, it's a wild one.
It's a wild position, and like it's hard to kind of navigate it strategically because so many tricky possible ideas, but also tactically a lot of tricks for both sides. This one is on move 25, and once again, players approaching this 10 minutes on the clock.
By the way, we have a result on the second board in the women's section. It was a draw between Vaishali and Song Yuksin. And
was a draw.
Yes, Vaishali, I think.
Rook
no
f1,
time on
yeah.
the clock.
Bishop takes knight. Rook f5. She found this rook f5 with no time on the clock, and then rook f6, and it seems it forces the perpetual.
Yep.
So well spotted. Now king h8, knight f6 would be not what you want. Yeah. So here, and this is how the game ended. So Vaishali holds herself for a draw after having a better position, after being maybe in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so she moves to 6.5 points. And, well...
Sonya's seen as well. But now that means if Asabayeva wins, she would be a new sole leader with the 7.
So we would have a situation where every round sees a new leader.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing.
And Bibisara looks like she is doing the business. They're on move 36. Let's revisit that one because I had to. With Vaishali so low on the clock, I had to head over and check out what was happening.
So when we've seen this endgame for the first time for Bibisara, for Lagno and Asabayeva, right? The evaluation wasn't that depressing for white, but remember me saying, like, it seems that you win with black simply because all the moves are so natural. It moves forward, you improve your piece, rook d2, check now. Again, the strongest move is bring the king, bring the king closer.
No rook e6.
No rook e6, very important. So, but if you move the knight, then you get the d4 square, right? So it's even hard to blunder something.
And also, you know, you pinpointed all the way back when e4 was played. And you said, okay, this is the critical mistake. And I'm sure Katerina will have been, it was back in move 19 where white went knight h2.
Ah, yeah.
And it has taken a whole lot of moves
for this knight.
For the knight to go back to the majestic square of knight to f1. I mean, it has basically cost white the game.
Yeah, the knight gotten stuck for a very, very long time. So king e7 was played instead of king e5. Now the trade on d2, and white even gets to take the pawn, but isn't white completely lost after this check? Because king g2, right? No, well, Bibisara does it other way. Rook c2, and what will be happening, the pawn will be marching forward to c3, then there's a check, then the pawn gets to c2, and you move the rook, you win the pawn. And in addition to that, if white somehow fought against this idea, there is rook c1, knight f3, and you'll have to put the bishop on f1, or otherwise you're getting checkmated. So absolutely no stopping to black's plan.
Yeah, and well, Bibisara with a win, she takes the sole lead in the women's section with just 2 rounds to go. But let's dive over to the excitement on the top boards of the open section, because they are again red hot with action. Nihal, Sarin, Alireza, Firouzja.
Board 1.
Bishop c6, you know, the move that I said was not going to be played.
So king to f8, bishop to c5, h5, bishop c6. Now,
hg4.
Apparently, if you take bc6, then white keeps ignoring and takes on a7 and somehow gets to this king on dark squares. So, well, that's, he still did not play a g4 yet, but that's computer suggestion.
But it doesn't really make that much sense to take the pawn on g4, because you think everything is covered. Because at first, you know, I overlooked that the queen was on e2.
Yeah, so it's
and you think that it is going to
threat.
be a deadly threat, but it actually isn't. And
no, I believe
why is it so strong, according to the engine?
So takes, I guess, there's no way. Let's say I wanted to keep my extra, well, not my extra piece, but my piece on the board. And then you go g3. And then you say, you know what, no longer I'm in such a danger. There's no more attack. If anything, black is coordinated. So this e7 knight can be protected with bishop f6. The king comes to g7.
But wait, you do not need to touch the bishop on c6. If you go, instead of, you go rook a7, now I have an idea, because if you go b takes c6, it may fail. I'm thinking rook takes e7.
Rook e7,
and
yes, it works, because now if I take with the king, it's
knight
like a 5 double check. If I take with the queen,
knight e4.
Brilliant. Yes.
Cheap trick 101.
Yeah. So, well, so how does that work? If black is reasonable, if black's taking the bishop on c6, rook takes, and
yeah, you're not going to go h4 because of this issue.
No, you're going to go queen g4, queen takes, pawn takes, and then white has multiple ways of winning a piece back, including knight takes c8, rook c8, rook e7. And
hang on, let's count the pawns, because
equal.
It's been
equal. 5 pawns each. 5 pawns each.
You feel like white is the one better. Okay, there's a big threat on the board of bishop to f8.
Or bishop to f8,
and that might be enough.
Hence, computer plays rook to d7. But maybe this what kind of allows black to keep his kind of which keeps black afloat, because otherwise, like. I was thinking, like, first, when I've seen this position on the horizon, I thought, rook a1, rook a7, black resigns. But if I have to spend one more move, and then, and then the computer stuff starts. Now we disturb the bishop, then we go rook d5, disturb the rook, jump here, jump there, and...
And can you try and keep control with rook a7? Big idea being, it's not very sophisticated.
There,
but the whole idea is, you know, eventually you're going to go d4, anchor that bishop to c5, go rook a1, and then, and only then, move away.
So, well, apparently rook d8 is what computer wants to do, because now if you go d4, there's rook h3, and somehow black is faster attacking those pawns. Yeah, I feel like we've we didn't kind of use all of our chances here. So knight c8 might have been a bit too simplistic, but again, we are a piece down in the endgame. Maybe we should win the piece back.
I think so. I challenge anyone in an endgame not to win the sacrifice material.
Yeah.
And Alireza, you know, ticking down to just over 3 minutes.
3 minutes left for Alireza. 2 minutes left, I can see, for Vincent Keymer against Parham Maghsoodloo. Is Vincent still calculating the move that we thought?
He's made a move, and it's a good one.
Yeah.
He did go for bishop takes h3. Oh, what has happened?
Alireza played b7, b6, not capturing the bishop, attacking instead white's bishop on c5. And now white gets to play bishop f2, where I don't think you want to even consider anything but queen g4. Like queen h3 doesn't make any sense. So you take on g4, queen g4, pawn takes, and then white has the only path for advantage, which might have been missed, because apparently this is strong.
Really?
Knight takes, rook f7, king goes, and rook c7.
We have a result.
And we have a result, and it's a draw on the second board for Abdusattorov and Bluebaum.
It means Bluebaum moves to 6.5 points, and Nodirbek moves on to 6 points. So for Nodirbek now, he's practically in a must-win situation.
Must win 2 out of 2.
Yeah, must-win situation.
And Bluebaum, very impressive, slow and steady, very solid. Whoever wants to, like, you know, go all out and try to beat him gets punished. And he's keeping the draws now. That's very, very solid display.
Okay, but things are really fiery on board 1. Nihal moves his bishop.
Yeah, needs, but I believe now he absolutely needs to go to f2. That's like, enough is enough.
It's also tempting to go bishop a3.
Bishop a, yeah, but I thought so, but like, I was even thinking bishop b4, but then again, a5 is the move, right? And bishop a3, you kind of switch off this rook, right, from the game. It's a possible move, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's bishop f2 is the one that actually attacks the queen, so it should be calculated first.
But yeah, but
bishop a3 is also a possibility.
Kind of maintaining this pressure here. And now, yeah, and interestingly, it's kind of counterintuitive, because I felt like black in the previous line was trading the queens, and now trading the queens is actually a mistake, because now after knight c4, don't ask me why it's so strong, but computer claims that is much better for white, because maybe black cannot really get rid of the ping, bishop d6 being a threat. Bishop d6 being a very serious threat. Yes. Right. So now, if bishop a3 is played, you do not trade the queens, but you take hg4, and then you are the one trying to attack. No, it's a crazy, crazy position where players slowly but surely running out of time.
Yeah, both on the clock and on the board. Bishop to f2, again, following that concept of time, you play the most aggressive move first, but Nihal taking a pause and just probably calculating all of the follow-through. Now, one of the things about Nihal is he's super good at the positional game. And this means that contrary to other players, he's not calculating at every single turn. But let's leave him there. Let's go down to Vincent Keymer, because Vincent Keymer has a winning position. However, his clock situation is not desirable, because he's on seconds. They are on move 34.
h5 and e5 was played. e5 was thrown in at him. He exchanged on g2. But then, no, it's almost impossible to survive.
Did you just play
And he played h4.
And suddenly the evaluation bar just slides. I mean, this is a time-induced blunder. You just simply take it. Queen
h4,
takes.
now you take. Well, and I don't think, well, no. h4, what's happening?
You have to take,
It's a glitch of an engine,
I think so. You just have
because
to
you have to take, otherwise you resign, yeah?
Yeah.
So you take, and then black goes.
Queen
Yeah, but I wasn't sure, like, even if you take this, how come it can be better for black?
Well, you're surviving. I mean, there's that issue.
Yeah, the surviving is cool, but computer was giving us some lines where it's like almost like white's better. You take, or you give a check and then you take. So it should be good enough. Should be good enough.
How good is this? Because if you stick your king,
f2, and if I take
knight to
e3,
cover the checks.
And you somehow establish some sort of blockade.
Well, not really, because you do have f5 at the end of the day.
You have f5.
And you can't take on an
f5 is bishop e5. The 5 does bishop e5.
And the g2 square is covered.
Yeah. No, yeah, h4 is definitely not the strongest. He could have done check on c6, king goes to f2, similar thing. Then you take e5. And then you would have gone h4 if needed. And like for the endgame, it's a better pawn to have. So d5. Now, yeah, without the check, d5 could be a stronger move. So now what white has to do is some queen f6.
Yeah.
Queen f6, and then if I'm just silly, if I go e4, then again white returns to this sort of blockade.
Blockade with a knight on e3. Also, yeah, it looks bad if you trade off queens, because I was thinking of the knight to e3 to get there immediately and just try to...
Yeah.
He slides his queen to the center, queen to e4.
White went queen e4. d5, queen to e4. Yeah, and it's not so obvious how you win it, because now e5 is hanging.
And the knight on f1 is keeping the bishop nice and protected.
Right, so apparently now...
f6.
Did he play f6?
He did play f6.
He did play f6, because computer wanted rook e8 once again. When you see these moves, it's of course for like easier to follow. Yeah, f5, f4 would be a threat. And if knight e3, check and take another pawn. f6 is solid, but kind of less precise, because it gives white more time to try to stabilize.
Right, but you still have moves like rook c8 in the air, take control. There is an issue with black's king, believe it or not. Because
fair.
How are you going to create an opening for it? If you go a6, the bishop will step back to f2, and obviously I'm talking about a future where.
Yeah, and you're right in such a sense that like very often you win these positions by going to an endgame, right? Two connected passed pawns and the rook feasting on these a-b pawns, but with the king on a8 and white pieces all of a sudden really getting coordination, yeah.
By the way, also big news, Anish Giri winning against Jordan van Foreest.
Anish is winning?
Well, according to my evaluation.
Yes, he's completely winning. But how come this has happened? Because we thought it was like a very, very slow decision to trade. The rooks f3, bishop b5, king f2, f6, f4, all good, and then knight e6 might have been a mistake. Bishop b2, knight to d4, bishop f1, traded, yes, and then it was a tricky knight f3 that was needed. Knight c2 is a bad move, b5, checking e2, knight c4, and both bishop c3 or bishop a1 win the e5 pawn, it seems.
Yeah, you need the king to suddenly discover powers.
You can do that. However, you cannot take this one, because then a4, I guess, right? Or even king d3, king c4. So the knight is in a big...
Could you hide the knight on a7?
Yeah, you could, but then king here, and I guess he just go in with the king.
Oh, and it's the e-pawn as well.
Yeah, the e-pawns here, g7's hanging, so your king, you'll have to spend some time. Anyway, computer evaluation goes all in white's favor. Still few more moves for Jordan to make. Anish is on comfortable 15 minutes, while Jordan makes his moves on literally seconds on increment.
Yeah, they're on move 35 as well. And
where does it bring Anish? On 6?
Well, he's on 6.5. So here we'll be tying with Bluebaum.
Wow.
For first place, obviously, everything is dependent on Nihal Sarin.
Right, knight a3 played. So now, yeah, knight a3 played. You go here or...
Yeah, the knight is completely trapped there on a3.
Knight is not great at all.
And he's
Anish
taking the e5 pawn, which is good.
Yep. It's either capture the pawn or go king d3.
I think taking on e5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, take the pawn.
Because if you go king to d3, maybe there's opportunities for king f7.
F7, yeah. So again, if we take, and honestly, I thought a4 was clever. a4 is not so clever because knight a3, king d3, and there is b5.
Well,
might be losing, might be not. Bishop e5, knight takes b5. So now is a very important moment. We know that a run forward with the king should win Anish the game. But yeah, but it seems that they will reach the time control, and this could be potentially one of our longer games today. So shall we just return to those which are absolutely wild?
I mean, everywhere
is absolutely wild.
Feels like it could turn, because I'm also looking at the game between Nihal Sarin against Alireza, and the moves have been surprising because he took. We were discussing bishop to f2. It didn't even occur to us to take on c8, which is the move that
after
Nihal
b6.
played. Yeah.
After b6, so he captured on c8.
But that does improve the power of the rook.
Yeah.
And now bishop to f2.
Now bishop to f2.
And now
you have to move the bishop as well. Bishop b7, rook d8, takes on a7. Yes, black cannot take on d2 because rook a8, but a move like bishop f6, which Alireza played, and now d2 is hard to defend. And if you were to go d4, once again, you run into this problem that black has. Maybe this is a hidden resource that black goes rook h3, and all of a sudden black is so perfectly coordinated. Knight goes to f5, king, if needed, goes to g7, the other rook goes to h8.
Yeah.
So...
beautiful construction.
It's still kind of computer says it's close to equal, but I feel the kind of playing the practical initiative now is now belongs to Alireza. So bishop f6, and what was played? Was there? No, Nihal is still thinking. Nihal is still thinking.
And going back to the games between Hans Niemann and Abhimanyu. Although
to make a move,
Nihal
back to a2, and it is indicated as the strongest move by the computer. So to keep the d2 pawn protected, returning the rook from a7. So you might be threatening. Well, I guess you don't threaten to take on b6, but still black has to keep it. Keep in mind that this pawn is
still
vulnerable.
It's a complicated position, regardless of the evaluation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the black knight is primed to jump to f5. You've got this king coming to g7.
Yeah.
There's, but yet, if white is able to get mobile, you know, I'm thinking bishop go to g2, just so that you can grab on b6.
Yeah. And then white has this two connect pass pawns supported with the bishops, and black will have, but it still makes the game very, very exciting, doesn't matter the evaluation, because black will have nothing to do but to try to attack himself on the king side, right? Well, what a game.
Yeah.
What a game.
And the game between Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest, that is following the path prescribed by you, Miro.
Yeah, bishop
where
takes and then
bishop
king.
takes. The king is just going to snake its way towards those pawns. And also at the heart of it is that the pawn on g7 is on a dark square.
Yep.
E pawn is also passed and running. So there's a few things that are going wrong for black.
Right, but now king kind of goes in to c6, and the e pawn is still, that's a really, really bad position.
And Vincent Keymer just made his 40th move, so he's out of time trouble, and it looks like he has improved his position even further as he's managed to get a queen check.
So this happened, a6, and a4 is something disliked by the computers, and rook goes here, queen d4 check, and now
well, the pawn on b2 is hanging.
Falling, right? So king g2, I guess, is what you have to do.
Queen takes b2.
Then you take b2 with a check. So he collects one of the pawns with a check, and
okay, is he banking on ideas such as it's difficult to defend both the rook and the f6 pawn?
Yeah,
Would there be any salvation with that motif?
Comes with a check, like king here, you have rook g6, right? King h3 or king, I don't know. But even if, say, you can't defend f6, but if you take a4, isn't it like a winning position in a practical game? I mean, look, the king's open, black has this passed pawns.
I agree, but I do feel like you're making a rod for your own back, because the queen takes c6, and suddenly, again, you're putting pressure,
Yeah, like queen f6.
Queen takes f6,
you mean some...
Yeah, and then there's like bishop f2, and, there's also all sorts of ideas, just to annoy you.
So after this check, king g2 is correct, right?
Queen takes b2.
Queen takes, oh, no, not that pawn.
Take
not that
b2.
Pawn. Queen b2, and
then
we said king...
Yeah, now rook to g6.
This is rook g6, threatening that.
Yeah. And
if queen
this should be enough.
You
h6.
Check. No, this simply falls apart. Now I actually have to say I might have had to go to h1, but even then, I mean, how real are the chances to hold that?
Okay, this is very, very good / winning for Vincent. Let's go down to board 5, because they're on move 30. Hans has 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock, and it's ticking down, whereas Abhimanyu has just over 3 minutes, and this position still can turn on every move.
Yeah, so Hans to move, and so basically there is bishop c3 where Hans is up a pawn, it seems, right? Bishop c3, Hans is up a pawn, because there's no rook b5 because of a check. So that's option A for Hans Niemann. Option B, I don't know if there is option B, I don't know if you need option B, if there is such a great option A. Well, bishop...
You have bishop
A3 as well, right? Bishop A3, but you have and you don't have, because E4,
also
and apparently you are kind of overstretched.
You also let go of the E3 pawn, so I don't like it for many reasons.
You can take, right. Right, so that's why bishop c3, kind of keep everything under control.
And
I don't know if rook c7 is... well, rook c7 is quite tricky. I've seen computer saying rook c7 is playable. In fact, it's probably very tempting, because the only move for black to kind of keep the position equal is you have to go to bishop h3, which escapes me still. Like, why is it so strong?
Because the bishop is falling with check.
Yeah, but if you if you take king
h3,
takes b2. You take queen b2, and now it's a kind of pure tempo, right?
Yeah.
So here, and again some queen e2,
and then rook to
b2,
b2
and all that. Yeah. So in fact, the game ends in a brutal fashion. You go here, and then you sacrifice, and that's a perpetual check. Well, what a tense game here. And else it's move 31 only, so everything shall be decided in the time trouble. But how about we go back to Firouzja and Nihal Sarin, because we might have a sole leader if Nihal Sarin wins.
Yeah, and the players, again, this time scramble is even crazier because Alireza down to 12 seconds on the clock. Nihal has under the minute, and they're only on move 30.
And I just realized that these two are monsters when it comes to internet blitz and all those like bullet, ultra bullet time controls and so on.
Okay, questions. There's some pawns that are up for grabs. First up, there's G4 pawn. There's also B5 pawn. What is Alireza's plan?
I believe, yeah, like I have a feeling Alireza is taking over here. So bishop, oops, not bishop d3. Bishop takes, can't make this move, I don't know why. So bishop takes b5, right, is what we are interested in.
He's taken the G4 pawn.
He's taken the G4 pawn, which is, I guess, a better move.
I guess you just take on f4.
Black can take on f4, but now computer wants b4 first, kind of throw b4 in.
Mm-hmm. But I guess if you're taking, oh, wow, and Alireza finds these brilliant moves.
Yeah, so b4, c4, this is where you take on f4 and your pawn's white. It's actually quite annoying for white because in some cases you'd be going rook d3, rook b3, and your b pawn actually matters. So b4 advises white, computer advises white to take on b4.
But it's so tempting to push the c-pawn, especially when you've got 16
rook
seconds.
a7. Rook a7, counter-attacking bishop e6, yeah.
Well, that throws
What's going on?
What
is going on here? So now knight f4 defends e6, but then let's white play bishop e3 or something. Wow.
But you can take on c3, right?
Yeah.
And
so what happens if I take e6?
Then you take on d2. No, you can't.
Yeah, there's this. Yeah, well, apparently some knight e7 is, but even then it's
then d
such a
takes
crazy,
c3.
No, the bishop is hanging. We can't get. No, I'm losing it. I really need the help of the engine, like the navigating this one. Alireza takes. It's a first line. First line of the computer.
Oh, hang on a second. D takes c3 played. D
takes c3. Good.
But now you can defend e6.
So my question is, why can't you take f4?
Well, now you attack the knight.
Well, you can. You can. I thought attacking the knight, there's knight h3 check, but bishop b6. This is where I believe black has to sack an exchange, which is still unclear, I guess. But yeah, you don't want to be doing this. d3. So rook h to e8. It is the best move, once again. With very tiny margins, but they still play the best moves according to an engine.
Right.
Isn't it incredible?
But now we have a seriously unbalanced position because you want to preserve your outside pass pawns.
Right. c4, knight f4, and then the rook on e8 is not pointless because maybe black will start moving the e-pawn forward. There is, of course, like some tactics for sure with, rook and rook and king being on the same diagonal. It's a crazy complex position where.
What does he play?
c4, knight takes f4. Right, so now there is no bishop b6. Oh, well, there is bishop b6, but it doesn't lead anywhere because there is a check on d4 if you wanted to.
And Nihal.
He's planning something,
well,
I believe.
He's going to do it quickly. Just 30 seconds.
c5.
He goes for the advance.
c5, very good move again.
But what happens if black just races?
Well, e5, but then they open the diagonal for this bishop, but then c6. So yes, or even bishop d7 first, followed by c6. E5 is not great. Bishop d4 is not great either because b4 and then white connects two passed pawns.
And if rook b8?
After rook b4, rook b8 immediately is good. Jove, finally, thanks to you, we found the move that doesn't blunder the whole house.
But you...
But what a position, like how do you play it on seconds?
Well, Alireza, just 15 seconds on the clock, it's ticking down. Now 10 seconds.
Knight d3, and knight d3 is a good move. It's good enough. It keeps the position relatively balanced.
Okay, so he has ideas. If you push c6, he wants to perhaps go
now,
knight
of course,
to e5.
No, he takes, and now it's a huge bishop d4 thing, right? If you were to take on f2, there's actually rook c8.
Yeah, and you get everything.
Oh, and then white has to lose control with one of the rooks, and not both rooks will be attacking f7, and then the bishop goes to d4. That's actually missable. Bishop e3.
Okay, well, there's some big threats of perhaps bishop to h6 in the air.
Bishop h6.
c6 is coming for white.
Rook d5.
d5.
Rook d5, targeting this. b4 is impossible. c6 is something I want to play.
c6 looks...
But then your knight e5 might come into consideration.
There's also issues of... No, but bishop h6 is not dangerous because
king
you
takes,
can just take, and then the king can step up to g5.
Double attacking, yeah, this one. The king takes, you're right, and it actually wins for black. King to g5, double attacking the rook in the...
So many false friends for Nihal, Sarin, to calculate. And how much time does he have? 20 seconds.
Well, such a complex position here.
This is crazy. You can just see the strain.
What did he do? What did he do?
Use the light square bishop.
He went
f3.
He went bishop f3, attacking the rook, and now black is winning with rook e5. Will Alireza find it?
Rook e5.
Rook e5 wins for black. And now this bishop has to leave the diagonal because bishop d4 loses to rook g5 with a check. So there is no way to defend the bishop. There is no way to keep the bishop on the diagonal. He has to leave. He has to drop the c pawn.
Oh, and the realization is dawning on Nihal.
Wow. No. I mean, and the position just like simply falls apart. Simply falls apart. Bishop d2.
Yeah.
And rook c5 is the strongest. Knight c5, good enough.
And you have threats of the bishop coming to d4.
Yeah, there's no reason not to play rook c5, I feel like. Rook c5, and then you have rook c2 threats, bishop d4. And now with this structure, I believe like any sort of minor pieces exchange will be beneficial for black. Rook c5, by the way, is played. So you get the opposite colored bishop's position. You still should be winning, right, with connected pass pawns.
But still, 2 moves to the time control. They're on move 38.
Yeah, rook c5, move 38.
And still possibility for Alireza to make a mistake. He just slides his king to h1.
King h1 because he kind of recognizes how dangerous the bishop d4 threat is. Wow.
And still there's some danger though, I feel, Miro. It's not as easy as the engine is making things out because you do have b4 still ever present.
Yeah, true, but rook c2, and how about rook c2 and rook h8, and it's black who now has an attack.
Yeah.
In addition to...
Black is taking over. Okay, you just move your bishop.
Yeah, you gotta go to e3. You gotta go to
h8,
e3.
you go bishop g2.
Rook here, bishop g2, and then...
Do not put your rook,
you hold. Yeah, you still
do not put your rook on b2.
Yeah, rook
after
b2, rook takes f6, you're absolutely right. So rook c2, did he go? Where did he go? Bishop e3, and that's move 40 for Nihal Sarin. So now it's only Alireza who needs to make move 40.
And rook h8 is a very natural move.
Rook h8 is a very
Everything is
natural move.
protected.
Rook b2 is good. Rook b8. I remember computer indicating rook b8 is not as great because some bishop d1.
Also, you've got bishop to e4.
Yeah, bishop e4.
Well.
Yeah, bishop e4.
And you know, it gets a bit tricky because
a lot of pins. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
and
pins.
you have certain ideas of going bishop h6. Don't forget that that's still in the air. But lots of time now for Alireza to make his move. And the way that he's holding his hand indicates to me he is going to put a rook on h8.
No. No, change his mind. 20 seconds left.
Yes.
Rook h8 played.
Okay.
Alireza has reached the time control, and he has what we think is a decisive advantage with black.
But still has to play accurately. So, big things happening. If Alireza wins, he will join the tie for first place alongside
Matthias Bluebaum,
potentially
Giri,
Vincent Keymer and Giri.
And if the game between Niemann and Mishra produces a winner, there'll be yet another one.
And let's do a quick roundup of the situation now that the time control has been reached. So let's check in on Maghsoodloo, Vincent Keymer.
Support 3. Well, looks pretty grim for Maghsoodloo. That's precisely the line that we were trying to, or rather I was trying to make work. And after this queen b2 check, computer says king h1 was better, but how do you play king h1? You always play king h3, like not to get cut off on the second rank, especially in time trouble. Rook g6, and now rook h6 will be happening. So black has 3 pawns and the rook against knight and bishop, plus a very, very weak white king.
And let's quickly do a status update on the game between
Giri and Van Foreest.
Foreest, because a pawn up.
The evaluation bar says it all.
Yep.
A pawn up, very active king.
And okay, let's move on to the game between Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, Abhimanyu seems to be a man who strongly believes in fortresses.
Right. Remember those days where I think Magnus said, "I don't believe in fortresses."
Well,
right?
Abhimanyu proved against Praggnanandhaa that he had a fortress. Abhimanyu also found some incredible defense in other games of his, and this one probably looks like he is justified in thinking that, because in order to get rid of the bishop, you have to do a lot of work. But Miro, can we move over to the game between Katerina Lagno and Bibisara Asalbaeva, because there's big news there, and the big news is that Katerina Lagno might have pulled the rabbit out of a hat and found an incredible saving resource.
Yeah. So after rook h6, rook to c2, and I thought it was like decided game, right? c4, g4, check, all good. King h1, knight to f4, winning for black still, bishop g8, and then a mysterious king f8, well, mistake that really shouldn't happen. You just go c3, you take on f2, and these 2 pawns are enough to win. Right? Instead, king f8 wanted to be super precise, and she completely missed. Bishop takes, rook takes, check on f6, and rook takes f5. So knight d3, you are a piece up, but it's very hard to win the f2 pawn, right?
And the h pawn is going to
You attack it 2 times, white defends it 2 times, and the h pawn starts marching, and your e4 pawn is the only pawn remaining.
Okay, we could see Katerina Lagno save this one, but wow, what a day it's been. Time control has been reached. It's looking like we're going to see a lot of movement at the top, but we have Angelica here with us, ready to show some other interesting games.
Indeed, I would like to show the game of the legend Vasil Ivanchuk, who won in this round against the grandmaster from France, Etienne Bacro. So time trouble brought some trouble for the French grandmaster. In this position, the opening was a French defense, and this position, we can see that there is opposite side castling. So Ivanchuk went for a 4. Starting already attack on the king side, knight b6 was played. What Etienne wants to do, he wants to double the works on the c file, put the knight on c4 and start the march of the pawns. f5 happened. Now targeting the pawn on e6, sometimes there could be even f6 ideas and just putting pressure. So e5 was played in this position just to close everything up, and rook d3 stepping away. This position, knight c4, was correct move by Etienne. And he should have, well, here, he should have traded the knight on d6 because it was really, really annoying piece. But he didn't do it. He played f6. He allowed knight from d6 to escape. And now, what Ivanchuk is doing, now he is remaneuvering the knight from d6 to e4 to include it into the attack. Rook is doubling, rooks are doubling on the c-file, but unfortunately black is not in time because after g4, okay, king h7, another mistake because it's allowed g5. It looks like the square is defended by everything, but g5 can happen. Ivanchuk is sacrificing the pawn. If you're taking with the h-pawn, rook h3 is coming, king g8, queen h5, all the pieces are suddenly on the king side. So he took with the f-pawn, but there is another blowing strike with f6, attacking now the queen, another pawn sacrifice. So queen f7 was played in the position because, as I can show you, after pawn takes, there is this beautiful rook d7. You take, 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 and at the end of the story, there is this beautiful fork. And after f6, queen f7 happened, f takes on g7. And by the way, here, Etienne forgot about this trick I just showed, and he took with the queen on g7. So rook d7 sealed the deal. The move which he might have tried is king g7, still trying to continue the game. But as we can see, the king is open, the attack is ongoing. But yeah, after rook d7, such a beautiful move one more time. Rook takes, queen takes, and knight is coming to f6 with a fork, winning the game. What a beautiful victory for the legend here at the Grand Swiss.
I mean, it was magic, rook to d7, because it looks like you cannot make that move whatsoever. I mean, I agree with you. Vasil Ivanchuk is a complete legend, and I'm glad that he's here playing games like this.
Indeed.
Well, thank you very much, Angelica. Well, you know, the time control has been reached. The drama has passed for the time being. So now is the perfect time to stock up on the cups of tea, your drinks. If you get yourself ready, because when we come back, we are going to be in for the long haul as we break down every moment that has happened in the games. So see you in a few minutes.
There is one that looks...
Welcome back. Now, the first time control has been reached in day 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and that means the players do get some added time to regroup, rethink their strategies, and now they're locked in for the next phase of the battle. But because the open section, they've gotten that extra 15 minutes, let's turn our attention to the women's section and see what is going on there. We saw before the break that Katerina Lagno, top board in the lead. She looks like she's going to perform a miracle save against Bibisara Asalbayeva. But what is the status in the other games?
Yeah, so that's the one that we have in Lagno versus Asalbayeva, and yeah, it develops as we thought it will. The only remaining pawn, E-pawn, is hard to utilize, while white will be, pushing the H-pawn forward, and I think at some point this the possible scenario that black has to stop the H-pawn, therefore has to bring his pieces to stop the H-pawn, and white will be able to exchange the last pawn remaining. Good outcome for Lagno. She was lost at some point for sure. Yep. We have quite a few results, Yovi, on the top boards. A draw for Vaishali and Sonia Singh, which leaves them both on 6.5. Then, that's important, that one we covered, but then at some point forgotten too. Tan Zhongyi wins her game against Carissa Yip, the one that Tan Zhongyi was in a big trouble in.
Right, because when we left it, I mean, let's rewind to the point where, we were seeing moves like rook to g8 and knight to d7. And how did Tan Zhongyi untangle and turn things around?
So put the rook on h7, and then you think, yes, fine, but how will the rook from h7 enter the game, right? Rook c3, rook to c8, trades a pair of rooks. Then the other rook comes in, and then the king. Look, queen b5 was a clever move, yeah. And if you exchange the queens, then actually black is immediately better. Yeah. And then, again, speculating on the queen's exchange, check, king f8, bishop d8, check, and king to g7.
So probably Carissa's mistake was that she felt like she was better because she did some exploration with the rook all the way to c7,
yeah,
and this allowed
c7 was not clever.
Allowed black to take control.
Funny enough, that is the position after move 41, and you would think that black king wasn't that adventurous, castle short, when in reality the king went all the way to c8 to then crawl back. Knight e3, bishop h4, already a pawn up, queen to e1, rook to h1, and now not only black is material up, but also gets to checkmate the white king.
Yep, queen h1.
Here, g3, queen f1. So queen h1, knight h2 should still be in the game, but queen f1 here and back to b1. Queen h1's unstoppable.
Yep,
very
nice
impressive
finish there from Tan Zhongyi. And with that win, she moves to 6.5 points, which means that she is potentially either in the lead or in second place, depending on the results between Katerina Lagno and Bibisara Asalbayeva. But she joins Vaishali and Yushin Song on 6.5 points.
Yeah, so the situation currently is that we have 4 players on 6.5. It's Lagno, Vaishali, Sonia Singh, and Tan Zhongyi. Asalbayeva is on 6, but Lagno and Asalbayeva are still playing. We expect it to be a draw. And I think, yeah, there's like unlikely scenario that Lagno wins. Then it somewhat changes the situation. Yeah. Otherwise, if Bibisara wins or it's a draw, it'll be one player on 7 and 4 on 6.5.
But you know something? I know we say it's unlikely that Katerina could win, but I would not rule it out as a possibility.
if you push it too far with
Exactly.
Black. You're disappointed, obviously, your position was winning, and at some point you decide, yeah, like you slowly, I believe in such situations, you slowly lose, you know, the sense of danger. And you start kind of not going for the drawish lines, and yeah, that's an obvious draw. I won't play that. That's an obvious draw. I won't play that. And then suddenly you discover these pawns being on g6, h7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Bibisara, she does, as we see on the camera, give a check to Katerina Lagno, and this is what I mean. Like, you know, the king
forward.
King goes forward, and. Like, say, for instance, if you go rook to g2.
Which is quite logical,
yeah.
right? And then
now
we go h6. And then black takes on f2. It's still impossible to lose, though. And in fact, it could be quite tricky. So if you were to go h7, there's a check, king h5, and king f5. So you get to promote. But it's black who is playing, apparently, because after e3, pawn defends knight, knight defends rook. And if the king is able to hide somewhere next to the knight, you might as well lose it still. So maybe it's a good try still, like out of what's available. And it could be wise for white to go king h3, not letting black play this rook g2 move.
And is there any danger for the white king, for instance, knight to
e5?
Yeah, knight to e5.
Hitting this and knight f3,
yep.
But it's kind of a perpetual check level of dangers, right? Not really a checkmate level of dangers. With the knight on f3, there's a lot of checks, but how do you checkmate the king? Like,
well,
if just
white is limited with moves, so you probably have to go.
It's rook f4. Defend this attack this.
Okay, the king steps.
The king to d5 and wait, well, I cannot go h6.
No, because you got a rook
Can't
h1.
move the rook either. Yeah, well, I can go rook f5 back to pin the knight. Yeah.
Okay, and say the king steps forward.
If I went forward, then yeah, it's still okay. You have a check, and I go back, and you go back. Right.
Yeah, it's not that easy, you know. I can also see Bibisara managing to win this one.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. And maybe I'm affected seeing the engine evaluation, seeing some lines, but right, you're still uncertain.
Right, because if for whatever reason white loses, say the G pawn or whatever, it's going to be
over very quickly, right? So here, rook f4, and if you were to go to d5, king h. Well, okay, this is something. King h2. So if you take on g4, king g3, and then the knights are, as we know, notoriously bad at stopping h pawns. So knight h6, there's king f4, and either attack the knight or go f3, exchange the last pawn. If you were to go knight e5, then I guess h6, h7. Seems like the draw is the most likely outcome, but again, yeah, anything can happen.
Care required. Okay, so those are the critical games in the women's section. Let's go back to the Open. And, well, there was a lot of mess happening on board one between Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. They were involved in a insane time
crazy
scramble. And at the end of it, this is the result. And we did catch that there were a few blunders by Nihal, but the question is, can he save this game? I mean, his bishop on g1 doesn't make a good impression, but they say bad bishops make good defenders.
Yep.
And that's
well, defends the king, defends h2, which is very important. There's still not obvious how black is going to win it. I believe, yeah, like f5, king f6, move the bishop, get the pawn to e4 type of thing. So white to play, computer advocates for bishop e8. don't know, bishop b5 could be a move as well. So you can't really effortlessly convert by winning the a4 pawn. Knight b2, white. Well, actually, I thought rook f2, which is apparently a terrible move. Terrible move. But rook e1, and the machine, interestingly, almost doesn't see advantage for black.
Really?
So now if bishop to f6, rook e2.
You just go rook a1.
And if you go rook a1,
I have a big threat of bishop to d4.
you do. Rook e4. I don't know why, but it's only like 0.9.
Wow.
It might. Maybe the knight is somewhat awkward now. If you couldn't take on a4, right?
But wait, you've got moves like bishop c3.
Here. Yeah, king g2, and you go e5.
e5.
And somehow this bishop flies, and I don't know. Maybe the fact that you had to leave the second rank, computer doesn't necessarily like. Still, a lot of like technical precision has to be shown.
Okay.
By Alireza.
And talking about technical precision, let's go down to board 3, where we have Parham Maghsoodloo,
threatening
Vincent,
a checkmate.
Keymer, and there is Queen A7 threatened, as Miro points out. Can be blocked, though, with either a queen or a rook.
Yeah, if the rook blocks, then apparently, I mean, I believe it has to be winning, but apparently things are a little bit dicey, because queen h6, now f4 is hanging, and f6 is hanging, and some check on f8 or d8. There's still rook d6.
Yeah.
So the strongest, apparently, is queen to d4, and the reason for that, like, you don't want to be exchanging queens, it's just too many pawns for black, right? And if you were to go here, there's rook f4, and black enforces the queen straight, and if you go to e2, then after this check, it's either or black has a check on e1 or d5. So black gets the time to break this mechanism of queen e3 threatening a checkmate. So say you went here, check here, king g2, and queen c3. So now this square is covered, and it's harder and harder to come up with threats. So basically, black will just push the pawn forward.
Yeah. Yeah, the a pawn is a runner.
Yeah, that was already played.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what next?
Check on h4. We go check on h4, luring the king into one of the squares when it gets checked again.
Do you think that we're going to see something like, if you go king to g2, we go queen to d5, check.
King g1.
King g1. You have to go king to g1. We have to show the cheapos, because I insist upon it.
What's the cheapo?
After king to g, after queen c f3.
Queen f3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, rook h2.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. But also, like, if you trade, it's such an easy win in reality. Like with 4 pawns and the a pawn running.
I agree.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah.
We have to show them.
So if king f1, again, since I said like trading the queens is beneficial for black, so this ends the game immediately. So therefore, king to g1.
And now, the question is, can you do funny business like f5? I mean, I know you mentioned running up the board with the a pawn.
f5. So now.
No.
I cannot take.
Too clever, no, because that's checkmate on h1.
Then I go queen e3 again.
Then I was thinking about this mechanism of going queen.
Queen check, but that's king g2, and.
I'm trying to advance everything with tempo. So queen to d1,
king g2,
and then back to d5,
king g1,
and then
But that's where we were.
Yeah.
Yovi.
That
Yeah,
is,
I guess
that is true.
king D.
And it was queen to d4.
This one's still winning.
That is true. You can run with the king. But you have it also a very nice idea, which is just...
Check it. But no, what's most annoying, the computer doesn't even want to give a check, so I thought I made sense out of it. Computer puts the queen on c3. And then the knight's not moving because queen h3. There is no queen e3, and you just like control everything.
And you got f5 on
And you
tap.
got f5, f4 next moves. Yes.
Exactly, because you can't take... So say, well, what move are you going to make?
That's another question. It's a big challenge.
Okay, I got a move. Okay, so say you go king to g1.
King to g1.
Okay, can you go f5?
No, but then f5, this knight f5.
Yeah, and is
Knight
there
f5,
any
that queen
checking
h3
mechanism?
is not a check. Queen 3 is not a check. So you have this check.
And if you go...
Bishop e1, right?
Yeah, you have to do that. But now I go queen to g...
Queen to g5.
And now you
knight
block again with...
g3.
Okay, black has...
Yeah, you're still winning. But yeah, well, we just gave up the pawn for no reason. No, I think, honestly, like the big plan for black here is to find a way to trade the queens, after which the game just stops.
Well, I think he's going to play...
Queen move.
Yeah, he's put the queen on
Queen
f4. Okay, it's the same idea.
That is good.
Stop queen
That is good.
e3.
No queen e3, right.
But you do have
In the
queen
knight.
c2.
Queen c2 going here or here.
Yeah.
So now if I drop rook g8 after queen c5, believe it or not, but black seriously struggles. Point 4 only.
Yeah. Well, probably
one
because you
move
have to
away.
play
Like,
out.
so that only gets to prove that you doesn't matter how winning your position is, you're almost always one move away from messing it up. Sure.
I think those are words to live by, Miro. You know, because it stops that excitement, you know, when you realize, oh, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. And then you make a mess because you forget to think about what your opponent is planning. But Vincent Keymer is going to win. It's just a question of coordinating his pieces and just making sure that white doesn't set up this battery along this G1, A7 diagonal. Let's go to board 4, and then I need to ask your opinion about the blockade that Abhimanyu is setting up. But here...
So for now, board 4, right?
Yeah. No, let's go to board
5.
Board 4.
Board 4, well, it's hard to hard to disconnect from the fact that the engine claims it's +6. So if it would be, you know, it's around +2, 2.5 even, I would believe that there is potential for the fortress, but here I just don't see it.
Well, there's no safe place to... Well, there is a safe place to anchor the bishop. I'm thinking bishop f6.
Yeah. Yeah, but for now,
Black's move, but it's
Black's
still...
the move. So say black goes here, and then what computer does, drops the bishop back, let's pretend king goes back, and king c5. And this is something that Nodirbek was trying to achieve but failed to against Erdogmus. So if you guys remember, it was more or less, well, it wasn't the similar endgame, but the same motifs that white had the dark square bishop, white was up a pawn, and Erdogmus somehow managed to create sort of a setup that a white king could not go in. Here, however, yes, white king does go in, take on b6, go on b6, take on a6, white will be 2 pawns up, and then it will be too much for black to handle.
Yeah.
So this should be winning, but how about we go to Niemann and Mishra? You're absolutely right, on board 5.
Well, this one is bishop ending, bishop the same color.
This is a surprise, because I thought I thought this is precisely the position to avoid. If we were to go a little bit back, where Abhimanyu still had two bishops against bishop and knight, and Hans somehow manages to bring the no. He was not forced, but he decided to take on f1 and go bishop c7. Computer confirms he's right, I imagine. So here, and but how does this work? So after king d6, can't white just like prepare f4 and so, or maybe just go f4?
Well, can we improve the pieces first? So I'm just thinking throw in a check on b4.
Fair.
King goes.
d7.
And let's get the king over to c4.
But I believe black's kind of counterplay is maybe related to f6 or just bishop b6, bishop
c3.
Bishop c3. c3, they go back. And after this check, they go back.
And can you do any funny business with f4? Well, the bishop check has been played, but
the bishop check has been played.
I was just thinking, when the king stands on d6, is there any? There's a problem with the bishop coming to f2.
No, I mean, like if you go f4, why would it?
Okay. Hang on a second. I have to be smarter. What happens if you need to wangle the bishop over to g3?
Okay. And they wait, and we get here, and they wait.
And
don't go f4 here. I mean, you can.
No, I don't want to. I want to go bishop h2.
And they wait, and then we.
Then I'm going to go f4,
and they take, and you go
king
here.
f3, and I say, haha.
Yeah, but I also thought, haha, but apparently that's what Abhimanyu figured out, that you can't really win this position. It looks very nice, but now that you've exchanged one of the black weaknesses, right, and you do have a weakness of your own, so you put the bishop on g3, right, so this one's safe.
Yeah.
And they wait.
Okay, now we
go
do.
And they wait, right?
Yeah. Go up the board.
All the way here. But where do we go then? Where do we go then? Like, we can get e5 in, but it seems like we can never get e6 in.
That is true.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a fortress. And then it's a brilliant defense, brilliant defensive idea.
It is. And so it's quite funny, because in round 3, we saw Abhimanyu break down a fortress against Yu Yangyi. Then he set up a fortress against Praggnanandhaa. And he did the same against Matthias. Was it Anish Giri? He also set up a fortress. And he's doing the same against Hans Niemann.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive indeed.
Okay, but you know, a draw would mean that these two players are on 6 points going into round 10.
Yeah.
And so they would still be half a point off the lead.
Yeah, but there'll be like a much bigger lead, well, much bigger tie for the lead, right?
And Abhimanyu has a magnificent tiebreak. You know, he's played some incredible opponents. You know, he's played Praggnanandhaa, he's played Gukesh.
He played like a
Abdusattorov.
You know, a super tournament.
Yeah, Yu Yangyi is a 27 plus. In fact.
So before this round, let's check. Before this round, his average rating, and I suspect that's tiebreak 1, his average rating was 27.32, which is ridiculously high.
Yeah.
For a Swiss tournament.
And his rating is 26.11, so he was seeded number 86. So he's gaining a bucket load of rating points. And if he manages to stay within that whisker of a qualifying spot,
He'd need to win maybe his last game to get involved into a tie, and very likely will have a very good tiebreak.
Okay, so let's also, there's a whole bunch of people on 5 points.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the game between Praggnanandhaa, A Wonder recently crossing the 2700 mark. And it's a very curious endgame where we have a knight and 3 pawns. But it looks like the G pawn will be falling. The B pawn, sorry.
So you'd go here and... There's look, the knight's attacked. And now your computer, or anybody's computer, would say, not a big deal, rook b3, and come back, and don't you know these pawns are a draw? No. That would be the weirdest way to make a draw.
But you do it via knight a1.
Knight a1. But then it occurred to me, it also looks kind of scary, but I guess it doesn't. Yeah, you can go king c6, even king c6 here, and you just don't have to take.
No, yeah, exactly.
You take on b3 immediately, and this is
this is a draw.
And knight a1 is on the board, by the way. Yeah, so both sides, like Prague can't win, and
But someone who is winning, so is Arjun Erigaisi.
On board 7.
On board 7. He's playing against Sam Sevian. I mean, we saw this ages ago. It was like a reverse Benoni.
Right.
And it seems to have worked out a treat because he's gotten this position. But the question is how to win this one. You need to create a pass pawn on the king side. F3.
I think this one, so currently there's a check, right? So how do you keep the b pawn alive is a big question. Because if you don't go to the d file, you're just not, precisely to d7, pardon me, you lose the b pawn to rook b6. And if you lost the b pawn to rook b6, say something like that happened, right? And then, like it's just waiting. You take, and then you got off the king, hopefully. And again, maybe you win immediately, but the longer way of winning would be just bring the king over all the way to like c5, d6, and so on. So I'm not even sure. And if you were to try to keep the pawn alive, then king e4 wins or rook g6 wins. Rook g6, you force g4, you go rook e5, you take the h pawn. The thing is actually, like, pawns are falling apart, and he will not need like some super special technique. It's maybe just winning.
Okay, so let's move on down to the game between Ivan Saric against Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
They've been in. What is happening here?
I gotta say,
move 60.
This can be a long game. This can be a long game. Because Nepo just started to fill the second score sheet for this game. I really hope secretly that he won't need the third one. But this position been going for, 20 moves at the very least. It was originally a crazy sharp game, if you guys remember, with Nepo going for like a new idea in the opening. By the way, we have it ended, Liang, Evander Liang and Praggnanandhaa make a draw. So that's board 6?
Yep, and that means Prague moves to 5.5 points. I mean, sadly, because of his tie breaks,
even if he
needs to win both of his games, and even then it's not
guaranteed. Prague, however, is like very good on FIDE circle scoreboard.
Yep.
And he might and, very likely will qualify through that.
And someone who's had a dream tournament is young Yazkan Erdogmus. But unfortunately, things are not going his way in his game against Vachier-Lagrave. I think we're going to be seeing a result
on board
anytime now. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this and thinking rook takes c6 is a
yeah, true.
basic king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, true, that's the one. And I guess, yeah, we don't have a camera on board 9, it seems, but yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. You just take, you go here. What's your recipe of figuring out this one?
Get the opposition.
No, yeah, the opposition, but the B pawn I find to be like particularly funny, because like you could potentially, or it's impossible to. Yeah, here, and I go to A8, and then...
You go to A6.
I know, you go to C7, no? You go to C7. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
there is this danger of stalemate.
Yeah, but that's
right?
only if you go to the C line, right?
Yeah.
If you go to the A line...
If you keep the king on A6, it's always automatic. Right. B5, but... yeah. I thought B5 was the move, and I thought...
And the results. It is a win for Vachier-Lagrave, but what a tournament young Yazkan Erdogmus has had. He's played so many of the world's best players, yesterday beating Levon Aronian. Also holding a draw. Very tough draw, 8.5 hours against Nodirbek.
Nodirbek. Yeah, for Maxime, with this win, he climbs to 6 out of 9. So it's a tough task, but still, if he wins 2, who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's going to make it.
Maybe he will.
So we continue forward, right? Boards 10. So let me double check. With the pairings. Board 10, Yu Yang Yi, they're on the same 5 points.
They're all on the same 5 points, yes.
Yu Yang Yi, and then Vidit with Saric, and then Theodorov with Rapport, and Pranav against Tabatabai. Pranav, by the way, lost to Tabatabai, who had half a point more. So we can say both 13 and below do not impact the fight for the first place, at least in our theory.
Yep.
So we will check. Board 10, Mark Andrea Maurizi against Yu Yang Yi. And that is an example of one not so good bishop on A4. Well, White's last move being H4. Before that, well, computer still would think Black is better. I guess just like more active rook.
And
H4.
H4. By the way, just to update you on results, it was a draw as expected between Bibisara Asalbaeva and Katerina Lagno.
Which keeps Lagno a leader, and Asalbaeva is joined by other players to make it 4 in total tied for the second spot.
4 chasing Lagno by half a point. But what a save by Katerina Lagno.
Well,
what a save.
Absolutely impressive. Right. So we're here. In fact, it's only move 44. So they've reached the time control and they started spending more and more and more time after H4. Computer wants to take Rook H3, or I don't know what's planned. Maybe King G2 to H3 to H4 is planned. It's very hard to navigate this one. Very, very hard to navigate this one. Yu Yang Yi takes on H4.
And Yu Yang Yi suited and booted. Because that is our poll of the day. We are asking Mishra, who is a dress code needed at top FIDE events? We had absolutely, let's keep it classy, a la Yu Yang Yi. And people saying, nope, pajamas are my lucky charm, classic jeans for classic chess. What do you think is the most popular one?
Is it dress code, really? Keep the dress code. Let's keep it classy.
Yes, 41% said
41.
Absolutely, let's keep it classy. 24% said no, anything goes. And then classic jeans for classic chess gets 22%, and 13% said nah, not needed if Magnus is playing.
All right, got it. But Don't you think we cheated a little bit with this one? Because it wasn't just a yes-no, but no had different options.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe therefore we've gotten the result.
No. I agree with the crowd. 41% saying that you got to keep it classy. Because there's something special, right? Where, like I was mentioning, you know, there's certain sports where they dress up very nicely and you think, what a refined intellectual game. The reality is a little bit different, but that doesn't matter. And h4, you predicted it, it appeared.
Yeah, pawn takes and rook to h3. And rook to h3 apparently is not the best approach, but once again, I will let players play, to be honest, because there's quite a few other games that we have to visit. FIDE on board 11 against Samarkand. I don't think we ever touched this game. That's...
Still a long way to go.
Still a long way to go.
According to the evaluation bar.
It seems, yeah, that's one of those like classical engage. Oh, well, this check, by the way, the last check by Samarkand seemingly helps FIDE immensely, because the rook was supposed to cut the king off, so now king c5, and the evaluation bar just jumped. Oh. Anyway, that's an iconic endgame, 3 versus 3 and the d pawn.
Yeah, and let's go back to our top boards. Nihal, Sarin, can he save it against Alireza, Firouzja?
Yeah, so far no big changes in terms of like the way the position looks like. It was not hard to predict that Firouzja's winning plan has to be somewhat somehow connected with expanding. I wanted to say the kingside pawns, the only pawns he has pretty much. Like if he would have the queenside pawns, he would go with them as well. Yes, you go f5, you go king f6, and then you see, do you want to push the g pawn or you move the bishop, you go with the e pawn. I think it's actually winning relatively easy. Unless... So if you didn't want to calculate, there should be a way not to calculate lines and just like, you know, in a schematic way, come up with these pawns up the board and just win the game. However, now that I'm thinking, now that we, as black, we don't have the rook behind the passed pawn, is there a chance that this pawn's going to run? Okay.
Well, that's the only chance, right?
Right. So there was a position. White went bishop c5. Alireza goes rook c2, bishop back to c1. So now, if you don't do anything, I imagine a5 and a6 is what I want to do. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's not the most dangerous pawn, but it's better to have it on a6, not on a4.
And the bishop on g1 is doing a sterling job of defending everything, however passive it looks. So still plenty of moves ahead for this particular game, but time now to hand it over to Angelica, who is with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he's ready to take us inside the key moments of his game.
Maxime, it's a pleasure to have you here in the studio. Congrats on this beautiful victory. You had quite some decisive games in this tournament, but would you mind showing us some key moments from the game?
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely a key moment, and I think it was all in my preparation. And I remember there's some exchange sacrifice, maybe immediately here, but...
If you could stand to it, yeah.
Yes, yeah. But from what I remember, like you had to provoke some g3 and then rook takes f3. But I don't know, because like a move like rook e8, I thought he's losing because of queen c5. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's rook takes f3, I can't remember. But anyway, after bishop h3, so here I calculated a bit, because gh, queen h3, rook h1, queen d7, and then g4 is happening. Like queen c6 would be a mistake, take, and g4 only move, but it's enough. But fortunately, queen c6 seemed to me simply winning. So the point is, if king b8, queen a6, so this is easy. If you take knight takes, rook b6, then just take and space up. So in the end, I thought rook f3 gf was the best option. if queen c6, knight c6, rook d6, very important that I have this.
Oh, yeah.
And this endgame, well, I was considering, of course, bishop d7, but I thought, yeah, rook g7, king d8, and exactly before, and this is, this pawn on a6 will be an issue. So in the end, he played knight b6, and at first I wanted queen f6, but then queen h7 is very smart, and queen g5, rook g8. I can actually force a perpetual like this, but
you want more.
Yes. But anyway, I used this
trick
setup to find knight takes b5 and then pointed after knight f5. And then I probably made it difficult for myself. Probably b3 was very inaccurate, actually. Yeah. And then it became very tricky. Maybe at some point it's a draw. Like, I was not sure around here, but it says it's winning. Yeah, king f4. I assumed it should be winning, but it was very difficult, and I was very happy to find here this move before, and then yeah, already here with this knight on c5, and the fact that the king cannot come, like is cut on the 8th rank. I knew it's a technical win.
Very beautiful game. Thank you for showing us. Maxime, how was it for you coming into this game? Because just yesterday, Agiz won against Levon Aronan in a beautiful fashion. Playing against such a youngster, does it change the way you prepare?
I mean, it's not the first time I've heard of Erdogmus. Actually, I'm going to be playing a match with him in Monaco in December. And that's going to be fun. So, like, he's a huge talent, obviously, and I would say like more than a talent, a reasonably seasoned top player in the making, and he's been showing great games, great composure also in time trouble, because he spends a lot of time in his games, but here is, for a while he was finding the moves, but I guess it's simply too difficult to just give up the exchange here.
Yeah, it's too tough, definitely.
Yes.
But computer knows it all, yeah. Maxime, also in this tournament, you have had only a couple of draws and only at the beginning, and then later on, you just always had ups and downs. How do you evaluate your performance at Grand Swiss?
I mean, now it's becoming a lot better after 3 wins a row. But the point was I was fighting for the top 2 spots, so that meant taking a lot of risks. And actually, in my first loss with Marc-Andrea was the one taking more risk, and I was absolutely winning, but I didn't navigate it well. But then the second game I lost was a very risky choice in the opening against Samarkand, and he punished me duly. But then I found my rhythm after the free day, and
now you're on the streak?
I wouldn't say I'm in contention, because I think even if I win the last 2, it's very unlikely that I'm top 2, but at least I have a reason to try now.
Indeed, there is. Johan, Keymer, do you have any questions to Maxime?
Yeah, I do. And it's because you mentioned that you're going to play a match against Yaz Khan Erdogmus in December. Did you use some of your preparation for that match in this game?
No, that's way too early, but that's an old preparation I have, like this move queen c1.
Because we noticed you were playing very, very quickly in the opening.
Yeah, queen c1 is a new idea, and but I've had it for at least 2 years. So, this is, sometimes you play ideas the day you don't expect them to happen, because I think it's the first time that Agiz is playing the open Spanish. But of course, Shah, his coach, has been playing it for a while.
So you somehow expected?
I didn't. I didn't, but fortunately, I'm still able to remember some lines, even if I don't review them.
Yeah. And Vera, do you have a question?
Well, I just don't know what to say. I'm impressed with, I didn't expect this line, but also I casually remember 25 moves and a novelty. So that's kudos and good luck. Yeah, thanks. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't remember all details, but I knew how the game is supposed to be going, and I had plenty of time to figure it out, and also I was asking, I realized that Agiz was spending a lot of time already after my novelty.
Because when I've seen knight takes e4, I thought 2+2. Shah is the coach. Yeah, it will be, you know, so that's why.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I should have checked it just in case. But anyway, Shah barely plays d6.
You're right.
Mostly plays d3. That's another story.
Well, congratulations on your victory, and we wish you the best of luck in your remaining games.
Thank you.
Well, there we see a very impressive game there from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, sitting on a novelty for 2 years before unleashing it against the young Yazkhan Erdogmus. And that means that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has 6 points, still within striking distance.
Yes, that's
unlikely that he will qualify, but he'll give it a go. And as the camera is showing, Anish Giri has won against Jordan van Foreest, the two players analysing and trying to establish where the game went wrong for Jordan. And we know it was basically just a knight move at the end.
Yeah, so he's done everything correct after those rook trades and was not so far away from holding the balance and, well, just making a draw.
Yeah, and this, very importantly for the standings, means that Anish moves to 6.5 points, which means, as it stands right now, he is tying for first place.
He will be tying for first place because I don't think Nihal Sarin can win the position that he has.
We expect him to tie for first place, but never say never. We are not going to write out Nihal Sarin. And let's actually just revisit our top board. Because if a miracle happens and Nihal Sarin should win, he will take the sole lead. He will be there on 7, or if he, if he wins 7 points, he'll be there out in front. But as you can see in this position, it's very, very tough position for him to even defend, let alone win.
Yeah. Well, so now Compy suggests to go A5 as one of the possible continuations, and then after bishop d4, I imagine rook c1 is the threat, and if you were to go rook f1, bishop can take on g1 even, bishop g1, king g1, you put the rook behind the pass pawn. After a6, well, you can actually take it immediately, it seems, by going knight c7, but even king f6, this pawn's not going anywhere. The king is quite bad. And white should be, or rather black should be winning reasonably effortlessly. After a5, a6 is what computer wants to do. And then you take f2, bishop takes f2, and somehow this a pawn could represent some threats, but I imagine black finds the way to stop it. Anyway, rook c3, Nihal Sarin is to move. And it seems, even though the players get 50 minutes increment, there's a chance that they will be going straight for the second time trouble, because it's such a complex game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that's called Parkinson's law, where time expands according to whatever it is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you have half an hour to do the work, you do the work in half an hour. If you have 5 hours, it gets
4
done.
hours 50.
It gets done in 5 hours. I mean, that's the story of my life anyhow. Okay.
Board 3 then?
Board 3.
Board 3.
Let's check in on Vincent, Keymer and
Parham, Maghsoodloo.
Yep.
And I can tell you that Vincent is, of course, still, well, I don't know, of course, but looking at the position, you can tell that he's still winning. But what's incredible for me is Parham manages to play this position for already like 16 moves without losing on a spot. That what I would do, like with the king completely, locking pawns cover with, a lot of checks from every possible angle. What I would do, I'll just lose in a couple of moves. Well, Parham is still able somehow to keep with those threats.
Well, Vincent Keymer wants to win his game, but we're going to go to Charlie's, who is ready with Anish Giri, who's just won his game against his countrymate, Jordan van Foreest.
I'm here with Anish Giri, who just beat his compatriot, Jordan van Foreest. Anish, the Dutch derby, tell us about it.
Yeah, I was really lucky today to win. He played really solid in the opening. I didn't really expect him to be that solid because normally he plays more aggressive chess, but okay, in this situation, I understand. And also, it's really difficult for me if he plays solid, especially if I don't prepare for that. I got some small advantage. I think there was less than normally than this. I mean, he gave me the bishop pair. First, I overestimated my advantage. I thought it's very good for me. Really. Then I started noticing all kinds of counterplay with his knight. I couldn't make anything work really, and knight was jumping all the time, and I don't know, like I was like a little better, but knight kept jumping in all the lines, and finally I got a really small pull. I was still happy to get that because I mean at first I was excited, and then at some point I realized I have nothing, and then I was still happy to keep the game going, press, and then I found this trick to scare him with the pawn endgame, and then he has to be really inventive. I did think he has a way. He should have gone with the knight the other way. Then we have some sort of a race where I felt like he must be fine, because in the game we have a similar kind of race, but I'm just up a pawn, because in the line that I was calculating he would collect my h-pawn, and then somewhere he would create passed pawn probably, and I don't know. I felt he must have a draw there, and I was sure he has to go for that. I mean, what else? But what he did was really bad. He must have blundered something. Yeah, really good for me. I was very clever of mine probably to go for this bluff with forcing this long sequence, and I guess he got scared away from something. But I'm really happy to have won.
And talking about the opening prep and his solid play, he really played into lines that you have many games in, and you spent about 10 minutes in the opening thinking about castling here. What was going through your mind? Were you worried about his prep, or what was you thinking about?
Yeah, it's like Hikaru, when he draws all these 200 arrows, and then he's like, I think I'm going to castle. I had a bit of the same thing. Well, I know this line really well. To be honest, I didn't even prepare it. Like, I sort of know it like inside out, to the point there's no point for me to prepare. Like, I know my options, I know his options, so I was just thinking, like, actually I planned something a little different yesterday. Then during the game I decided to do the same thing I did against Nepo. White has many options. Black has to be really precise, and Black has to really enjoy it. If he wants to play this line, you have to really enjoy the suffering, embrace the suffering. I guess he tried to, but finally it's difficult. It's difficult.
Do you find it strange when your opponent plays into your lines and lines that you know so well?
Well, the thing is that there are some people who say that like these good lines, they are all worked out to a draw, and so the downside is that if both of you know it too well, it's potentially a draw. But there are a lot of options, and I think it's difficult because there are many lines I played at this point. Like at some point I was trying to find like a line with which I can surprise my opponent, but whatever I played, you see in the database tons of my games. I've played like all kinds of openings with this point, but that's also a good thing. I mean, it's difficult for my opponents to not play something that I have played a lot of experience in. Catalan is only one of the many things that I do. This line is only one of the many lines I do against Bishop e7. And I guess it's not really feasible to memorize everything to the end. And he got a solid position. But again, I think you have to really enjoy these kind of things. You have to, be ready for a grind. And it's not pleasant. But I mean, sometimes with Black I do it like that. I'll do that often. I enjoy it often. But it's a specific mindset. You have to really be like, you have to enjoy what you're doing. So sometimes I get into that mindset and I defend all day, and I feel really happy after I make the draw. And but it's a specific kind of mindset, and I guess he wasn't in that one.
Let's talk about you looking at other players' games. We have a nice reel about you literally looking at notation pad and clock and the board. So you're also tweeting about other games. How closely do you follow the other games in a tournament that you're playing?
Yeah, quite close. I'm curious about more than the standing. I'm curious about like the chess content of the games. I prepare every day, and I have a lot of options that go through my mind before I choose something. And I'm very curious what my colleagues, who have gone through the same process, what they have picked, what they have played. Yeah, it's a lot of fun watching the games. Yeah, always there's a lot of content with me, like when I do the most mundane things. Like there's another one where I just literally came back from a toilet, and it's gone quite viral, I think, at some point too. Just walking back from the toilet, to be honest, nothing special really. But Budya puts a good music and it works. So yeah, you guys too. It's great. I think content is a lot of fun. I think many people, who follow chess, they don't have the level or interest to follow the chess, because chess is actually quite a difficult game, and it's the problem with popularizing chess is that the level for entry is really high, but the barrier for entry. But you can just follow these memes and the reels without playing at all, I guess, and that's still a lot of fun. And then when I look somewhere, I'll walk, do some things other humans do. It's kind of it's catching some catching some news. So it's good.
So chess memes are good. That's what you're saying.
Good memes, yes, for sure, for sure. No, I think again, content is really a great part of it. I mean, not just the chess content, but like content around chess, because I think there are like lots of people. And probably like that's like the majority of people at this point, because I think chess fans that actually follow games, they're quite in the minority. And I noticed that when I interact with, tweet something, which I think is like fascinating, and there's like barely any interaction, because I realize nobody knows what I talk about, nobody cares. While I think like most people, they really enjoy chess content. I think it's fun. I've also, there are other things like there's, for example, games like for example, I don't understand freestyle chess. Like I also can't play it, but I like the content. So when there's a freestyle chess tournament, like I don't look at the games, but I like the YouTube videos. So or there's some other sports like that. I mean. Sometimes I see some funny things. I think it's great, yeah, for sure.
And my final question to you regarding content, because this has been a topic of discussion on the internet, is dress code in chess tournaments. What do you think about it? Do you think it should be implemented? It should be stringent? And would you ever wear jeans in a chess tournament while playing?
Yeah, sure. I wore jeans plenty, and I've worn very casual things. I've worn hoodies, t-shirts, all sorts of things in many tournaments. Sometimes it helps me, sometimes especially in a big open tournament, when I'm not at the top or something, in the middle, I feel like I'm one with the people, and then I have to belong there, sort of, and I don't want to be like this guy in a suit and all these fancy things and sitting there amongst the people, so standing out. So in an open tournament when I do badly, sometimes I want to just, go into the place where I now belong and try to belong there and fight my way back to eventually get to the point where I can wear a suit again. So I do a lot of these things. I think it's, yeah, sure. I mean, it's interesting. This dress code makes sense. I think there are different sports where, I think in snooker they have all these fancy things, yeah, like the three-piece kind of things. These jackets, yeah, they have in snooker, yeah, the fancy ones. I don't know what the name is. And I think it would be fun if we had that. I think in some events, there are not many events that enforce clothing. There are a few. I think, okay, Freestyle, first of all, did these jackets, but also I think Armageddon did some things you were supposed to wear. I think it could be fun. But many chess players, they don't want to play along, and they like to make trouble, It's a way also to gain some confidence before tournament. You're very anxious and nervous before tournament, and you just can't wait to you look for trouble. And Bobby Fischer used this a lot, yeah. He would just make everybody follow his rules, make organizers just beg him to play. And I heard that one of the reasons he did all that is because then he felt after all that, then now he's ready to play. Now the conditions are quote unquote perfect. Everybody bows to him. and now like the king can enter. So I think it's one of the reasons why some chess players like fight dress code. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with dress code, but jeans also fine. Again, you know, it's really like if they forbid the jeans and you wear the jeans, then you make some sort of a statement. But if nobody would forbid the jeans, wearing the jeans is just regular. So I don't know. I think it's not about the actual dress code, but about some people choosing like to break it or something. And that's kind of a decision which is quite newsworthy. But dress code in itself, yeah. I like, you know, today we were talking with my friend before. We were talking about Vincent Keymer for some reason, some random reason. And then I looked at him before the game, and he had a nice outfit. Also has a nice ring, and like, yeah, I thought to myself at that moment, like he probably like thinks about these things, you know, how to look. I think that's cool. While you also have some players clearly focusing on the game itself.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Anish, and thank you for joining us today. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you very much, Charlies. And Anish, happy after defeating his countryman, Jordan van Foreest. And it's going to be a real scrum at the top because Nihal Sarin, as we saw, losing to Alireza, Parham Maghsoodloo trying to hold on against Vincent Keymer, the very well-dressed Vincent Keymer. I think his ring is even a chess ring.
Wow. I didn't notice the ring, to be honest.
But a lot of chess players I've noticed do have.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And it's not a wedding ring. Okay.
No, is it just a? I think it's got some chess insignia. And it's very funny because, you know, I do remember this was, I think, back in 2009, that Magnus really wanted to choose the red. He was playing in Nanjing. And he really wanted to choose the red jacket because red is a more powerful color than blue. And these small factors, okay, we might laugh at them, but I do feel that they impact us. I mean, we all have our lucky clothes, our lucky lucky pen or whatever. Whatever puts you in a good mood is certainly going to be affecting your game. And, well, Vincent Keymer is simply saying to Parham, hey, let's swap off queens.
Yeah, swap off
Let
queens.
one of my 4 pawns promote.
Yeah.
And we finish the game.
A-pawn, yeah. Parham once again puts up a heroic fight, but I'm afraid it will come to an end. Because now, yeah, if you trade the queens, it's not a big surprise you won't be able to stop all 4 pawns. If you don't trade the queens, I don't think you... yeah, I say you go here, rook check, you'll have to block. And again, the pawns can start moving forward because no longer this battery queen over queen in front of the bishop is available to white. So yeah, it's like you avoid the queen straight, but after a couple of moves with the a-pawn, maybe you'll be the one to ask for the queen straight. It is looking very, very grim.
Yes. Well, whilst Parham is desperately defending, Abhimanyu Mishra seems to be comfortably holding his bishop ending.
Against Niemann.
He's just simply saying there's no way in, my friend. If you try to snake the king over to b7, that's going to get prevented.
Well, you think black goes here?
Yeah.
Which he could, but I imagine even then, if you don't really do anything. Well, so now I just lost because of bishop d8. Well,
okay, well that's an important
something to know. So if king d6, then I lose to
bishop to
b6. So what I have to do, if I went king c8, this is where I stop. Follow your prescription, stop the king from b7, and I did not lose.
Sometimes, Miro. Sometimes. You should listen to me.
I found, in fact, like one funny idea that probably doesn't work really. So like bring the bishop to g7. And then I thought, yeah, well, maybe there's not much going on, but if you were to go here, I'd go here. And now, if you go king d6, see, like bishop c7 is still a draw. And I found one idea which doesn't work, it turns out. But if you were to go king d6, then I go king b7. And then if you go back, I win the pawn. And if you were to go for the counterplay and attack my h4 pawn, this is what I wanted.
Yeah.
Finally, there is bishop f8 checkmate all of a sudden. Very unexpected.
Beautiful.
Very unexpected.
But this is all happens because the white king has been allowed to snake its way in. And the problem is that there are enough squares for the bishop to dance. So let's run through that one again. So king...
Bishop here.
I think...
I don't remember what the move was.
Bishop,
but
I think,
here,
wait.
for now, you can play, And it could be, by the way, that after that and bishop f8, you can go f6. This is something irritating. That you can always go f6.
And this is the question I was then going to ask you. Like, when is it good to go f6? So say, for instance, you don't go bishop f8, but you go king a6.
King a6 let's check.
You go f6.
F6. The computer likes f6 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f2 and what does
then
it even goes g5. It even goes g5. Makes perfect sense because you're going to go here, you're going to go here.
The evaluation bar starts going, hey.
This pawn's going to cost me, this pawn's going to cost me the bishop. Right, so that means the king cannot actually run too far. Or maybe it can because I don't think white has any chance to lose this one. Yeah, but basically I think, Mishra is safe.
Oh.
So there is that. There is Firouzja, who, has big advantage against Nihal Sarin. There is Keymer completely winning against Parham. And the next game that is running is at board 10. Where
There was, just to update you on a few results, Ivan Saric
made a draw
against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it was also a draw between Gukesh and Hovhannisyan. So Gukesh defending very well to hold the draw there.
Right.
So
Gukesh.
And just whilst we're at it, can we just quickly check in on Divya Deshmukh, who is playing Sanan
Sugirov, yeah. We definitely can and should check on Divya. I'm just not sure if we can check it quickly because
it's too complicated.
It's a crazy position here.
Okay.
It's a crazy position here.
Okay, let's check in on the other games first. And okay, now we have it up on our screen. This is fascinating. Let's go for it.
Right. So, and just last kind of two moves, something happens in here. I don't quite get it because, this was the position, and then Divya goes e7, and computer goes, wow, this is bad. Wow, this is bad. And apparently bishop e2 is the move, and then you collect, I guess, c4 pawn, and after that you go f3 and you collect the e7 pawn. I don't know. Computer thought it was easy. After king g6, white can go rook e1, and then white's okay. So the evaluation changes with practically every move. It's been a crazy game. It's been an absolutely crazy game where black had disconnected past pawns for quite some time already. Black's rook is stuck defending a7 because if you drop a7, the a pawn can turn into a relatively dangerous pass pawn. It seems to be objectively balanced, but nowhere near that. You don't call these positions like drawish or equal.
No.
Yeah, it's just
I mean, the things that I would be attracted to as black, I don't know what plan there is for white other than promoting the e-pawn, but it's just to keep an eye on the e8 square, move the king to f7, and then drop a bishop back. And then start advancing the pawns.
Yeah, I imagine it's totally possible that eventually White has to sacrifice one of the minor pieces for the pawns, but then it depends on how many other things White is able to trade. Because one of the lines computer provides is go rook e1, threaten e8. So if king f7, the knight jumps to c5. Okay, that is hard for me. Knight c5, and I would think, okay, but we take the pawn, which is true, but then knight d3, attacking this and threatening this. And if one pawn is eliminated, I guess it's...
And what about the position after bishop to d6?
Knight e5.
Yeah, then you
bishop takes. Bishop takes, right?
And the f pawn falls.
Rook e8 also. So the f pawn does not fall necessarily because there is rook e8.
It will do because
I have king f2. Wow.
Yeah, but you also have things like.
Yeah, but what do you do? What do I do? Okay, I have a question. What happens if this is the?
Well, now you.
You move the rook away, yes. Yeah. Not away, but to c8 precisely. And then if I try to repeat, you take my pawn.
Yeah.
Wow. King g6. And so even if rook e1 is a drawish line, it's very hard to figure out, basically. I just realized one more thing. White's bishop targets a7, but also h8, because if the rook gets to h8, black rook gets to h8, black will be threatening rook h1, bishop h4 checkmate, right?
Yep.
So h8 has to be kept under control.
Yep, the whole time. And, oh, tough position.
Tough position, but still enough. No, it's not enough. I thought it's.
Oh, look at this one. Bishop takes
a7. That is, it is a valid move. Yes, rook cannot take back because the pawn would promote.
Yeah, but it does allow.
Bishop takes pawn.
Also, rook h8. I'm worried about the checkmating ideas.
Oh, well, yeah, rook h8, by the way.
And
there's rook f3, and you eliminate the dangerous bishop, and it's doubled pawns, yeah, and I guess, yeah, bishop c5 or something. White's out of danger with two passed pawns.
Okay.
Yeah, right, but just take the e7 pawn first, and then the bishop's actually hanging, and bishop, I would think bishop c5, but that would be stupid, because then takes, and rook h8. And even without the dark square bishop, it's probably this check on h1 is just deadly.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you know, it's like balanced position, which step to the left, step to the right, and you resign. It's not my favorite type of balance, to be honest. I believe it's called the opposite. It's called different word. When bifurcation is the point where on top of of parabola or something, and it's like it's not moving, but you push it slightly to the left, and it goes all the way downhill. You put it slightly to the right, goes all the way downhill. Doesn't matter. Anyway.
My favorite one is the butterfly effect.
Butterfly effect.
You could actually see it in motion in the game between Katerina Lagno and Bibisara Asaubayeva. She played knight h2, wrong retreat, and that little knight move turned out to be completely terrible, ruined her position, and she had to work her magic to save. But I mean, it's often the case, right? You make a little pawn move like h3.
Yeah, and then
it saves the game at a later time.
Yeah, and isn't it that sometimes you went for something that you shouldn't have had, you've done something you shouldn't have had, and now we are talking, obviously only talking the chess game and not real life.
Yeah.
never ever. Yes, and then to justify your previous actions, you do something even sillier and even sillier. Well, very often in the game. Yeah. So I went with this h3, and I meant I'll go g4 and attack the king. And now I understand g4 is not good, but then it will mean I've lost tempo with h3, right? So
exactly.
I have to go g4. You know.
My favorite depiction of the butterfly effect has to be The Simpsons when Homer time travels to the prehistoric era, and he, I haven't
seen
this. And all the dinosaurs die. There, and that's how that one happens. So really tense. And now I see that you've got.
Oh, no, I've got. Well, I clicked on a game that was in progress, and
I was trying to figure out which game that was, but.
No, it was just at the very next game, I believe. No, there are so many exciting positions, like on the lower boards.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on as much as possible. Like, for instance, I can see that Vidit is on his way to winning his game against Saxian.
Ah, right. I keep forgetting we should be watching those. Yes.
Yeah, Vidit is on
Vidit is
5
winning
points.
in Saxian.
Yesterday, he had
a bit tricky, though,
tough loss.
right? It's a bit tricky, though. It's a little bit tactical way to win that he chose.
Doesn't have too much time either.
Right. So now d6 is what he has to do.
Okay, well...
let's move 15, no, 5 more moves.
Yeah, d6 is the only move.
The only move to win. And what's amazing, after rook here, rook takes g3, and the check, and the trade, and you do promote faster. You do promote faster. And moreover, black king is not on g2, and yet you cannot win.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he finds d6.
He's done it.
Step 1 in the process.
Well, but then after rook takes g3, rook d4 does not win, so you have to go d7, king takes, and d8 queen. And this, we call it he wins, but this one, you actually have to win.
This one is... No, but hang on a second. The white king can approach. Right, because you have some instances where, for instance, the rook will be anchored.
You mean the real, like, fortresses?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking...
Say the pawn on g7, king on h7, and rook kind of...
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking a situation where there's a rook on e4.
Rook on e4 and king guards that...
King guards.
Yeah, so you go here, let's say, right, and then if white wasted the time, then...
like rook
okay, let me use the double base.
Rook to e3 and rook to e4.
What's interesting, like, table base says everything loses.
I think it is a lot. I think basically...
Even with the pawn on f4, but would you kind of be comfortable saying I gonna convert this one? Because I would not be.
It's a lot of effort, but I know that actually if you manage to get a G pawn or a rook pawn, then it's actually quite tricky because somehow or other the king and queen have to work both of the flanks.
Yeah, right. So,
like, you know, because...
So basically the king here and the queen, say, attacks from that side, right? Or vice versa. Maybe you need the king.
Yeah, you need the king. And the queen is like such a multifaceted piece. It can just easily kind of traverse.
Anyway, yeah.
So
somewhere here, after rook c3 and h5 and king g5, well, apparently he could go here. And then if the rook takes, he would go d6. And now there is no knight versus, not knight, but queen versus rook.
Okay, can we go to the game position?
Yes, sure.
Because there we see d6 has been played. This is the position.
Yeah.
And we were looking at rook takes
g3. Pawn. Because if you were to give a check or to go rook d3, then rook d4 wins easily and nicely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now, yeah. There's
And let's just quickly, one more time, just look at that king and rook.
So
versus
rook takes.
Queen. King
Gotta
takes.
go here.
Yep.
King takes. Have to promote.
And now, how do you stop black from going f4? But I mean,
G4.
first up, the white king is coming.
Okay, you can go here, for instance.
Yeah. And so
then
say you go
F4.
f4.
And I'm not sure if we'd be able to figure out the... I guess you give a check, and then... So if the king went to F3...
Let's give a check again. You can take your pick. I'm not really fussy.
Yeah, you can, but you can go here, and I think it's like almost immediate win. It's almost like an immediate win, because how do we keep the pawn alive? Like if you go too far, there'll be like check, check,
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
we are getting this one on the board, Jovi, anyway.
Yeah, and we might be seeing a clean king and rook versus king and queen.
Yeah, if this pawn is dropped, yeah, queen versus rook is... Actually, some people still find it tricky. By the way, to update you, I think... now, I think, but it's wrong. I thought Keymer has finished, but now boards 1, 3, and 5 are in progress.
Yes, and whilst board 5 has made the second time control, they've gotten that additional 15 minutes. We're still waiting for Alireza Firouzja
To make a second time control, right?
Yeah, they're on move
This
53.
is the one. They're on move 53, both in a bit of a time deficit.
And
Firouzja's to move.
Parham, Maghsoodloo and Vincent Keymer, they've already made that 60 move. They're on move 64. And I'm expecting that game to finish any time now because the A pawn has gotten motoring.
Yeah, the pawn is on A4 and no threats for white. And as I keep saying, like it's very hard to create threats if your own king lacks pawn shelter. So Vincent will be winning this one. Firouzja. Maybe you stay with Firouzja for a few more moves. What do you think?
Yep, let's keep it going there.
Yeah, so now his bishop on e5 is pinned to the e6 pawn, and Nihal's move h4 stops the advance of the g pawn. So somehow Alireza has to turn things around and try to get this pawn over here. And he goes knight c3, hitting this one.
Oh, the response was immediate.
Bishop b6 was a very fast move because bishop d8 is a threat, right?
Yeah.
But then knight e4. Knight e4 blocking this file. And apparently knight e4 is not the most precise. Rook h2 was the line computer wanted to go for. King g1, knight check. And then, yeah, if you sack the exchange, you sack the exchange. If king f1, it's knight g3, king g1, rook h1, king f2, knight e4. And this is how you would get the knight on e4 with the tempo, and then go rook h2 check, and then return with rook. And somehow you win like half a tempo after going 10 times check. This is
the
computer analysis for you.
I was going to say that is the most computer analysis I've ever seen in my life.
Right. So knight e4, bishop to c6. I guess you can get the knight on g3 anyway. I don't think you can allow bishop takes. Alireza is about to make a move, and he wants to make a move with the bishop, but bishop to g3, okay. But now, interestingly, after, I don't quite get it, but after rook b1, apparently things are not as simple. Because some really, really strange ideas of bishop d8, and if the king is pushed back to the 7th, then rook to b7, and it's hard to believe, but white might get some counterplay. No, it actually, now the evaluation calms down.
Yeah, but I can still see.
As long as the pawn is alive,
Exactly,
right?
it's still on the board, and there's no immediate way to deal a killer blow to white. Because somehow or other, you know, 3 is the magic number, and yet there's not enough pieces to give white checkmate or some kind of thing. And it's not easy to advance the pawns either.
So yeah, that's quite tricky.
Well,
so the
rook is attacked, so rook must move.
Yeah.
Either you throw in a check. Well, you don't even need to throw in that check because you could.
But you could, because king e5 now allows check on c7, right? And if you were to go king d4, then white has takes, and bishop g3.
But this feels...
Even then, black is...
that feels very, very dangerous.
It's dangerous, but even then, black is...
Because you're like, oh, well, the king will come into f3.
The pawn, right?
Well, there's also the king coming to f3 and, you know, eyeballing the white king.
The thought was, my thought was that if you force the king back to the 7th rank, then yes, maybe you should throw in this check and only then go rook b1. But, okay, we'll see. Nihal Sarin still has 6 minutes. And still didn't decide on what moves order to play. So
well, it's a tense position.
It's a very tense game.
For Nihal, and he moves his rook to b1.
He moves his rook to b1 immediately, yep.
Because as white, you have to constantly make sure the key squares are covered. And these bishops on b6 and c6, they cover absolutely everything. And
so now if I take on h4, then after bishop d8, I lose
thought
my
that
bishop.
happened.
No, it didn't. It didn't. But now there are also already some fancy lines. The big question for me, for instance, do you go g5 or not? So g5, and computer kind of recommends it. So bishop takes, pawn takes, I imagine you just win with the checkmate, like going in with king g4 and, you know, the e-pawn. It's not the number of pawns, it's the activity what matters. But if white was just to take on g5, you just have 1 pawn less, right?
Exactly, and you also have a free passer on e6, which can start advancing up the board. But also, I was going to ask the question: what happens if you just go e5?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, let's just not beat around the bush.
Something that I've completely forgotten. I was making up the story about how these bishops and the rook attack the king. I've completely forgotten that white can actually start moving the
right. I understand.
and then bishop to b7 and then a6.
And then now you kind of throw in your something with the knight. You have to get it out of harm's way. Yeah, okay, let's do your bishop to f2. I like it.
Bishop e4, I'm afraid, right?
Mm. But even then, that position is...
So this... No, now we just lost.
Now the a-pawn is going to win it.
Well, no, not even then, but if you take it...
Yeah, you rook f1.
And I was thinking e3, but then bishop e3. And imagine blundering something like this. And you kind of think to yourself, how unlucky can one get that the final remaining pawn and the corner square, corner square of this pawn is of a color of a bishop. Anyway, let's go back. Let's see rook b1, bishop f2 immediately. And that is And that allows bishop to d8.
And king to g7.
So now if you go to g7, rook b7. Now if you go to h6, what's the problem with going to h6? So rook h6.
Maybe you can start to... Hang on, bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight, pawn takes.
Bishop f6. I'm very proud of myself.
Bishop h6. And
No, hang on.
No.
No, you step up with the king.
I don't quite get it. So, no, if you step up with the king, bishop h4 check, right?
Ah, yeah, I was trying to checkmate you.
I see the answer, but I don't understand it, Yovi. So, the move is 1, 2, 3, rook b4. Well, we were both looking in completely different direction. It's rook b4, e3, and bishop b6, and this is how you stop the pawn, and then you go rook e4. It's so annoying. I was sure there was a checkmate, seriously, or perpetual check, something.
Yeah.
The king, which only has one square. And now I get it. You want it here, and bishop g5 and a checkmate.
Yeah.
Right.
That was the direction
but this
I was
rook
heading.
b4, it's impossible. No, absolutely impossible. Like, if you have this position on the board, and you have the information that there is a move for white to make a draw, then maybe you find it. But like going from afar and saying, I do tuck, 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 and then up, rook b4, stop the pawn, easy. No, it's not happening. But nevertheless, like after this check, computer thinks that going to g7, there's not much for black. And if you go to e5, there's one more check. And if you go to d4, this is where, strangely, it goes a5.
Could you try to be a little bit fancy, like after bishop to d8, throwing in the check, and the king steps back to g7, like trying to... Yeah, no, I'm thinking bishop to g5. What I'm trying to argue is that black is going to be winning the g5 pawn, but white will win
one of the other pawns.
One of the other pawns, yes.
Yeah, so the thing is, rook b7 is probably stronger, but bishop g5, knight takes, pawn takes. Well, there's something wrong with it. I thought it was okay. Yeah, bishop e3.
And then I was thinking rook check.
Rook check, king f8.
And there's no way to...
Looks like, yeah, this pawn is not running.
Like I was thinking maybe rook to... just to give the checks and somehow...
I guess we can win one of the pawns like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is bishop g5, but also computer says there is king e5, and I guess you again go there and checkmate me.
Yeah, but the computer's drawing line is just
computer's
crazy.
Too much. Computer is too much.
Difficult to spot, but also quite instructive, because as long as you remember the patterns.
Yeah. No, it was also a cool line, this rook b4, right? And unexpected, and I might actually save it as one of the exercises for,
students.
For stronger students who are like not just looking for, because you work with some people that really need clear patterns. Like here is your checkmate in 2. Check and then mate on the following move, and here is your double attack.
Yep.
But this makes it for very good calculation puzzle, I believe. Bishop d8 check, and king did go to e5. So we are seeing it, in fact. Does it get a bit shaky for Firouzja? Because, well, computer says it's only 0.3.
Yeah, but it's
hard to find, yes.
But I think it's based on the fact that, okay, so after bishop to c7 check, then the
you can always return back
let's
and
step
go
up
to
the
this.
board. Let's go everywhere.
So if you go to d4, now a5 is apparently a recipe. Again, don't ask me what's happening here. I don't know what I want. I don't know what black wants. Can I go bishop g3?
Yeah.
I don't. Well, and maybe thanks to this kind of moving the bishop away from the exchange with the tempo, maybe black king is just like poorly placed. Bishop C7.
Alireza goes back to f6.
Go back. Let's move 58.
So getting that step closer to those additional 15 minutes, which will be bestowed once they cross 60 move mark.
What's annoying, he will have to decide before move 60, because now it's move 15 knight for him to make. So he cannot go king e5 check king f6, because it will be a threefold. So now is the moment to decide, does he want to go back or does he want to go forward? In both cases, next move for Nihal Sarin is relatively automatic, I want to say. And then they get the extra bonus 15 minutes time. So it's not impossible that we've spoken too early. But it looked so nice for Firouzja, like the moment he turned it around after first time control, had everything under control. So
but he's taken the decision, Miro. He's
go to G7.
Backwards.
So now rook B7 seems to be a big chance.
But it's a difficult spot.
You know what, Jovi? After rook b7 check and king g8, in fact, your bishop g5 idea is now good. Bishop g5, here, because I imagine you have the additional bishop d7, bishop e6, and maybe this diagonal. But this one now works.
Yep.
Quite tricky, though.
It is. It's still super tricky.
Super tricky, and I imagine if you let these two play some position like that with 30 seconds increment, anything can happen again. Well, very important move for Nihal Sarin. Second best move is -2, so just loses. Second best move, bishop g5. Rook b7 is absolutely needed. And wait, and let me try to understand what happens if I go check and the king goes to f8. Yeah, and then I give check on e7, and if he went here, bishop g5. So bishop g5 is saving idea, your idea, bishop g5, but only after rook gets on the 7th rank.
And it's important to leave this bishop on c6. And one of the things that you have to note as well is that black is actually threatening knight to g3.
And then discovered.
And then some kind of discovered. Because as soon as we have liquidations, then it should be relatively simple for Alireza.
Off the board, and you move the knight, not let white trade the knight, and it should be winning. Because the rook is so nice behind the passed pawn and cutting the king off. And yeah, and I know other games are still running, but like it almost feels impossible to leave this one.
Yeah, exactly, especially when it's such an important move.
Such an important move for Ali.
And
yep.
He has to find the absolutely miraculous rook to b7 with this very deep concept of playing bishop takes knight and then dropping the rook back.
So
to
here, now we forget about the bishop g5, because of course it's going to lose, but bishop takes, pawn takes, rook b4. How come does that make a draw? I still don't understand. And or rather, why don't we do it? Why don't we do it if the king went to f8? Why can't I do the same thing? If I take on e4, pawn takes, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then king e7, and black is better. But with the king on h6, for whatever reason, black is not better.
He doesn't find it.
He doesn't find it.
He goes for bishop to g5.
And now, after bishop g5, knight takes g5
is the only move.
Is the only move to get significant advantage.
And it's a natural one because the black king is in immense danger. You know, rook is coming down to b7 if you don't take it.
Yeah, well, if you go knight c5, for instance, covering b7 and attacking the a4 pawn, then after rook b8, apparently you're no longer better. And I imagine like now It's as simple as that. Black king is kind of caged, and now you can go rook e8 and then go rook e7, rook e8 perpetual. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just instinctively, it's just very dangerous having that bishop.
Take the bishop.
The hand for sure is crying out for knight takes bishop.
Not Alireza's hand. He's very calm.
You know, he has 40 seconds to
doesn't want to miss
calmly calculate
chances.
everything. He's taking that bishop.
Knight takes g5.
And they've made move 60. They can breathe a sigh of relief.
But not for long, because it's only 15 minutes.
It is only 15 minutes, but it's enough for them just to readjust to the new situation as a set of minor pieces have left the board. And it's looking pretty dire for Parham Maghsoodloo on board 3 against Vincent Keymer.
So let's recheck
Vincent,
all those. The pawn is on a3, and the other pawn can go to f4, and it's black to move as well. It's black to move, so what you do is, I believe, go f4 or... Yeah, well, Keymer still tries to be super ultra precise, even though, guess he knows how dangerous the thought of anything wins in this position is. Yeah, so he wants to be precise till the very, very end. So f4, and what do you even do? Yeah.
And we had a very cool view there of Parham. Tricky thing, he has to step back with the knight. And the big problem, though, is that the queen can centralize and the a-pawn will simply promote.
Yeah, if you go with the knight at g2, then
you have to.
This happens.
Yes.
Then a2.
And there's no checks, nothing.
Again, you just go a2, and I would dream of giving you a check on a7, and you win in many, many ways, but even simply promoting the queen guards a7, so white doesn't even create a threat. Yeah, this is a win. This is a win for Vincent Keymer. It looks like.
He comfortably looks around.
Right, and then we have Mishra against Niemann on board 5. I don't think that changed.
No, nothing has changed
nothing
there.
has changed.
I think the bishops have been...
Bishops are down.
Exactly.
What's interesting, I believe the structure didn't change for a very long time. So that means from the moment Mishra captured the knight and we've gotten to this bishop endgame, this is the moment we kind of started to count 50 moves. At some point, he'll have to change the position or agree a draw. Richard Drappert, by the way, we didn't check his game, but now it's officially over. He made the draw. It was a crazy game, but he made a draw against Nicolas Theodorou.
Maybe it was so crazy, and the final kind of positions was so wild that it would be kind of interesting to show.
Yeah,
but let's keep the camera on Vincent.
Yeah.
I mean, can you bring up the game? Because...
we keep the camera on Vincent's game.
Just keep the camera on Vincent, but let's see if we can pull up
Robert's
the weird... I was just thinking about this particular moment on move 57.
Move 57?
Yeah, I mean, when have you ever seen a position like this?
But do you know that this queen, in fact, is promoted? So I'd suggest rather that we go to move 46, where both sides running with the pawns, and the a-pawn is seemingly not possible to stop. Here, and rook g3. And the queen. And then a7. And king g4.
It was wilder than I thought.
And you don't even know who's playing for win here, because the black queen is stuck, right? So here, but luckily black has a lot of pawns. Then king f5. White actually gets to capture knight b6. You can't go knight b6 because
queen check.
There is a queen check here.
And you pick up the rook.
you pick up the rook with a check, which is the kind of sad news, because I thought...
Or a checkmate.
Yeah, if you go to
h4, queen takes
if
a2.
you go here, it's queen b3, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, so there is that, and white was waiting, and eventually goes here, eliminates this last pawn, king e5. And Richard was very nice not to try to play for an extra queen. I imagine it's impossible to win, but still, like some people would
give it a go, but
you would try a little bit.
But the thing is, though, you cannot combine the queen and king in any way to advance even a row further.
Yeah.
Because the rook can just give a check and drive it back.
And the knight defends the king very nicely.
Exactly, and the knight defends the pawn on b5, so a draw, very fair result. Glad we got to see that crazy moment. I didn't even dream that queen on a8.
Yeah, but I realized that when you called the position after move 57, I thought, yeah, maybe she doesn't know that the queen is promoted.
No, I did not know. I mean, because there was also a pawn on h4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mira, it's hard when you put so much of yourself into an event. You train for it. You're in the lead. And then one bad game, and suddenly your hopes for qualification into the candidates just disappear.
But if you recall, Parham had 5 points after 6 rounds going to the FIDE. And then it's only half out of 3 after that. Well, and he plays knight c4, and then rook to h8 check would have been, or queen h6. Yeah, any check, I imagine, is just, yeah, check here. Gotta go to g2, because king g1 is check on d1, checkmate on h1. So gotta go to g2, and then anything, including a2. Keep saying anything, but it's literally,
Vincent
is anything.
Going to join the crowd on 6.5 points.
Queen c6.
So we're going to be seeing potentially a 4-way tie for first place if Alireza Firouzja wins. In fact,
if he doesn't, it's still 4-way tie.
Exactly.
Because then Nihal
will be on 6.5.
Yeah. So it's who? It's Keymer, it's Bluebaum, it's Giri, it's what makes it 3, and then yeah, it's either or. Nihal Sarin if he makes a draw, or Alireza Firouzja if he wins. So we wait for the end of this one, right? I don't know, we maybe have to check Niemann and Mishra, what kind of position they have. It didn't change much, he said.
It's still not changed. I mean...
The pawns were not moved, right?
The kings have danced, the bishops have also been active, but no pawns have moved.
Divya did lose to Sanan Sugirov. I'm just checking results.
And Garechkina, how did she do? Yesterday she had a great result beating Daniel Yuffa.
No, I don't see her. She won against Boris Gelfand.
Okay.
About 41. That's incredible. So Parham went king f1, but then resigned after queen h1. It's a painful, painful result for him, of course.
But great news for Vincent Keymer, who moves into potentially the lead with 6.5 points. Which means that at the end of the day, if Alireza Firouzja wins or Nihal draws, then we are going to be seeing a 4-way tie for first place. And the big question that we're all asking is, who is going to win the FIDE Grand Swiss?
Who's going to win who's going to get 2 spots, in fact, right? Like, I mean, winning the tournament is, of course, very, very cool. But if any of the leaders now... No, OK, that's a mental experiment. 2 rounds to go after today. We have 4-way tie. And if any of the leaders is offered, you get the second. My bet is that everybody just snap takes the second and doesn't... Because it's such a big difference between second and the third. It's much bigger than between the first and the second, right?
And OK, well, 2 very important games in the top 3 games, actually, still ongoing in the top 10.
Javi.
No progress whatsoever in the game between Niemann and Mishra.
Javi.
Yes?
Javi. Well, apparently bishop e3, again, the engine sometimes fools me and brain fools me even worse, or fails me or whatever. Anyway, so 2 ways of attacking the g-pawn, and Firouzja chose bishop h4, and the engine was feeling like the other one was better. So after bishop h4...
Isn't this our analysis? I'm pretty sure that we had a position like this, and rook b7,
check,
king f8.
King goes, but I think we had the bishop on e3, and till this moment, I have no idea what's the big difference. I got it. I go bishop d7. So what they do? I attack your pawn, and you go king e7. And then there is a check. And in order to escape it, you go to d6. And now with the bishop on e3, you control b6. And without the bishop on e3, white goes check.
Oh,
and if
hang on a second. You're going to take on e6, aren't you?
I will.
So you're going to go king e5.
So you're going to go king d5.
Let's throw king e5.
Yeah, king e5. There is rook e6 check, and this is a draw. Right, so you're going to go king d5, and then once again bishop d7, and computer fights like a lion, and it's kind of somehow this g5, which seems to be dead for like quite a few moves already, it's impossible to take. And guess what? Rook d7 check, and rook b7 check, king f8, and bishop d7 were just played by Nihal Sarin.
And what happens if you just, to state the obvious, capture the pawn on g5?
Capture the pawn on g5, bishop takes e6.
Give a check on...
Rook a4.
Yeah, let's
and
take
then you give a check. And where do you go? Do you want to go to g8 maybe? No.
No.
Not interested in.
Not
so
that.
You go here, and then it's a check, and bishop takes rook. Right? And I have to be careful a little bit, because the pawns will get quite far. Right, but like one easy way of making a draw would be just to wait here. And then you're going to get here, and I'll wait, and you're going to get here, and I'll wait, and like basically... Oh, maybe I should attack this one, and then I'm waiting on these 2 squares, and you'll never be able to go f3 without letting me sacrifice the bishop.
Can you... Because one of the ways that I've seen people win this one is that they've managed to march their king to e3.
Yeah, but how do you do it?
And so
with white,
like
okay, I always go king g2, right?
Yeah.
With white, and then what's the ideal position you want to have? Probably bishop won't be here, so I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Tell me where you want your bishop.
I want my king. Okay, so I need to advance my pawn.
Yeah. But this is where I'm kind of starting attacking the pawn all the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have that pawn.
I get what you're saying, so that if you've gotten, let me think, this, somehow, I don't know where the bishop is, and basically it requires me to do wrong things. Right, I get it. Look, I go here, here, and somehow you went f4, and instead of going bishop d1, I've done bishop c6, right? And this is where I lose, because king e3. Right, but this requires me to have the bishop on kind of on this diagonal instead of having it on d1, which is it's kind of pattern-based thingy. Anyway, we are far from this just yet. Play is gotten some time, so shall we get some time? Just, okay, I take the executive decision to check Niemann with Mishra to, to confirm that you were absolutely right. Nothing has changed. Move 70 and the last piece trade.
Oh, by the way,
yes,
we have a result against between
Yang
Marti and Yu Yang. Maybe we can show how that one finished.
Right, wow, it was, I think once I've even shown it, this H, wait, what was the moment where H4 was played? And I think it was the moment after the time control. So G takes, Rook D4, Rook H4, and I thought young Maghsoodloo, he found the way to fight back. Bishop C2 and Bishop F5, activating the bishop. So White is 3 pawns down, but he'll take the H6 pawn, and then the F6 pawn, and G passed pawn will be menacing. So King here, Rook F4, and now Rook F6. Computer says position is equal. C4. Rook F7 would have been stronger, but Rook E6 kind of still fine. C3, Rook takes, King D, Rook E3, Rook E1. It's unclear how he lost. Well, because he was doing everything right, and then one move, Rook D4. Wow. So here, according to the machine, it's still absolutely fine for White. But then Rook D4, allowing Rook A4, and here, and B5. Some study-like stuff. You cannot take on C3, Rook C8, Knight D5, and yeah, this is how Black all of a sudden connected the pawns, and then you can't do much.
Yep. Okay.
So Yu Yang.
So we have 2 games remaining in the top games. So we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, it is going to be in-game time as we find out whether Nihal Sarin can hold the position against Alireza Firouzja, or will it be a win for Alireza? And also, will Hans Niemann be able to break down Abhimanyu Mishra's fortress? So join us in a few minutes. Welcome back. It's been a decisive day here for day 9 at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and one of those players who secured a very important victory was Vincent Keymer. He defeated Parham Maghsoodloo, and he's right now here with Angelica, ready to show us those critical moments of the game.
Vincent, congratulations on this win. Also, it brings you up to the top of the leaderboard together now with Giri and also countryman Bluebaum. Congratulations. Would you mind showing the key moments from the game?
Thank you. So, of course, it was a decisive game in a way for both of us because we were already a bit behind. So, basically, without winning that game, both of our chances to qualify would have been very, very slim. So, that was a kind of a good thing, because usually, you know, when I had my black games, I was really struggling to get a game because my opponents are really focused on being solid, and knowing Parham, he anyway isn't the solid type of player, and especially not in that situation. So, yeah, I think I managed to surprise him in the opening with like kind of a new idea, which is of course kind of pleasant. Like we get a very complex fighting position, and I'm up on the clock, and I have an advantage in terms of knowledge. So that was nice. He spent a lot of time on knight h2, and yeah, I'm not sure I have many options. I was thinking about rook g8, but I'm not sure, like e5. I was not sure about that open up, but yeah, otherwise rook g8 is nice. So, but I think we should probably both made quite a few mistakes, and it is a very difficult position. Yeah, and here I think you should have tried to go back knight c3. The thing is, I just thought I will play knight h5, see what his mood is like, because I can still go back and choose something else. And I think knight f4, I should have a pleasant position. Like this king, there are no immediate threats, but it's quite weak long term. So yeah, just develop, castle long. Yeah, here I had the question to answer whether I want to go bishop g5 first or rook g8. But to be honest, I didn't think that this is so bad. Okay, and just rook a1. Yeah, that's kind of very unhuman move. Like obviously you want to place the rooks the way he did, like c1, d1, and hoping for something. But yeah, it's just really difficult for both of us to find the right moves. Yeah, I think bishop g5 is kind of important. Yeah, and of course bishop g3. And here it does feel like my position should be really, really good, but also it wasn't easy to find any knockout. So okay, king b8 is good. It's nice. King 8 also fine. That's good to see. Yeah, here I felt like I should be really winning. Like, okay, this position must be kind of over. Knight e2 also very nice move. Okay. No, I was checking this line. And here knight f1, and I wasn't.
Apparently still working.
Yeah, but okay, it's
not so precise.
Leading to this end game, and okay. Not entirely sure whether this is so good. Like from a practical point of view, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, that engine gives like a winning position after king b8, rook h6, bishop e6. Okay, I think for human difficult to understand. So okay, seemingly what? Okay, no, I wasn't sure about what I did, but it seems like it was quite decent. Yeah, probably h4 was imprecise. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the kind of position that it has to be a direct win, but you know, I got down to time, and at least after h4 take and d, I'm sure that the position is still very unpleasant for him, very difficult to play, and I have the easy moves. Like the king will forever be weak. The pieces don't really find their coordination, and okay, I think a4 was, not here, but like. Engine again, yeah, rook e8. Yeah, of course, if I get f5, f4 in immediately, and that's probably the trick. Yeah, we should show the tier. I can play f5 anyway because of the pin. But yeah, move 38 or 39, I was low on time. I was just trying to get the move done. And yeah, a4 was kind of surprised that basically he's giving me another pawn. And I think from there on, I at least hoped it was a quite clean game. Of course, it takes some time to convert because he has threats against my king, but I think there was
once you
really
brought the rook to the 8th rank, I think, and queen to c6.
Yeah, it's just too solid. Yeah, like even if he gets queen a7 check at some moment, I can just run to b8, c7, and even that would be safe. So yeah, basically his king was just too weak the whole game. I think that's kind of what cost him that game. Yeah.
Yeah, but still impressive performance, and we see also there are many other decisive games at the top. As you were mentioning, this pressure of getting these 2 spots in the candidates tries to bring in players there, like to show the most of them and go for risks.
I think it's clear that now everybody starts to be more aggressive, less stable. Clearly, I think it's a very natural response. And of course, now we had 2 players on +4. They had a kind of good situation, everybody else. Also, I have a bad tiebreak because with a high rating, you get usually lower rated players. So for me, there's no way I can qualify without making at least +5. And you know, I can expect to have at least 1 more black game. So if I didn't win that game, I would have to win my both remaining games with white and black. So that is really difficult. And yeah, I think same goes for Hans, for Anish, and for Alireza. I mean, they all want to win that game because they feel like that is like the only way that they can keep a relatively decent chances alive. So, and then obviously everybody gets more aggressive. Like you cannot really rely on it. And also the opponents. I mean, Nihal probably was fine with being solid, but other players on +3, they also wanted to get that win.
Yeah, now in the top of the leaderboard, there are 2 players from Germany, not only you, but also Matthias Bluebaum. Quite an impressive performance by him. Maybe you're also going to play against him. How are you feeling about his performance and maybe your future encounter?
Yeah, it's been impressive, and it's always very nice to see. I think we have a really nice friendship also here in the team. We're also staying in the same hotel, basically having meals together, walking together, and it's really nice because, you know, it's a long tournament and everybody has tough moments, and it's important to also kind of give yourself some time to be human. And yeah, it's great. He sometimes has these good events, like he won the European Championship twice already. So if he gets on that kind of run, he can perform very well. But of course, it has been kind of unprecedented that it is against the world's very best. So that's a good step. And yeah, hopefully he will keep that up for the European Team Championship in October.
Oh. Very nice. Thank you so much, Vincent. Johan Keymer, do you have some questions?
Well, I actually do have one, since you brought it up with both Vincent and Matthias having the same results. And I thought, well, at least that's my theory, that part of Matthias' success against higher rated players, that they see him as a target. And like clearly, well, the example of Arjun over-pushing, and there might have been other instances. And I believe for you, since maybe a year, maybe a bit more than a year, that has been changed, right? And like now people playing you think, oh, that's Keymer, I have to be careful. Actually, I don't have to I mean, I have to keep it. Yeah, so do you feel the change? And maybe like it's harder to win sometimes games because people respect you more.
Yeah, I feel that as black I get less chances. Like I have to risk more to get the same amount of chances. Right. Simply, even like when I was 2-7-20, people were playing differently. I had the feeling, but of course it also sometimes you feel you're kind of getting annoyed because you don't get anything and then it's subjective. But I do have the feeling that that actually does matter. Yeah, and of course Matthias, he took advantage of his opportunities, and if Arjun with white only wanted to draw, then probably he wouldn't have won that game. But I think it's not about that, because anyway, in these kind of tournaments, you need a bit of luck, and you need to take your chances at the right moments, and everything needs to fit together for you to have a good result. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I have another question, but it's not a very serious question. It's just to lighten the mood. But earlier on, Anish, in his post-game interview, thought that you were a man who put some effort and put some thought into your outfits. Is this true?
I brought the clothes from home and I wore them. So, you know, usually what happens is that I'm clicking through the lines and it's already like 2:35, and I usually try to walk here. So I still need to walk like 1 kilometer, and I need to get ready, and it's usually a quick response. So it's not like you can imagine a chess player lying in bed for 2 hours before the game and thinking, what am I going to wear today? Maybe I need to shave also. Yeah, that's not really the way it is. But,
yeah, well, thank you very much, Vincent, and congratulations once again on your victory. And we wish you the best of luck in your coming games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have the response there. I mean, what a fantastic game. Also,
yeah,
to put him there in
very tense, but
the joint lead.
Yeah.
And, well, we talk about the joint lead, and it's because of the game at the top between Nihal Sarin against Alireza Firouzja. The big question is, will Nihal Sarin manage to hold this one?
Yep,
and
will he manage to draw?
Well, we did see the most common, most correct question.
And back to b5, and king went to d6, And now, apparently, this check followed by bishop e2 was, well, at least that was what Engine was recommending. Rook g7 from Nihal Sarin apparently allows black to have these two connected passed pawns. So you get to take a pawn, but it's not the e pawn, it's the g pawn. And central pawns, from what I understand, represent more danger. So computer says you can take g5, rook take g6, and then you go check, king g2, bishop e3. Do we believe seriously that you can? Hang on a second. Rook g1, rook g1 check is a threat. I was looking like, what happens? Bishop c4.
Well, actually, you can work with that idea.
You go king
you
f3.
Can go king f3.
Bishop b6.
And now.
Bishop c4.
Yes.
And they go rook e1. And this could be a very long game then, Yuri.
Wow.
Like, if it stabilizes like this, black doesn't win immediately, white doesn't draw immediately. This is a scenario for the game to go for a long while.
But take a look at the clock times mirror, because we have that additional layer.
And they've already passed move 60.
Exactly.
I was waiting for them to get this 15 minutes, but they've already passed move 60.
And to get to move 60, they already burnt a lot of time on the clock. You know, we saw that time trouble.
Right. So it's still very tense. It's still very tense. From the other games in the top group, we have FIDE against Samarkand. Remember, the queen versus rook and pawn still ongoing. And we have
no progress as of yet in the bishop endgame between Hans Niemann against Abhimanyu Mishra. A lot of maneuvering, not a lot of progress.
All right, so we stay with this one.
Yeah.
Right, we stay with this one for a moment. Do we have all the results in the women's section? I believe by now we absolutely should.
Yes, I think every single game has been finished. And the big news of the round was the fact that Lagno managed to save a completely lost endgame against Bibisara Asabeva to maintain that lead. So let's actually show it on the screen, because it was a day with twists and turns. Vaishali having an almost decisive attack, but unfortunately the clock was not her friend, and she had to bail out with a draw.
Missed the win.
Yeah. And also we saw Tan Zhongyi just turn things around against Carissa Yip, and she moves to 6.5 points. So again, this is super close. We have Lagno with 7 points, and we have 4 players chasing her, just half a point behind. And see there on the standings, Vaishali, Bibisara, Tan Zhongyi, Song Yuxin, they're all there 6.5 points. So it really is going to come down to the last 2 rounds. Who can hold the nerves? Who can just show their endurance?
And I believe those 2 on 6 players, Irina Krush and Maria Muzichuk, with 2 wins, theoretically, they can influence the very top places.
Yep. One thing, though, I got to mention that Tan Zhongyi has already qualified for the candidates.
All right.
So she's just playing for the money.
She's just playing for the money, but that also means that if one of the 2 golden tickets goes to Tan Zhongyi, then the 3rd place qualifies.
Exactly.
So that is something to take into equation.
Mm-hmm.
Something to take into equation.
And as the playing hall empties, all eyes are focused on this game. Can Alireza push hard for the win? So they've actually almost reached the position that we were anticipating, with the bishop.
And they will.
To come to
yeah,
C4.
we're here. We're here. Yeah, the bishop coming to c4 makes a lot of sense, I feel like. And then you gotta go here, right?
Mm-hmm. You have to defend your assets.
And then the question is, can you make a progress if white somehow just waits? I guess you're gonna go rook e4, and then I cannot keep the bishop on this diagonal. I'll have to go to b5. But still, it would be hard to move the things forward, right?
Right, and also, let's not forget that there could potentially be counterplay based on the A-pawn. I'm thinking, like...
You mean like bringing the rook?
Yeah.
Maybe... Yeah,
maybe
like
not
chase the
necessarily
bishop.
right now, but it's definitely something
Yeah,
that
of course.
Nihal has up his sleeve, and I recognize.
No, it's very good to have this a4 pawn. Like in some cases, you're absolutely right. It'll be distracting the bishop or the rook. It also helps to anchor this bishop. So that it, yeah. I'm afraid we don't have the table base for this position. No table base yet, but...
But Nihal, 32 seconds and it's ticking down.
Yeah, he's looking for something else.
And he's made a move.
King e2.
Yeah,
well,
preventing
king
the
e2,
rook
preventing the rook to go to e1. So now, wow, it's actually not a bad move because there's no easy way for black to move the king away so that after bishop c4 he can move the pawn forward, right? If you were to go king d5, you stop bishop c4, but you allow bishop d7, and then one of the pawns fall, and that's it.
Two can play that game though, because the rook can also move to c1.
c1.
And say, hey.
Stop.
There's
stop
no bishop
c4, right?
And
you stop bishop c4, and again, what happens if I don't do anything? If I go bishop c8, like how does black win? What's the winning plan? So now maybe I want to go bishop f7. So you could think of going rook c7. Well, it's such a rook a2 check played by Alireza instead. Rook a2 check. So now king f3 is possible. King d3 question mark. Can I go king d3? Well, queen d3 apparently, well, at least according to an engine, is worse because now I go check. And if the king goes back,
it's the way to head. As a human, you'd go to king to d3 just to centralize the king, be ready to switch over to the queen
it's already
side.
on the board.
Yeah, of course.
It's already on the board, and then Alireza gives this check. So I imagine...
Step back to e2, because that was
you go back to
where
e2, this is where you were. And then, I don't quite get it, bishop d4. Bishop d4. Bishop d4 is very, very strong. And then if I was to go bishop c4, this is where you go check and you start moving. King f1, and this is where you go f4. Then I guess somehow you get it on f3, and maybe the f-pawn promotes without needing the a-pawn. It's very hard for me to comprehend. The king went back to d2, and now apparently Alireza can push the f-pawn forward. So f4, and in case of bishop c4, what's the move? Rook e3 still, right? Rook e3, and now the king is cut off, and black threatens bishop a5, followed by f3, and to move to advance the pawn like that.
And just to update you on the situation on the other boards, Vidit, looking like he is going to be winning anytime soon against Shant Sargsyan, and Abdusattorov Mishra still holding firm against Hans Niemann. So finally the f-pawn broke in the center in that particular game, but it's still very much level.
So black went with the f-pawn, right?
No,
white went. Let's just quickly show position here. Yeah, f4, and I think we were looking at this one. f4, ef4, bishop f4, and it looks like now white has, possibilities. In fact, black just has one less weakness to care about. So black literally can shuffle with the bishop, just like not trading and being ready to attack the h4 pawn if white given a chance.
Exactly. But the tension and the drama are on board one.
And Alireza just went f5, f4.
So now the big question is bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4.
And is the rook going to go to e3?
And then bishop f5 check is a threat.
He's reaching for the bishop. Bishop
c4, of course.
Rook
e3.
e3.
Now you can try rook f6, but then it's a check, king d1.
Could you try instead of that moves like rook to
instead of
rook to g5 is what I want to go.
G5.
Maybe this allows.
But then e5, yeah. Then there's e5, and you connect everything. You can't really block those light squares. Yeah. Then the king's going to go in, bishop a5.
The bishop needs to be on b5.
Yeah.
This idea to work.
He's
reaching for the rook. Okay, he goes for your rook to f6.
Rook f6, and then. I believe it's kind of important. No, rook e4 would have worked as well, right? But bishop a5, yeah, so that black rook is not hanging. King's gonna go to d1, cannot go to the c file because rook c3 and game ends. So you're gonna go to d1, and then f3 is what he did. Then f3 is what he did. And I guess after having played f3, you just go king e7, Yavi. Go king e7, and you unpin the pawn and you move it forward. And the white king is cut off from the f-pawn. So imagine having a king on f1 in this position. White would just take on e6 and make a draw, force a draw, right? If the king was on f1, white king, you just like take everything on e6, go king f2, eliminate the last pawn. And the way that this king is on d1, so it cannot really reach the f-pawn.
Yeah. And Nihal feeling the pressure.
Once again, he feels the pressure. He's down to 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Rook.
Okay, don't be fooled by that. Nihal is one of the fastest players on the planet.
Well, true that, but also there's still, there's still pressure when it's like classical games, 7 hours time control, and you better get it on the very last second.
2 seconds left on the clock.
That's incredible. So now, Alireza, can Alireza go e5? Well, he can, and he's done it. So he
is it now time to depend on the a-pawn with
as in
rook
going
a7 and
rook
see
a7.
how far that pawn gets up the board?
Wow. Okay, 7, bishop b4, bishop c3, no, bishop b4. And to go forward, I guess they just go.
Yeah.
They just go here,
He's
right?
gone for that.
No. Yep. e5, what did he do?
He went bishop to b.
Bishop to a6. Bishop to a6, and now why? Aha, so he is planning, I imagine, that if the pawn went to e4, to attack it from behind with bishop b7. I think that was the pawn.
Go into a rook versus a rook.
Well, ideally, right, yeah. If you go, say, rook e2, then bishop e4, white is very happy. So that's what he tries to achieve.
But you always have rook e1 at the end of the day. Deliver on a check.
To chase the king away,
yeah.
Right.
And still, the black king can approach.
Yeah, so let's see. If you go e4, bishop b7, the way to win is go with the king to defend the pawn so that you can take. Yeah.
And now it's Alireza's turn to feel the pressure of the ticking clock.
Well, the computer finds a funny resource, which is a check, king c2 and rook e2 check, which you cannot take.
No, you cannot, because...
And you cannot go back to, well, I mean, you could go back here, but then it's check. Then again, I imagine you cannot go to e1, and then f2 happens. But yeah, e4 is the most logical move in the position. e4, so now...
Bishop b7.
There's bishop b7. There is, well, computer suggests rook to f5, so I imagine cutting the king off, attacking the bishop. Black still will be winning, but...
Oh, he's going for the trap. Bishop b7.
Bishop to b7.
Alireza has to be on red alert here, because there's a big danger that white will play bishop takes e4, followed by rook takes pawn.
Yeah, wait, but can I do kind of the previous line? Rook e1, king to c2, rook e2, and just get the pawn on f2, right?
Yes. You could also try to snake the king all the way to e3.
Yeah. But he's gone king to e5, very efficient. So what he's doing next is, well, yeah, check on e7. Now any of the two sides are good. I guess you might actually want the king all the way to f2, and then you go rook e1, and then maybe you move the e pawn as well. If the king is advanced kind of far enough, there's an extra idea of just like sacking the rook for the bishop, and you know, the king, bishop, and two pawns should be winning. So after that check, what they do, like you definitely don't go backwards because white's just gonna take. So you go king d, f4 or d4, right? Well,
f4 makes a lot of sense, because then you can get round to g3.
Maybe.
And you always again have that check. Okay, so he goes to the center.
He goes to d4 through the center. I guess an additional idea of playing for a check. Wow, I see a funny pattern. So you go here, white goes here, you go here, and I believe, yeah, I was right, king b2. And then you try to checkmate, and this checkmate. White can capture e4 only with one piece at a time. Rook e4 stops rook e1, but you have rook d3. Bishop e4 stops rook d3, but you have rook e1.
It's a beautiful checkmate, and we may very well see it on the board.
Rook d7, yes. I mean, what else do? You're running out of time. And now king to c3.
He's weaving that net.
King to c3. And now the valuation skyrockets to minus a lot, and then, you know, now it's a number of moves till the checkmate, and it reduces. Now it says black checkmate not later than in 21 move.
Well,
and
he's still being tricky.
Bishop a6.
Oh.
Right, but then
king to b2 with a check on b7.
Yeah.
Now, what about? Can you still do it, actually? Because you can use the king as shelter. You can go king b3.
Yeah, you can go king b3.
King b3, and then the whole point
after
is
this
if
check,
there is rook to b7.
Ah, you want to go to the
yes,
a
if
file?
I go no, I want to block with the bishop.
Ah, yeah, to b3, not to b2. Yeah, king b3 is brilliant, because then after a check, you go bishop b4, and rook e1 is unstoppable. And that's precisely what he does, I think. That's precisely what he does. He goes king here, rook here, and now check, rook d1, and then you go f2.
Yep.
And then you go f2.
And there's nothing
and
in
E3.
the world to stop those pawns advancing. And
this is it. Alireza Firouzja wins it on move 82. He wins this ever important game against Nihal Sarin.
Huge result, Miro, because this propels him into the pack of leaders on 6.5 points. And that means that Alireza is right in the thick of the fight for first place. What a game. What a game.
It was a monster game. It all started with Nihal Sarin sacrificing a piece and being better, being close to winning at some point. Then Alireza fought back, and yeah, it was up and down, it was back and forth, but eventually Alireza wins.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was a game with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Just like
That's
a movie.
true.
That's true. There was a lot of drama. hats off to Nihal Sarin. He took the risk. He sacrificed the piece. And it was a gamble that really could have played off. And I also have a result. It was a draw between Abhimanyu Mishra and Hans Niemann. So they are on 6 points. 6 points.
6 points. And Vidit, who is still playing his endgame against Samarkand, according to the machine, once again, he just made a move which leads to a draw, Yovi.
No.
He was doing everything's okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's very hard. No, King G1. Hang on. False alert. So King G1. Maybe the machine is tricking me. Maybe they've had this position already, and that's why machine. No. Never mind me. I'm checking with the engine why they're still winning. I got confused because the computer was saying, the engine was saying that it's a draw, but then.
Yep. And Vidit on 5 points. He is in a must-win situation. He needs to win this endgame. And he's been doing all of the right things. You know, he had the king and the queen together. It looked like he was going to break through any move.
He's getting closer and closer in this breaking through. And they're both in seconds.
The question is, how many moves have been played?
With the pawn on f3, right? Let's see this. 71. Well, not so many. Well, in fact,
and we're
15,
already on
15.
86.
15 moves. This could be the last game in progress and one of the few. It literally seems to be. Well, there is one more. There is one more on the lower board on 46 or something.
Is there something funny happening after the rook giving a check?
To h4.
On h4. I mean, is there some kind of drawing mechanism going on here where the king goes to e3?
Well, so if the king goes to e3, apparently you are winning. But if the king was to go to g5, there is an incredible move, rook d4, for instance, which makes a draw.
Wow, what a move. And earlier on, we just saw Alireza defeat Nihal Sarin to join the leading pack on 6.5 points. And Alireza is right there with Charlize.
I'm here with Alireza Firouzja, who's one of the final boards to finish in today's game, beating Nihal Sarin. Alireza, a crazy game, but let's start at the beginning, right in the opening. Move 2, you think for 10 minutes. Were you surprised by Alipin? What were you thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's a line to play for draw, so I was trying to think what are the best chances I could get out of the opening, and I decided to go with what I like, and it was a very tough game, complicated game.
And when he sacrificed his piece, were you surprised, or is this something you would also play?
No, I completely missed it, and it's so creative, this sacrifice. I don't know, I have to see if it's good or not, but probably it's good.
Yeah. It was good, but his follow-up wasn't correct. 96 earlier was better.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Then my king has to go to center, yeah.
Yeah. So overall thoughts about the game, also going into the end game, he fought for so long. We were wondering, is it going to be a draw? Are you going to win?
Yeah, it's a draw probably, but it's so hard. It's like until the end he has to defend very boring positions, so that's why he wanted to force things and it didn't go well.
And you both really used all of your time, and that was also stressful for us watching you going down in the clock. Are you happy about this long time control enabling you to play so much longer?
Yeah, I mean, I rather play faster time controls, but it is what it is, and now 2 more games and we'll see.
And other than about the games, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, you are one of our best dressed players usually. People in the comments always comment about that. What is your opinion on the dress code for FIDE tournaments? Should we have it?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a bit strict, but now slowly they're making it better. So I'm happy that
not such a restriction now, at least.
And secondly, I don't know if you have your badge with you, but last time we spoke about the picture that you have on your badge being such an old one. Well, we have a little gift for you, and that is an update of the badge, the picture.
Now you carry 2 badges.
Yeah, well, you can use this one instead, but yeah, a more recent picture. Okay, thank you so much, Alireza. Good luck for tomorrow. Hope you get some good rest.
Thank you.
He's got 2 passes. Maybe that will give him extra luck. Well, 2 rounds remaining, but 1 game from our top group still in progress. It's that endgame between Vidit and Sargsyan. And the main thing is, if Vidit wins, moves on to 6. And at least he will move towards perhaps getting a very good money prize. As we saw, first prize nets $90,000. But he's on the right track. The king is coming ever closer. The problem is he's not got the time. He's living on the increment, and he's not finding the correct way to finish this game off. So he moves the queen over to A8. This is good.
But yeah, that's the trick. I check it with the table base, and it remains winning. But interestingly, over the course of like few last moves, he had it like this, with the queen on E4. Then he had the same position with the queen on D5, and then he had very similar position with the queen on C6. So apparently he doesn't know how to break through this pawn on F3 and rook defending the pawn setup. So, and then I have to mention that after king f4, some people would be tempted to go f2, you know, and try to promote the pawn, but after king g3, f1, well, you give check, you give a check on h8, oh, well, you can go to h4 as well, and queen h2 checkmate.
In fairness to Vidit, though, I'm playing it out with the engine as I speak, and the engine is suggesting a lot of checks and not making any progress.
Exactly. No, the engine is not very helpful in the, yeah. Queen g8. Okay, so I will be following this game with table base. So far, so good. Like, it keeps the position winning.
Yep.
So now only 2 moves are winning after queen a2.
Queen a2 makes a lot of sense.
Queen a2 or king e3. But, yeah, otherwise you allow f2, I guess, and then it's just a draw.
And...
yeah, so king e3, and then, yeah, and then rook g3 was... This is so tricky, though.
Okay, so just official confirmation, this is the last game in action. All other games have finished, and he does deliver a check on the a2 square.
So if you were to go to g1, but then if you go to g4, it's f2, right? And you cannot take the rook because f1 promotes with a check. So you gotta have, in this position, hang on a second, but if you get the queen on d2, you can do it, right?
So you have to zigzag your way.
So you go there, and then the king goes, say, to h2, and you were, well, queen f1 just wins quicker in this case, but basically what I wanted to show was this, and then king g4, and if f2, you can take the rook. f1, king g3, and even though black is not in the check, it's a 6-1. So queen a1.
Queen a1, and king steps
to g2. And then he goes to g4, king g4, and this is no longer win because black can go f2. If I've seen it right. No, he didn't play king g4. What am I talking about? I thought he did make a move, but no,
he hasn't.
Thinking. He hasn't.
He can play queen to g7. And that's something, actually, that's quite unfortunate for Vidit, that it's an f-pawn. If it were perhaps an e-pawn, we wouldn't be having that situation.
Right. I mean, in some positions, that'd be f-pawn on f2, and your king is a bit driven away, and then you cannot win, right?
No, it's just the whole point of the king and pawn versus
the queen,
The
right?
queen.
But
Yeah,
now
if
that
it were an e-pawn, you wouldn't have those stalemating possibilities
fair.
available.
Even though I believe like now it's somewhat of a different trick because white king is so close that any of these things should be winning,
Yeah,
right?
you could go king to
Well, can you go
e3.
king e3?
Yeah. Let's get the king to f2.
And I go rook g3.
And now, can you
pin the rook? Can you pin the rook like
I was
that?
thinking, no, I was thinking queen a1.
Queen a1.
Yeah. Oh no, that doesn't do
And then
anything because king g7.
If they go king g2, and now,
Then-
yeah, they're threatening this with a check. It's
Yes.
such an annoying... You can literally be, maybe according to table base, 2-3 moves away from a win and still struggle. So queen b2 is good. King g1, but it seems we've been there. So now, what he's going to do? He's going to go... Now, if you go queen c1...
Which is very tempting.
Now king g2, and you do not have a check on the g file. So there's some laddering going on. Queen b1 he goes, and then he's going to go to g6. Isn't this thing kind of getting stuck at some point? So queen g6, king h2, you go queen c2, king g1.
Evaluation bar saying it is a draw.
Well,
it's not really.
I don't know what's going on with the evaluation bar, because while evaluation bar claims it's a draw, the table base claims it's a win. So I prefer table base in this case, but I imagine...
What is there a claim for
He is claiming a threefold. He is claiming a threefold. We don't know if it was. I don't think it was. So it's definitely not 50 moves rule, because we figured the pawn move was move 71 or something, right? So now there is a claim being made that it's a threefold repetition. Let me confess, I won't try to check. So what happens now? If, let's say, we forget about this threefold, and I think, yeah, like king e3, right?
Yeah.
King e3. What's the move? If you don't play rook g3, I think you just resign, right? But what is, again, what is the mechanism? So you go here now. f2 check. King e2. And we start over, right?
And then...
No, wait, I don't... I do get it. I thought... I'm brilliant, you know?
Yeah,
you know that?
Check.
Queen, and then a check, and then a score. After all these hours, I still see basic tactics, but I don't see a check.
You were not the only one. I was thinking that, but I was like, oh, hang on a second. White delivers a check.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's an interesting thing. And we have a handshake.
And
so this means that
the
position has repeated 3 times. And this game between...
Let's wait for this to be official, because I'm still kind of in disbelief, but they put the king on e5 and they put... No, they didn't put the king on e4.
There still seems to be some dispute. Or perhaps the players are simply analyzing.
But can someone confirm that this game has ended? Because...
Yes, they're just analyzing, so...
But there is no official result.
There is no official...
I'm sorry, there is no official result. So once again, the claim is that this happened 3 times, right?
But what was the handshake about? You only handshake at the end of a game.
Yes, fair, but I'm trying to see if this... Okay, this is not it. The queen is on g7. This is not it. The queen is on g8. Then this... I don't know, Yogi. I feel like we are being played. This is not it. This is not it. And this is not it.
So they are reconstructing the board. It was just a little bit of a... I mean, they're reconstructing the game, and it was just simply a funny thing that they shook hands.
This. There was once. Hang on. There was once. There was twice.
Oh.
And there was three times.
So it is 3-time repetition.
That is a
and the official results have been updated. It was a draw between Vidit and Shant Sargsyan. And, well, it was a difficult end game to actually win, despite all appearance and despite what the evaluation bar was telling us, because it was actually hard to find that mechanism in order to get that king round to the F2 square. And it's nice to see the players, you know, despite this finish, try to analyze this and try to figure out exactly how the queen and king could have won.
So this game, Jovi, lasted for 7 hours and 10 minutes. And Vidit didn't win because he did not have enough time in the end. Yeah. That's not an easy, chess is not an easy game to play.
Yep, it is. Just to repeat, it is officially a draw by threefold repetition. So that brings today's action to a close. And it has been a dramatic day.
It's been a very long day, and it's been the day where the leader's being changed in the Open.
Yeah, well, it's expanded because we now no longer have a two-way tie. We have a four-way tie for first place in the Open. Let's check out the results of the day, because it didn't go quite as expected. We expected fights, but not this. I mean, look at how many decisive games they were. First up, Alireza Firouzja with that very important win over Nihal Sarin. And there are also wins from Vincent, Keymer and Anish Giri mean that they are there at the top alongside Matthias Bluebaum on 6.5 points.
Right, it's such a, wow, such a crowd in the top of the table, right?
Yep.
So Vidit with this draw remains on 5.5, and I imagine out of contention.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. And let's see how that puts us into the standings after 9 rounds. And as mentioned, it is packed at the top. 4 players on 6.5 points. There's a whole bunch of players on 6 points. So that means with 2 rounds left, anything can happen. It's going to be a free-for-all on the chessboard. Expect a lot of fights. And talking about fights, well, we have to mention our player of the day. In the women's section, it had to be Irina Krush for her magnificent victory over Antonetta Stefanova. And in the Open, I think the award has to go to the man himself, Alireza Firouzja, for that magnificent effort against Nihal Sarin. What a fight it was.
That was maybe not without an error, but absolutely fantastic game. That's why you want to watch classical chess, I believe. Games like this, where, yes, it's clear, it's very tense, it goes up and down, but both players come up with resources, and eventually one of them prevails.
Yeah. And it was basically, you know, one of those games, topsy-turvy, but massive congratulations to our player of the day. And it's come to that time. There we have official confirmation with the pictures. Irina Krush, fantastic game, as was Alireza Firouzja. But we've come to that time where we extend our gratitude to all co-organizers, sponsors and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 here in Samarkand possible.
We thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan, and the Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al-Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang, and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yes, And that wraps up what was a super dramatic day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Just 2 rounds remain. And the big question on everyone's mind is who is going to be winning the candidates? Or who's going to be the winner of this event and secure their place at the candidates? That is the big question. We're going to be finding out very soon. And a big thank you to everyone who tuned in and joined us. And we're going to leave you today with a video of today's highlights. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.